a tiny little boy posting on Twitter. It's the gayest soy thing you can do. Shut the fuck up, you little tater tot bitch. We are 2 minutes and 35 seconds into this video. I'm just as gay as the rest of us, motherfucker.
Feels just the same. Another sunny day in LA. Everything is fun, so they say. Wonder what the news is today. Cause I know that every day I'm at this fucking job. Her son is streaming. Watch him on the clock. Oh, this doesn't like end.
Listen, bro, the Lyra does not need this. Many people love playing Hearts of Iron 4. Eating pussy is the basic, bare minimum thing you can do. You can be like, where did they find these people, dude? And women want to have sex.
Your job is posting. You're gay. Okay.
God, I don't make the fucking rules so much.
But is he really a socialist? He's such a himbo, I can't handle it. He's got a car and it's better than mine. Can I sit here like everything's fine? That's just me being a fucking hog. Azan is streaming. Watch him on that clock.
What's going on, everybody? I hope everyone's having a fantastic evening, a fantastic afternoon, a fantastic pre-noon, no matter where you are in the world. I'm Hassan Piker, and this is the Hassan Ivy broadcast coming to you live from gloomy California, Los Angeles. Another cloudy morning here. The June gloom is upon us. And I hope all the boys, girls, and MBs are having a fantastic one, because today's a beautiful day. Today's a wonderful day. Today is Tuesday, ladies and gentlemen. It's Tuesday News Day. Newsday Tuesday. You already know what it fucking is. That's right. It's Tuesday, June 4th, 2024, 11:19 a.m. And I'm right on time, as a matter of fact. And I will not be apologizing for anything.
Whatever, hypothetically, politically, we fucking did, man. We did.
That was Teresa Sweetheart's Hassan is Streaming theme song for my favorite socialist himbo official video, which I personally think is criminally underrated as far as all of the introduction videos goes on the broadcast. But this is the part of the broadcast where I tell you a little bit about my personal news. What
could have led a police officer?
This is part of what the fuck? Okay, we'll look at that in a second. This is part of the broadcast where I tell you a little bit about my personal news about what's going on in the world of Hassan Ivy Piker. Is mid, I can't lie. I think it's phenomenal, and you have fucking awful taste. Just say that you are anti-queer, anti-trans, you don't like hyperpop, which is basically being transphobic, is the closest you can get to being transphobic, honestly. No, it's fine. You're just a transphobic person. You don't like hyperpop, you're transphobic. Sorry, I don't make the rules, except for that one. I just made that rule. That is the rule that I made. You might be like, oh, well, guess what, sweetie? Like, I'm trans. Well, that's called internalized transphobia, okay? And it's bad. Anyway, folks, I hope everyone's having a great one. It's I'm feeling pretty good this morning. Personal news-wise, there's not much going on. Lore accurate Kyrie Irving. Yeah, I've seen this TikTok before. It's pretty good. You don't even like music, bro? You're transphobic too, then? I like hyperpop. So, Martin Luther Kyrie Irving will be playing tomorrow, is what someone said in the chat. And yes, he is going to defeat racism. Yeah, right. He's going to defeat racism. If he doesn't defeat Boston, racism is still thriving in this country, okay? And in many respects, it is. Celtics fans are getting their crosses and clan robes ready for tomorrow. Yeah, they're pressing it. Are you watching a terrible Tory throwdown? Like, sure as fucking Tuesday. We'll do it. We'll do it then. There's a lot of news to cover, but yeah. Last night I did the broadcast, and I watched Boy Love, also known as Blue Lock by its other name. But for the most part, there's a reason why it's called BL, aka Boy Love. I've gotten really invested in this anime. It's actually pretty fire. I was really annoyed with like how selfish every player was and how it was like antithetical to team sports in general. But then I got reinvested in it and I've been watching it. It's really good. Only problem is I'm almost done with it, which makes me sad. The Cardigan Goes Hard gang, thank you. Did I hear about the Yakuza show being announced? Yes. Twitch is raising the price of USA subs. USA price now $5.99. It was $4.99. That's devastating. Trying to get gay fit with that caloric deficit, bro. Yes. I'm gonna be honest. This morning on the scale, it said I was 235 pounds, which is phenomenal. Mobile pays $5.99 already. Anyway, yeah, Philly D put a montage of me up on there. It was pretty funny. What was I going to say? I didn't realize that Twitch was raising its sub price. That's kind of devastating. GG's for many people. But yeah, last night I watched a lot of Blue Lock. Went to bed after finishing episode 1 of Batman season 2. It was pretty fire on the broadcast and just showing the world that I'm the worst goddamn detective of all time. Woke up early as hell and went out and played ball with Nicewig, and I fucking destroyed him. Okay, I hate to do it like that. I hate to be like that, but I fucking destroyed him. One of the greatest things that has happened so far because of this Ludwig 1000 3-point shot competition is that I started actually shooting 3-pointers. And at first, when I was shooting 3-pointers, I was shooting like 0 for 20. Okay, like just so ass cheeks. I have a pretty solid mid-range floater, as you guys know. Top of the key, I'm devastating. Top of the key, I'm lethal. As you guys know, I have pretty good step back, pretty good fadeaway. I got these things, right? I got these things in my arsenal. These are things that I'm comfortable with. I'll be playing a post. I'll be playing in the post and then usually just hit that top of the key shot pretty consistently, right? That's the thing that I have. That's the thing that I'm comfortable with. And as a big boy, I rarely have been a 3-point shooter. Now, let me tell you, since, as you guys know, based on what? Well, I mean, I used to play basketball on camera quite a bit. Anyway, since then though, I've been focusing a lot on driving left, becoming more ambidextrous, not looking at the ball when I'm dribbling with my left, which is like pretty basic shit, which I have already, but I'm just like trying to get better with my left hand in general, driving left in general, and finishing left, which I have been doing quite a bit. But I just absolutely destroyed Nicewig earlier today. 1v1, 2 in a row. I just cleaned house with the threes. Why? Call me Jimmer Fredette. Why am I dropping threes? 3 stacks like it's nobody's fucking business. Okay? Why am I doing that? Because I've been working on the 3-point line shoot, 3-point line shot. All I needed to do was activate my knees a little bit more, you know what I mean? Just a little bit more boost from the legs, because every other type of shot I have, I'm usually doing a higher release, oftentimes mostly just with my upper body, you know. Ludwig been throwing 4K rocks from rooftops though, not a rival. Why? Because Hasanabe is a fat earther now. Yeah, I'm a fat earther, I'm a flat earther, you know what I mean? But ultimately, you harness the Chinese basketball legend Jimmer. Yes, the earth is fat and the earth is flat, 100%. I'm not kidding. I swear to God. Obviously, I will never. I have been getting better at just. I've been getting better at finishing with my left. I've been getting better finishing with my left, like so much better. I feel so much more confident finishing with my left. I feel infinitely more confident finishing with the right. It's not even a question. Oh my God, I can't tell if this community is like that anti-sport and that gay that when I say finishing, everybody goes, come on, man. Come on. Like, come on. I shouts out to fucking 3-Head Sports in the building. Will you be doing real 3-pointers or the fake ones that Elwig did? They're not real ball handlers. I know every time I talk about ball handling, people are like, you mean you want to handle balls on Pride? It's like, okay, dude, it was funny the first 700,000 times. Okay. But let me tell you, it's no longer as funny. I heard it too many times. He does do it like that. I don't know how he does it, but that's how it's done. Usually that's how he finishes. I can't finish like that, but anyway, you want to watch N1 Did you watch And1 back in the days? And1 Hot Sauce mixtape? Are you fucking kidding me? Yes, I did. There was only one dude. There was only one dude in like my grade in my class that was also invested in that shit. His name was actually Kunt, by the way. Kunt, which is crazy. But he had a nasty fucking, he was nasty with ball handling. He was out of control. He was like a really short dude, but he was so goddamn good. Yeah, his name was Kunt. And1 Hot Sauce and the Professor. Yeah. Did you play basketball as a kid or late bloomer? No, I played basketball as a kid. I was just ass. I wasn't good at basketball until like college, I would say. I always wanted to be good, but I was just so fucking ass. I was so goddamn ass, bro. Is Hassan not covering Indian news? It's like, bro, look at the motherfucking title, bro. Modi narrow victory in India. Does that look like I'm not covering Indian news? I'm talking about basketball in the first 23 minutes of the goddamn broadcast. Not every single second is going to be dedicated to fucking Modi, okay? Goddamn. So sorry is what we're going to be watching today. A lot of that, okay? The most esteemed, the most real, the most awesome, eminent Indian news broadcaster. So sorry. My goats. Yeah, but middle-class families prefer basketball over soccer in Turkey. I mean, probably. I don't fucking know. I mean, we were definitely upper middle class. We were rich. So, I mean, we were rich though. Like, my family did not prefer me to play basketball. As I've talked about before, they wanted me to do horseback riding. I was an equestrian show jumper. So, so I was like a little bit of fencing, a little bit of fucking show jumping. It was like ass for me. I hated horseback riding. Thank you for recognizing your privilege. I mean, always. Luka plays foul ball. Kyrie plays basketball. Can't change my mind. Anyway, I want a dressage video. No disrespect. Do they even have / do Western riding in Turkey? No, like most of the fucking planet, they don't do Western riding in Turkey. We do dressage and we do show jumping because we're actually not Philistine cavemen. Okay. No Western riding for us. One of the biggest critics by normies is them believing you're the son of a billionaire. Yeah. Classic. How's your post game? It's pretty decent. I rarely use it though. I feel like post for me is cheating because I never play against a dude that's like around my size. Anytime I play post, I'm playing against dudes that are much larger. So I feel like it's not fun if I'm just like constantly fucking pushing it. Now, obviously it's a weapon that I will use once I need to, if we're like down, but usually I won't until it's like, because I don't really care about that. I don't want to just like win. I want to have fun and I want to do cardio and I want to be good at other shit. Anyway, thoughts on the WNBA drama? Oh my God, I forgot to talk about that. We'll do it. We'll definitely do it. We'll definitely do the WNBA drama, Caitlin Clark shit, because it's like anti-white racism too. So like it's my favorite activity, as y'all know. All right, let's get popping. Let's get started. Biden signs right-wing asylum seeker ban exec order and the dumbest move possible. Drama in sports, nauseated face. Okay, how about you fucking calm down? Okay, how about you chill the freak out? Frick. Anyway, pressure on Israel to sign its ceasefire deal. Tuesday Pride Month blast off meme. Yeah, that's right. It's a proper pint in it. It's a proper fucking pint in it. Yeah. Yeah, it's mental fucking hell. That's right. I like it. I like it. It's a fucking Tuesday and I like it. Thank you, lad. You're a proper lad, yeah. Caitlin Clark race wars, WNBA race war drama, and so much more. Methinks your chat is a lot of sports ball people. Oh God, ew. Don't ever type like that in the chat ever again. Methinks your chat is a lot of sports ball people. Don't ever say methinks again. But you're right though. There is a lot of people in this community, and myself included. Like I've always had like a sports is fucking annoying, and being a sports fan is fucking annoying type attitude. And I think there's a lot of nerds in here that harbor a lot of resentment towards people who like have exactly the same level of like hyperfixation on a particular particular hobby, but it's like infinitely more normalized. So all the fucking all the people that are just like as pathologically obsessed with sports are able to be in normal society as like normies, whereas when you have like, you know, your favorite futa YouTube content creator and you want your favorite Twitch streamer to cover your favorite futa content creator, it's all of a sudden a problem. You know what I mean? It's like sports guys when they come in here and they're like, oh dude, check out this Kyrie highlight, like that's not an issue. But when you have like, it's oddly specific, yeah, excuse me, it's oddly specific as in yesterday there was a guy who literally did that. Okay, there was a guy who literally did that last night. He was like, Hassan, can you please, like, I don't know if this is relevant or not, but I really want you to watch this YouTuber's YouTube essay about futa. Okay, so yeah, oddly specific, I know, because it happened. And then there were people in the chat getting mad at me because I chose to watch other shit instead of the futa video. Once it was established that there was a video about futa cock, a YouTube essay about futa, every other video that I watched all of a sudden was being matched against that video. And chat immediately was like, why are you watching this silly thing instead of the futa video? We would like to watch that video, please. Are you happy that RGG and Amazon are doing a Yakuza series? Brother, you do not fucking understand, okay? You know what? Let's start with that. Let's start with some good news, okay? Let's start with actual good news. You feel me? Let's start with that. I don't even know what would be my favorite Yakuza song to play. Ladies and gentlemen, Yakuza is being made into a television series, which is incredible. Now, why is it incredible? Because there is no video game that is so perfectly conducive to be a serialized television series. If they fuck this up, I will be so sad. Make the choice to take the next step. Like a Dragon, Yakuza comes to Prime Video on October 24th. Had no idea that this was happening, and it is incredible. Prime has had a couple bangers under their belt. I am shocked that they were able to put this together without any sort of without anyone hearing about it, without anyone even talking about it. Like, how did they do this? There's a Yakuza movie from Japan from 2007. Tell me you're gonna play the game before on stream. Most likely not. Ain't no way they find someone that can portray Kiryu. I'm kind of shocked that they didn't ask me to do it, because I feel like I could do such a good job with it, because I embody the vibes, you know what I mean? Show chat your favorite Yakuza scene. What? This is not my favorite Yakuza scene, but I'm fucking stoked on this. It's going to be set in two time periods, 1995 and 2005. Yeah, I mean, that's the peak Yakuza time periods. You can't even remember your lines on stream half the time. I know. Have you seen Tokyo Vice? Yes. Directed by Take Masaharu, Kiryu Kazuma, played by Takeuchi Ryoma, is a 6-part crime suspense action series set in Kamurocho between two time periods, 1995 and 2005, subtitled and dubbed in 30 languages, releasing in 2 batches of 3 episodes on October 25th and November 1st. Did you get that acting role that you were auditioning for a few weeks ago? No. Bro, the actor got jacked for the role. Okay, not bad. No disrespect to him. No disrespect to him. Like, keep on playing, player. Okay, you know. What was the role? Kazuma Kiryu-chan. Kiryu would be difficult, but casting Kasuga would be impossible. No. Dude, casting Majima Garo would be impossible. God, I am such a fucking annoying little petulant weeb when it comes to this shit. I love this franchise. Do you understand? This franchise got me fucking literally invested in playing a turn-based game. Okay? I loved the turn-based game Like a Dragon so much. I went back and started playing the other game, the game that came before the last one. Okay? He isn't Japanese, but I hope they have Dong Suk in it. You like the game so much you went to Japan, Lamau? No, I think the game, I think my love for Japan just happened to coincide perfectly with like my love for Yakuza. I think I would say that like it made me feel when I felt nostalgic about like going back to Japan or when I missed Japan, I would just play Yakuza and it would like remind me of how sick it is. There's mods that add back in the normal fighting style. It's fine. Turn-based is actually pretty good. You've nailed the Kiryu-chan? Of course I did. I'm a fucking weeb, dude.
Kiryu-chan!
Kiryu-chan!
Kiryu Kazuma-chan-ya! Kiryu-chan! Amata na Kiryu-chan! Kiryu-chan yattanka! Kiryu-chan!
There was also a bug in the game where it would just say like, Kiryu-chan, every time you walked into an area where he was supposed to be at, but he wasn't there. So I just kept hearing it over and over again in the game for like a very long time. So it just got stuck in my head. He was just hiding. I just didn't see it maybe. And my Majima Goro is actually from the underground fighting. There's an underground fighting sequence where like there's an announcer that announces the fighters. That announcer's from Pride. Oh yeah, I think so. The previous Japan only movie had the perfect actor for Majima. What the fuck? Okay, that is pretty good. You know what's really funny about the actors and shit is that these are real people. Like these are literally real people that are mocapped. So I don't know why they don't just like, aren't they like real actors as a matter of fact? That's what an actor is, bro. Yeah, it's a real story. Okay, the story is not I don't know about the story. Not the main characters, but a lot of the newer characters are. No, all of the side characters were always literally mocap. Their faces were always like, I don't think that they were ever like actual actors or whatever, but they were like famous people. Some of them were actors. Yeah, literally all of it happened. Like for example, when they go to Hawaii, there's a sequence where they fucking have to fight a shark and they just beat the shit out of this like omega shark. And that's real. That literally happened. Like this shark, that was a specific shark that was operating as like a henchman for a cult in Hawaii that was aligned with the Japanese government in order to create a nuclear waste facility. Okay. And this shark was basically like getting its ass beat in the back of this like fishing boat. So what the fuck are you talking about, big dog? I'm just being sarcastic. Anyway, many of the people casting Kiwami and Kiwami 2 are from those remakes forward are mocapped actors. Yeah. I will recommend. Will you be watching OTK Games Expo? No, I will not. No disrespect, but I'm gonna be covering the news instead. Majima actor revealed? No. Shut up. No. And for people who are asking, like, how do I start Yakuza? Like, which game do you recommend? I recommend the first game. Or, I mean, not first game. Sorry, Yakuza 0. That's what I recommend. Okay? Yakuza 0 is incredible. All right, let's get started with the news, though. I am pleading you to play Judgment and Lost Judgment. As RGG Studios takes place in the same universe, and they're some of the absolute best. Oh, is this, yeah, Kuze and Awano exist in real life? Yeah, they're real life people. They're just not as yacked in the real world. Because, like, they'll mocap their faces, and then they'll just make them so yacked in the game. So it'll be funny, like, the dude will have, like, a 50-year-old man's face, but then, simultaneously, while having a 50-year-old man's face, he will have the body of, like, the most jacked 24-year-old. And it's pretty funny. All right. Anyway, President Biden's delivering remarks in the White House on immigration. It already ended. He delivered his remarks. It's dumb as fuck. He's a dumbass. We'll get started on the immigration thing. President Biden securing our border. Now, obviously, the reason why they're doing this, for the record, is because, well, one, because they're dumb, racist assholes. Okay, so let's just get that out of the way real quick. Start with India? No, bitch. I'm not going to start with India. You don't get to dictate the content today, okay? Or on any other day. Like, what are we doing here? No, there's no top of the hour. It's 11:49, okay? Don't come at me like that. That's ridiculous. Oof, kind of have more important things to handle than a fake crisis at the border. Okay, y'all are being annoying. Oh, my God. All right, we'll get started on the press conference. But yeah, we are a nation led by dumb, old out of touch, reactionary white men. And of course, as is the case, the Democratic Party is doing the absolute worst thing that they could possibly do and lean into their worst possible instincts, as always, as expected. Democratic Party had better chances on immigration and a better way to captivate like a young Latino voter base in places like Nevada, New Mexico, Arizona, places that allowed them to win, mind you. Okay. And they decided, you know what? This election is going to be built around the suburbs. Okay. It's going to be built around the mother freaking suburbs, baby. And guess what? That's what we care about. We don't care about anybody else. We are going to do the most right-wing thing we possibly could do. And after only 4 years ago, running on the exact opposite policies that he is now implementing and celebrating, we're just going to say, fuck it. YOLO. Let's do it.
What the Republicans in Congress refuse to do. Take the necessary steps to secure our border. 4 months ago, after weeks of intense negotiation between my staff and Democrats and Republicans, we came to a clear bipartisan deal. It was the strongest border security agreement in decades. But then Republicans in Congress, not all, but walked away from it. Why? Because Donald Trump told them to. He told the Republicans, it has been published widely by many of you, that he didn't want to fix the issue. He wanted to use it to attack me. That's what he wanted to do. It was a cynical and an extremely cynical political move, and a complete disservice to the American people who are looking for us to not to weaponize the border, but to fix it. Today, I'm joined by a bipartisan group of governors, members of Congress, mayors, law enforcement officials, most of whom live and work along the southern border. They know the border is not a political issue to be weaponized.
Dog, are we pro-Trump now? What? Pro-Trump? Why would we be pro-Trump? If I was pro-Trump, I'd be elated at the fact that his enemy right now, his political enemy who he's running against, has basically given him the greatest gift of all, which is legitimacy to the lies that he has spread for years alongside the Republican Party for decades about how immigrants are a national security problem. Okay? If I was pro-Trump, I'd be like, hell yeah, bitch, look at this old fucking asshole. He's right. Joe Brandon, it's such a big problem. Even these commie, godless, pedophile, vampire monsters recognize how much of a rapist immigrants are, and that's why they're doing this asylum seeker bill. And that's precisely why I'm going to keep voting for Donald Trump. He's been right all along. That's it.
The responsibility we have to share to do something about it. They don't have time for the games played in Washington, and neither do the American people. So today, I'm moving past Republican obstruction and using the executive authorities available to me as president to do what I can on my own to address the border. Frankly, I would have preferred to address this issue through bipartisan legislation, because that's the only way to actually get the kind of system we have now that's broken, fixed, to hire more Border Patrol agents, more asylum officers, more judges. But Republicans have left me no choice. Today, I'm announcing actions to bar migrants who cross our southern border unlawfully from receiving asylum. Migrants will be restricted from receiving asylum at our southern border unless they seek it after entering through an established lawful process. And those who seek to come to the United States legally, for example, by making an appointment and coming to a port of entry, asylum will still be available to them, still available. But if an individual chooses not to use our legal pathways, if they choose to come without permission and against the law, they'll be restricted from receiving asylum and staying in the United States. This action will help us to gain control of our border, restore order into the process. This ban will remain.
Bro, this is like, I hate this man so much more than I ever thought I would 1 year ago. Yeah. I love that this is like Brandon literally looking at the situation and going, honestly, Jack, let me tell you, okay, are we going to be bold? Are we going to be brave? Are we going to lead by example? Fuck no. We are going to do all of the worst things the Democratic Party has done so consistently throughout the years in an election that should not even be remotely close, just like in 2016. an election that should not be close at all is now going to turn into an election that, you know, the Republican Party might actually win. Do you now support protecting the U.S. border? I don't understand. Okay, let's get this out of the way. All right, let's get this out of the way. Yes, I support border protection only at the top of the hour when there's a 3-minute ad break. If you want the borders of this fucking stream to not be perished at the top of the hour with a 3-minute ad break with some bullshit ass fucking ad break segues like that, okay, then you have to subscribe. All right. It just becomes so annoying at the top of the hour. Every 10 minutes up until the top of the hour, every chatter becomes like the most annoying fucking gray name. Okay. In an effort to get my attention and an effort to try to get me to be baited. All right. So yes, we're doing it. The two-parters are getting annoying. They're getting to me. Okay. Here's the 3-minute ad break now at the top of the hour. It's not even $5 any longer. It's going to be $6 or free with a Twitch Prime. Yeah. Would you stop if you could? What do you mean? I vote we ban two-part baits. There's an art in getting you with a single message and we're slacking. I agree. Twitchflation. Inflation has hit Twitch as well, folks. In any case, I personally find it insane. I don't understand. I thought the migrants who come through the border illegally are at risk of being taken advantage of as slaves. What? Are you also trying to do a bait? Like, what's happening here? What's happening? 27-month subscriber. What? I'm ignorant. Okay. I don't understand. I thought the migrants who come through the border illegally are at risk of being taken advantage of as slaves. Yes, there's a 2-tier labor process in this country. The only way to solve that labor process, the only way to solve that structure is okay, by legalizing the undocumented migrants. The entire criminalization of like voluntary travel into the borders of the United States was designed specifically so that there is a 2-tier labor system in this country with a hyper exploitable group of individuals. Everything that I just talked about, however, is not something that is a national security issue. It is, and you might recognize this immediately, it's an economic issue. That's it. We destroy the global south. We cause political instability. We cause chaos in an effort to extract their natural resources and oftentimes their labor as well. Then in that chaos and instability, people obviously are escaping that chaos and instability, and they want to come into the United States of America looking for a better life, a better future for themselves, and security and safety for their children. Then when they come into America, we go, oh, thank God. What a perfect opportunity. Come in, come right in. You are illegal now. And what that means is you have to work for the shittiest wages, the worst conditions possible. Yeah, we will not give you this piece of paper that says you can just do this legally, which would give you a set of protections, albeit meager protections, but protections nonetheless, so that we can even further exploit you. Then we can also use this never-ending pool of migrants coming in to work because they're in desperate conditions as a way to depress wages for the documented working class. For the documented labor force, we will say, hey, you don't have to do this stuff. We have slaves already for it, okay? Damn near slave wages. It's beautiful. We bake it into our profit margins. The entirety of the American agricultural output is reliant on undocumented labor. What? The Biden 24 campaign might genuinely be worse than Hillary 2016. All signs point to 18 to 35 vote deciding the election, and currently Trump is more popular in the candidate age range, not because there are more Republicans in that age group, but because so many people in that age group fucking hate Brandon, but Brandon wants to push on with policies that are strongly abhorred by the age group. Genius. It's because the 18 to 35 age demographic does not go out and vote. It's a minor percentage of people that go out and vote. And instead of trying to captivate them, trying to actually get them to vote for the first time, even in many instances, or vote at all, well, that takes a lot of time and effort, and it changes your basic policy calculus too. The Brandon camp is looking at likely voters, people who have voted, people who love voting, people who come when they think about voting. You know, age demographics where people are voting by much higher percentages than the 18 to 35 demographic. those guys are reactionary. Those guys are right wing. Those guys are really worried about immigration. Now, part of the problem in this conversation is that there's no alternative. There's no media machine fucking pushing in the same way that like the right wing propaganda outlets regularly pump out anti-immigrant sentiment. Local news is also pretty fucking right wing. Shouts out to Sinclair Broadcasting. It's all a monopoly now. And they're also running the whole like immigrant crime panic narrative on a regular basis for two different reasons. One, because if it bleeds, it leads, and everybody knows that. And two, this kind of right-wing sentiment is great. It's great. Gets people to watch. Fear sells. So people inevitably start developing these incredibly right-wing attitudes towards immigration. But one thing that you guys need to understand is that Americans are very stupid. Many people are very stupid. Americans are also very stupid. I'm an American. I'm stupid as well, just so you understand. But the one thing that if you consistently look at Americans, the one consistent thing that all American voters will always tell you is that they are fucking inconsistent. What do I mean by this? The median voter in the United States of America simultaneously will want to deport all immigrants from this country violently, while also will tell you in the same breath that they actually think all immigrants that are here deserve amnesty. You think I'm lying? You think I must be joking? Look at the polls. You will see violent deportations become increasingly more popular in the same exact demographics, in the same exact groups, oftentimes in the same exact mind that believes in amnesty for 11 million undocumented migrants currently living on U.S. soil. How crazy is that? How unimaginably crazy is that? It's not crazy. It's America, baby. And therefore, I always look at a situation like this. I always look at the cognitive dissonance demonstrated by American voters. And I think to myself, why don't you use this to your advantage? It's obviously, both of these two opinions are in people's minds. Why the fuck are you going in the easy route? Why are you going along with what you perceive as the easier method, which is leaning on the fucking polls? They see the polls, they panic, and they go, oh, well, we got to do the same thing we've always done. Go more right wing. Very, very, very stupid stuff. Very stupid stuff. And when the Democratic Party does not present a strong counter to the Republican Party or even put forward legislation that the Republicans must react to and keep their attention on, then all of a sudden the Republicans lead the conversation. And that is how you arrive at the ratchet effect. That is how you arrive at Brandon literally going in a 4-year timeline, in a 4-year span. Brandon goes from being like, no person is criminal. No one is illegal, Jack. I'm going to be doing amnesty in the first 100 days of my election, all the way to we should kill migrants ourselves. I'm Brandon. I'm the migrant destroyer. Something to consider. Okay, here it is. A few months ago, I shared a study from Oxford showing that when liberals adopt the policies or polities and narratives of the right wingers, they lose support and push their countries towards the fascists. Biden and many Democrats, in so many ways each day, are walking us off the cliff, something that I've been warning about for quite some time. As a matter of fact, you guys know this. I've been talking about this literally for years. It is one of the classic Hasanabi staples on this fucking broadcast is, if you capitulate to the right, all you've done is basically galvanize them. They are not coming at this issue from a point of real facts. They're not looking at this analytically. They're not looking at this critically. They're not looking at the facts of the matter. They are hysterical. They are crazy. They are oftentimes racist. So when you look at the racist fucking hysteria, the racist panic that they're cultivating, and you don't go, hey, that's actually racist hysteria. Fuck off with that bullshit. Here are the facts. And instead go, sorry, the racist hysteria is far too fucking popular, so we're going to have to go with that instead of launching a counter. You end up capitulating to the right, and you end up saying they are right. They're correct. This happens all the time. This happened with the defund the police momentum. This happened with the crime panic. And it's fucking stupid. Because that is bad politics and it's bad policy. You lose seats when you do that. You lose popularity when you do that. Because people go, okay, well, you admit that immigrants are rapists too. Why the fuck would I vote for you? I'm going to vote for the guy who said immigrants are rapists for the past 8 years. Do you understand? You can never outflank the right On racism, they own it. You can never outflank the right. On patriotism, they own it. Patriotism in the way that Americans understand it is very different than like patriotism in the way that you might understand it, but it doesn't matter. Democrats try anyway, and they lose all the time. Look at Amy McGrath versus Kentucky's very own demon from hell. Look at what happened to her. The Republicans ran that dog shit ass campaign, and they were like, look at our butch lesbian who is in the Air Force. She was melting children in Afghanistan. She was melting children in the Air Force in Iraq. You have to vote for her. And that fucking dipshit Mitch McConnell still posterized her ass. Okay? When will we learn from the lessons of the past? When? John Kerry did this. They called him gay. Literally. John Kerry against George W. Bush. George W. Bush never served in the military adequately. John Kerry's a Vietnam War veteran with a Purple Heart. Democratic Party put him forward. You know what the Republicans said? You're gay, dog. You're fucking gay. You're a homosexual. You do windsurfing. Who does windsurfing, bro? Gay guys, okay? I'm not voting for a gay man. That's it. It was over. They literally went out and said, your Purple Heart is fake. You're gay. What'd you get it for? Sucking a dick? Literally. They were like, oh, dude, you were against the Vietnam War, even though you served in the Vietnam War, even though you were a part of the military in the Vietnam War and got a fucking Purple Heart. Wow, that's quite unpatriotic. The Vietnam War was awesome. In 2000, think about, oh, not 2000, sorry. In 2004, not in 2000. Think about that. In 2004, these motherfuckers were like, nah, the Vietnam War was sick. How dare you? How dare you talk shit about the Vietnam War? And the Democrats saw that and were like, you know what, guys? We should keep doing this over and over again. It will work inevitably. And it never did. Here.
I'm George W. Bush, and I approve this message.
In which direction would John Kerry lead? Kerry voted for the Iraq War, opposed it, supported it, and now opposes it again. He bragged about voting for the $87 billion to support our troops before he voted against it. He voted for education reform and now opposes it. He claims he's against increasing Medicare premiums, but voted 5 times to do so. John Kerry, whichever way the wind blows.
Yeah, they were like, you're gay, dog. You windsurf. Gay guys do that. You're fucking windsurfing. Do you understand? Yeah, and he's a flip-flopper. He's really gripping that thing. Yeah. Anyway, the point is, who's more patriotic in real terms? Of course, John Kerry is. It is the most patriotic thing to, like, one, be drafted to fucking fight in an unjustifiable war, recognize how violent it is, and speak out against it, okay? That's patriotism. Learning from your mistakes. That's patriotism, right? It's also infinitely more patriotic from the American mindset, right? This is what we make movies about. And yet, they love the fucking drunk driving asshole because they don't care, okay? They don't care. They don't care. They don't care. And you're a fucking idiot for turning around and going, yeah, you know what? Although there is no factual accuracy or real basis for the way that Republicans have created and cultivated this white nativist anti-immigrant sentiment in this country, saying that immigration is a national security problem and not an economic problem that must be solved by legalizing immigration and offering pathways to citizenship, but instead by consistently creating a fucking panicked narrative built around white supremacist attitudes, even though there is no real factual basis for having these opinions. As a matter of fact, the facts show the exact opposite of what we are presenting. Maybe the Republicans are right because, sorry, they're far too popular now. This narrative is far too fucking popular. It is ridiculous. Why are they doing this? And let me tell you why they're doing it. I'll tell you why. One, because this is, they have miscalculated and think that this is like far too popular of an agenda. Okay, this is far too popular. The people are like, we're terrified of immigration. No one is asking why people are terrified of immigration. Everyone's simply saying we're terrified of immigration. No one is asking the question, how do we like deal with this? How do we educate the people? Okay, that like their fears are born out of racist panic that they've been whipped into a frenzy by fucking Fox News and all these other outlets. Okay, number one, they are miscalculating and think that like a lot of people think that like someone's got to do something about immigration. Oh my God, that's what the polls show. That's what the polls show. That's what the polls show. Right? And the other reason why they're doing it is, and perhaps this is even fucking stupider than the first reason, they're doing this to show hypocrisy. They're doing this to be like, see, the Republicans don't care about killing migrants. I do. Bitch, you're a Democrat. The fuck do you mean? You are a fucking idiot for this. You are dumb as fuck for this. Okay? This is bad politics and bad policy. This is handing a gift. It's great. Wonderful, wonderful triangulation, sir. Thank you for going against every single policy position that you ran on 4 years prior when you were objectively seen as much more favorable than you are seen now on the issue of immigration. 4 years ago, when Donald Trump was melting migrants, okay, when he was melting migrants, Joe Brandon, as you guys recall, ran on a pro-immigration agenda. At that point, the difference between who can handle the migrant crisis better was in the margins, infinitely closer for Joe Biden. And the many gains that he got from that, beyond the fact that they were infinitely closer, okay, than they are now, the many gains he got from that was obviously a shit ton of fucking support from second generation migrant children in very important states that are now blue that maybe won't be blue this time around. However, we of course immediately went back on that shit. His first 100 days promises were all cast aside instantaneously. And now he's trying to outflank Donald Trump on immigration. Bro, that's the build the wall guy, bro. That's the immigrants are rapists guy, bro. You can't outflank him. Because if you say, guess what, Jack, immigrants are rapists, he's going to tomorrow turn around and be like, immigrants are actually no longer rapists. They're even more evil than being rapists. Okay, they're super rapists. They're getting shot with like rape serum before they come into the country. He will always find a way to be more racist than you. Okay, and he has already. He literally has. Brandon is over here being like, yeah, that's right. We're cutting off asylum seekers. What is Trump doing? We are going to deport 11 million migrants living in this country. We are going to deport 11 million people that have been living in this country for 10 years or even longer. Okay? That's insane. Look what you did.
Remain in place until the number of people trying to enter illegally is reduced to a level that our system can effectively manage. We'll carry out this order consistent with all our responsibilities under international law, every one of them. In addition to this action, we recently made important reforms in our asylum system, more efficient and more secure reforms. The goal is to deliver decisions on asylum as quickly as possible. The quicker decision means that a migrant...
Bro, are you ready for this? Are you ready for this? Are you ready for this? Here, let me cut a fucking ad for you right now, Republican Party. Let me cut a goddamn ad for you right now. If I am a Republican operative, this is what I do, okay? Biden in 2020 ran against our big, beautiful, bold president, Donald Trump, and he wanted to open our borders. Biden himself said this election is about who we are and who we want to be. I believe we are a nation that welcomes those fleeing persecution and seeking asylum, not a nation that turns our back on them. So what changed? After 4 years of migrant rapes and migrant crimes that have killed your daughter, that have killed your sons, that have stolen your jobs, while also simultaneously putting a strain on our welfare state that Democrats keep giving money to them instead of our homeless veterans, Biden has realized that Donald Trump was right, that immigration is a problem, but it's far too late. Don't make the mistake come November. This ad was paid for by Super Predators for America PAC. Okay, boom, there you go. All it is, you got to fucking point to like all of his previous promises in the last campaign around and go, that's what he did. That's what he did. Look at him. That's all he did. He ruined the country. He opened the fucking borders. Okay. He opened the goddamn borders. Now he wants to close it, but it's too fucking late. That's it. Why would Super Predators for America be making an ad like that? Wouldn't it be Americans Against Super Predators or something? Yeah, I don't know. Fucking whatever. Yeah, Super Predators Ending Rapist Migrants PAC. Sperm. That's it. That's all you need to do is show all of the things that Biden said 4 years ago and then match it and match it against like what Donald Trump said and be like, Donald Trump was right all along. We were too stupid to see. That's it. White House uses Cambridge Analytica. Biden knows what he's doing. I don't think you understand a very important detail here. Triangulating to the fucking suburbs like this because you think the suburban whites are legitimately fucking terrified of like immigrant rape that's occurring, okay, does not change the reality that it is good politics because you're not calculating all the people that you're missing. You're not calculating all the people that you're pushing away, especially in key states. That's number one. The other part of the problem is that it's also bad policy. It's just bad policy. That's it. It's not like, I don't hate the Republican Party for pushing those bills because it's the Republican Party pushing those bills. I hate the Republican Party because they fucking want to push these bills. Do you understand? A lot of Americans don't recognize this. They think it's team sports. When the Democrats do it, it's good. When the Republicans do it, it's bad. Or vice versa. If they're a Republican, it's like, no, dude. No, I care about the policy. Question, what do you think Biden should have done instead? For the past 4 years, Biden should have actually tried to fucking tackle this in the positive direction. Offer federal funds to Texas. Showcase that Governor Greg Abbott refuses to take federal funds that will help beef up the processing aspect of immigrants instead of and then prosecute Greg Abbott for when he fucking literally kidnapped and trafficked thousands, almost 100,000 migrants at the border and shipped them off to New York and Chicago. That's what I would do. I would literally throw Greg Abbott and Ron DeSantis in fucking jail. Okay? That's what I would do. I would prosecute them. I would destroy them. I would tie them up in fucking federal court permanently for doing openly illegal shit. Are you kidding me? Are you joking? Anyone that played a role in this fucking scheme that was specifically designed to disrupt the normal processes for migrant process or the normal legal system that currently exists for these asylum seekers, which is valid and legal, which 99% attend their fucking court dates, by the way. Anyone that tries to disrupt that is disrupting America's duty, America's moral duty, America's duty as a fucking nation state that abides by international humanitarian law. You're fucking ridiculous. On top of that, you're literally shipping migrants as a political ploy. You're misguiding them. So yeah, I would 100% prosecute you, throw your fucking bitch ass in jail, okay? That's what I would do. And then after that, I go, hey, listen, we need a new governor that is going to cooperate with the rule of the fucking law. What do you do in that situation? You then say, look, we're going to give you guys extra federal funds to make sure that in this time of need, when there's more migrants that coming in than ever before, we will swiftly fucking put them through the legal system and allow them to go and work with as documented laborers in the labor force. What is this? My mom keeps saying Biden's choices are reasonable because can we actually handle that number of people? Can you tell me what argument against this? Yes. Yes. There is no number of like migrants that America can't fucking handle. Okay? That's insane. We are the wealthiest nation on the fucking planet. We are the wealthiest nation in history. We are so large. Ask your mom to just look at a Google map of Wyoming, okay? Just literally look at America. The entire planet, if it had the same density as New York City, could fit into the state of Texas, okay? The fuck are we talking about? Obviously, we're not going to do that, but like, think about that. The other thing that people don't understand, the other thing that people don't fucking understand, which is really, really frustrating, is that we need these people. We need them. And I'm not even saying that in like a annoying, out of touch lib ass way where it's like, oh, who's going to do the fucking shitty jobs for no pay? We need these people because otherwise America would also be just as fucking old and running into the same goddamn issues as like a country like Japan is, for example. Okay? Every country that suspiciously has incredibly reactionary attitudes towards migrants coming in suspiciously have an incredibly aging population. How does that happen? Without younger people coming in and having children, this country would not have the next fucking labor force. Not that we need it anyway. We're just constantly fucking utilizing third world labor at this point. But still, Yeah, the United States is about the same size as China, but 1/5 of the population. We could settle 1 billion people here, in my opinion, and be fine. We wouldn't be fine. The reason why we wouldn't be fucking fine is because we don't have the same long-term interest in like solving problems. That's the issue. But I advocate that we do.
Are we not? Do you really want borders?
You tell me.
I mean, once upon a time, there were no passports. The world was a much better place. When Lord Byron went to Greece, where he died, or Lord Elgin for that matter, he didn't need a passport. What was wrong with that? I think borders are a sign of failure of the human species.
It's very relevant right now because the UK is currently having a lot of debate about immigration.
You shouldn't be having this debate. It is a misanthropic, stupid debate, and you have a
How do you best tackle gang violence? Sweden has just implemented visitation zones and already Muslims have gotten beaten by the police. Bro, oh my God. Any kind of violent crime is born out of fucking socioeconomic conditions. The real issue with countries like Sweden and Germany and many other places that they fucking develop enclaves and they ghettoize the population that they are trying to keep subservient and poor instead of integrating them into society. So then it's much easier to hit the fucking reactionary talking points. It's much easier to just say, you know why everything sucks? It's not capitalism. It's not because of austerity. Oh, don't say that. It's not neoliberalization of our entire economy, even though we were supposed to be this beacon of social democracy in Sweden. We were the regime. We defended it. We defended the democratic socialist principles here. And now that's all gone. Now that's going away. Neoliberalism is thriving in this country. And that's precisely the reason why you're feeling the hurt. But actually, that's not the reason why you're feeling the hurt. You know why you're feeling the hurt? Muslims. That's right. They're doing rapes. They're doing rape gangs. And they're doing kebab on a pizza. What the fuck is that about? Think about that, Swedish people. It must be them. It is a super easy way to craft narratives. Immigrants and other forms of marginalized populations can always be presented as the villains of society when they are some of the weakest. And because they're some of the weakest collectively, all of a sudden they have no mechanism for defense. Okay? They have no defense. They have no response. You never hear from them, so you can just fucking lie about them all day, every day. You can point to singular acts of violence and say, this entire group of people is responsible. They all like this shit. They all love this shit. They didn't want to come to Sweden because they wanted a better life for themselves. They wanted to come to Sweden because they wanted to rape. They wanted to do Swedish rape. That's why they're here. Well, that's bad examples. It's pretty much everybody loves kebab pizza. I know. What? You are way too good at replicating child talking points, brother? What does that mean? Like talking points that children can understand? Is that what you're saying? Because that's my job. So thank you, if that's what you're saying. Here it is. Democrats talk about migrants under Trump. Democrats talk about migrants under Biden. You are way too good at replicating chud talking points. Why do black people commit more crimes than white people? Is it due to their surroundings? Black people commit more crimes than white people. The fuck? What are we doing? Are we doing 1350 in the chat right now? Crime across the board is born out of people's material conditions. Okay? That's it. It has been that way since ancient Greece, okay? It's something that people have recognized for quite a long time. It has nothing to do with the skin color of a person. It has nothing to do with like how undeveloped or uncivilized they might be. There are a multitude of different reasons as to why the 1350 statistic is bullshit. One, 1350 actually simply is talking about arrest records. It's not actually talking about criminal convictions. The white supremacist criminal justice system obviously treats black people relatively unfairly. For example, things such as marijuana possession, like things that you would take for granted. Black people, although they consume drugs at the same rate as white people, if not at a lesser rate than white people, get far longer sentences for the same exact crimes. Okay, we have the crack versus cocaine distinction, for example. Crack versus cocaine sentencing disparity is one of the glaringly obvious ways in which we try to punish black people more than we try to punish white people. Okay, so that's one. Number two, it is not a cultural issue at all. Rap music or other forms of black culture are some of the most commodified aspects of American culture. American whites don't often create culture, if we're being fucking real, okay? There are more white people that are listening to rap music than there are black people. There are more white people than there are black people in general. This doesn't mean that like they're not being impacted by rap music and rap culture in the same way that black people are. So what are you trying to say? Are you trying to say that black people have like some different brain, for example, that like causes them to listen to rap music and then be more violent? No, it's fucking bullshit. It's because black people have been systematically undermined in this goddamn country. Okay? They are over prosecuted, over criminalized, constantly fucking constantly being victimized by the criminal justice system. And of course, at the end of that, their communities are being underserved, and there is a major disparity because we never actually recognize the wrongs that we committed towards black people in this goddamn nation. Many people don't even understand it. Many people don't even want to recognize it. They don't even want to talk about systemic racism. They think it's fucking bullshit. Anyway, the real problems are that black people are consistently and historically and in contemporary society still underserved and undermined by the white supremacist criminal justice system. This is systemic racism. And people oftentimes will turn around and talk about 1350, which is an incredibly racist fucking attitude that they have that they think is a good gotcha, when in fact it's just a revelation that they personally don't really understand it and are fearful, and they're just going to be, very racist. People don't get how much of a wasteland the country is between Mississippi and the Rockies. Literally towns that once had thousands of people living there now have less than 100. Yeah. Like Knowing Better said, the standard American history myth does not explain the state of black poverty in America, so people create conclusions. What is the 1350 talking point? A while ago, the FBI released their race profile for their arrest numbers, okay, across the board. It showed that 13% of the population, which is the black population, was responsible for 50% of the crimes, is what 4chan went along with. Except the problem is, it wasn't actually 50% of the crimes that they were committing. It was simply arrest numbers, okay? Of course, black people are arrested on a fucking higher frequency. We know that already. Black people are over-criminalized. Black people are prosecuted at a higher rate for the same level of fucking despite the fact that they are doing the same exact quote unquote crimes that white people are doing. Anyway, what is the evidence for what you are saying? The evidence for what am I saying? That black people are over policed, black communities are underserved financially and over policed, and also arrested at a higher rate for the same level of criminal actions that white people engage with on a regular basis? Is that what you're asking? No, don't say look at reality. Just Google it. I will give you a couple keywords to type in to Google. Okay? Are you ready? Black, white, sentencing disparity. Yeah. People never read the end of the 1350 study, which literally concluded there was systemic racism. The same study showed black Americans are 20% more likely to face charges than a white person for the same crimes. It also showed disproportionate sentencing, up to 60% harsher for POC. This data is from the same FBI study that racists love to spout. How do you counter debate someone who brings up, though, right-wing points that you're talking about? What do you mean? I'm currently doing that right now. Look, I try to simplify this to the best of my ability. Okay? I try to simplify this to the best of my ability. There's only two ways out of this conversation. Either you believe that systemic racism exists and black people are systematically undermined, and that is the reason for why there's so much wealth disparity, or you believe that black people are either culturally, which is usually a dog whistle and a substitute for what I'm about to say, racially inferior. And that is the reason why they are, not as rich as white people. Okay? It's one or the other. Either systemic racism exists or there's some intrinsic factors that are responsible for the lack of development in the black community in comparison to the white community. I am a firm believer in understanding history and recognizing that it is definitely external factors. There is no secret third thing, by the way. That's it. It's either one or the other. If you believe that there is some kind of inferiority, then you're a racist. It's that simple. You literally, personally, falsely believe that black people are inferior to white people. That's it. You can try to masquerade it under the auspices of culture. You could be like, oh, it's just the culture. But that is pretty easy to just undermine when you ask someone, what do you mean culture? What do you mean culture? Everybody consumes black culture. Do you think white guys in the Appalachian Mountains that listen to fucking only rock and roll music aren't just as just as addicted to drugs as the black people that you're talking about? Maybe it has something to do with the material conditions. Are white people not fucking listening to rap music? Are black people only there? Is it like a different frequency? There has to be some kind of genetic inferiority in that situation, unless you think like it doesn't make any sense. If you don't believe that there is like a way that I guess like a frequency that black people are tuning into when they listen to rap music that makes them more violent, I guess, than white people, even though more white people listen to rap music than black people do. So what is it? Do you agree that other POCs like Latinos, AAPI also face systemic racism similar to the black community? Different forms of it, not the same. There are two groups of people in this country that have been systematically undermined in a way unlike any other. Indigenous populations for genocide and the black population for chattel slavery. There is just no comparison to it. Slavery in and of itself is unique when it comes to chattel slavery. Historians literally fucking signified it as a specific thing because all matter of slavery, whether it be the Ottomans that we were talking about before a while ago when people were getting mad at me and they're like, oh, white people slavery, all matter of slavery, whether it be Irish indentured servants or Chinese slavery, any matter of slavery across the board historically was very different than chattel slavery. Chattel slavery was conducted on the virtue of the color of your skin, conducted on the fact that you were considered chattel. You were not a human being. You were dehumanized. And therefore, you could do anything and everything you wanted to this person that was not a person at all. All matter of other forms of slavery historically gave you an out. Basically, it was not intergenerational in many instances. You could fucking buy your way out of it. This didn't make it just, by the way. This didn't make it good. Okay? But there is a reason for why chattel slavery was seen as something unimaginable. The cruelty of it all, the historic significance of it. Okay, it is a uniquely evil type of slavery in comparison to other forms of slavery. Can you imagine that? Huh. And it's really interesting when you think about it because initially, it wasn't even a thing. Like people weren't even thinking about it as like a race thing, okay? It was done on the virtue of Christianity. It was done on the virtue of religion, you know what I mean? They were like, oh, these are not Christians. The church wasn't in favor of like, enslaving other Christians. And as long as these people did not fucking convert to Christianity, they could be slaves. So they had to find something different. Eventually, they had to find a different reason as to why you could enslave people. You always had to sell it. And basically, once we arrived at Reformation and America was already like relatively, America was Calvinist. And then beyond that, we had our own, we had the Industrial Revolution. But beyond that, we had our own unique form of scientific reasoning for racism. We arrived at phrenology. We tried to find not a Christian reason to maintain racism and maintain slavery, chattel slavery specifically. We looked for scientific reasons that we currently fucking understand were completely faulty, which is made up. Okay, black people have a different skull, and that's why they're more servile. They want to be servile. It's bullshit. We still have these outdated, antiquated, completely false mechanisms of justifying white supremacy that exists in society to this day. It's called the bell curve, IQ. We just move on to the next thing over and over again, except for skull phrenology, which is real. It's the most real skull science. It's the only real skull science.
Minister who should have been expelled from this country.
Now we're attacking the bell curve. Do you know what I'm talking about when I say the bell curve? I'm talking about the book, dog. Okay. I think you meant cop phrenology, my man. Wait, what did I say? Yeah, cop phrenology. Nah, we all know you hate math and the normal distribution. Yes, that's what I was tackling math. Anyway, I didn't say cop phrenology. Sorry, you're right. The only phrenology that is real is cop skull. That's it. All right. Anyway, I can't believe I moved on to this level of like, we were talking about all this like, white supremacy, all these different things, when in fact I should be, keeping my eye on the ball here. We're going to be talking about immigration. Let's get back to it. Here's Giannis talking about the UK and his attitudes on immigration.
Because the UK is currently having a lot of debate about immigration.
You shouldn't be having this debate. It is a misanthropic, stupid debate. And you have a minister who should have been expelled from this country for having these ideas. She even challenged the United Nations Charter on Refugees. I mean, this is.
She suggested it might have been
an
outdated legal mechanism to resolve that problem.
She's a dangerous, poor excuse of human nature.
But
That's
the people who are
anxious, very
anxious,
ashamed of her.
He's like, wow, Giannis, typical, wants an Indian woman to be deported. Wow, wants an Indian woman to be deported, folks. You see that? You see that? Classic, okay? Classic. She's Sri Lanka? My bad.
But the people who are anxious about this issue
Should have
are
said
the
brown
people
woman.
you are
So much for the tolerant left.
trying to look after.
Sure.
They are people who
My job is not to
but-
pander to anxieties that are absolutely false consciousness examples. Look, Freddie, we Europeans exported hordes of people. We emigrated to the four corners of the universe, of the planet. We populated the earth from Latin America to North America to Asia to Africa, millions, usually armed as well, right? As imperialists. We had no qualms about that for 1,000 years. All that has happened is that we're getting old. Demographically, we are aging. So, migratory flows have reversed. We need migrants. The more the merrier. Why do people worry about the Romanians living next door to them? It's because the flats have been privatized. They used to be council houses, and now they are being privatized, and austerity, together with largesse for the finances through quantitative easing, has destroyed the foundation of the society, even if you didn't have a single foreigner. All this angst and rage is being diverted, as in the mid-war period, against the Jew, the Muslim, the Romanian, the Brit, the German, the foreigner. We must not tolerate that, and we must never pander to that and say, the solution.
If you had all of your needs met, if you had all of your fucking needs met, if you had a house, if you had shelter, if you had all of these different things, if you had a prospect for a better future, a capacity to dream, okay, and a committed government, you would never fucking worry yourself with this shit. You'd just be like, great, I'm happy. Okay, I'm happy. I don't give a fuck. Yeah, they can have it too. That's it. And the irony is, this is all we talk about in movies and in cinema and in books. We literally will point to those people who are good people, kind people, honest people. Okay? But in the real world, for some weird reason, these fucking villainous attitudes and these villainous, the villainous mindset of just like, no, fuck those other people. Oh, we should do everything we can to just kill them. Fuck those people. It's just that has so much more staying power. Then why are the most aggro people on immigration business owners? First of all, they are not the most aggro people on. There are plenty of fucking aggro people across the board, but it's not like business owners themselves. I'm not saying you cannot have racist ass attitudes across the board. I'm not saying that rich people are not racist. You can still have racism. We're talking about trying to undermine trend lines here. Okay, we're trying to reverse the trend of having normal people fucking experience racist thoughts. Why do they get it? They get it because there's a lot of volatility. They get it because there's a lot of instability. There's a lot of anger. Okay, and there is a Republican Party that straight up channels all of that frustration and channels all that anger and directs it to marginalized communities. Now, having said that, though, when we're talking about business owners, plenty of business owners fucking hate migrants. But what do they love? What do they love? Well, the interests of their class position and their advocacy on that regard. They love undocumented labor. They love cheap labor. Okay? They love labor exploitation. Maybe some of them are personally completely oblivious to the reality that like their advocacy about criminalizing migration is, offering them a lot more cheap labor. Maybe they just got duped because they were angry about some other shit. They were angry about the uncertainty. Yeah, there would always still be racist people. I'm not saying that you would combat racism and you would eradicate it in its entirety. I never said that. It would just make it harder for people to become racist because in the instability, the economic instability that people face creates a perfect ground for a fascist takeover. angry people are easy to move in a certain direction. It's also about locals not seeing foreigners as the same as them, so they don't want to overtake them in the capital's rat race. It's just under communism. It wouldn't matter. They can be as racist as they want as long as I get what I need. Fuck them. That was my realization when I wasn't so focused on my individual bills I had to pay because I got into a better financial situation due to luck. I started paying more attention to society around me and asked, why are those other people suffering so much when I have my needs met? Do they now have their material needs like rent and food met? Yeah. Will this affect how you vote in November? Bitch, I don't care about fucking voting in November at all. You are so far removed from the conversation if that's what you're talking about right now. If that's the only thing you care about, you should be smiling and dialing, baby. You shouldn't be in here at all. Calling up people individually and apologizing to them for Brandon's fucking idiotic actions.
Is less likely to pay a criminal smuggler thousands
Graham
of
Waters,
dollars
thank you
to
for the
take them on a
521 gift
dangerous
subs.
journey, knowing that if in fact they move in the wrong direction, they returned around quickly. And 2 weeks ago, the Department of Justice started a new docket in the immigration courts to address cases where people who've recently crossed the border and make a decision within 6 months rather than 6 years, because that's what happens now. Additionally, the Department of Homeland Security has proposed new rules to...
Hey, liberal, my vote matters so much more than yours because I'm in Pennsylvania, bitch. Okay. Are you talking to me or the other guy? It doesn't matter where you are in the country, okay?
Allow federal law enforcement to more quickly remove asylum seekers that have criminal convictions and remove them from the United States. My administration has also recently launched new efforts to go after criminal networks that profit from smuggling migrants to our border and incentivize people.
From the 2023 USSC demographic report, for sentences longer than 60 months, black males receive lengths of incarceration approximately 1% shorter than white males. Doesn't this say the opposite of your argument? For short sentences, the difference is around 8% towards blacks. Women get 30% shorter sentences than men, but no one complains about that. I love that, like, one book, I think, is all you need to read on this matter to recognize how fucking stupid you are, okay? I can't believe I'm about to say this, but, like, this is literally reverse Angela Davis arguments happening in here. Like, the sentencing disparity between black people and white people is not so that we literally fucking sentence white people more, dumbass. It's to show the disparity. Just like the sentencing disparity between women and men doesn't mean we should punish women more. Please tell me you are trying to debate me at the top of the hour with a 3-minute ad break. Please. Okay? But the fact that you're saying blacks implies that perhaps, you know, maybe you're not doing that, especially because you fucking cherry-picked data. You cherry-picked data. No, they're a serious 2-hour follower. Yeah, exactly. To desperately fucking undermine, to desperately undermine that the idea of systemic racism and sentencing disparity does not exist, actually. Okay? Yeah. Thank you. You're right. White people are actually getting longer sentences than black people in this country. It's just weird that, like, when you look at the numbers within the black community, 1 out of every black child has at least one incarcerated parent. And when you look at the white community in this country, that number goes up to, like, more than, I think, for the Latino demographics. Okay, for the Latino demographics, that goes up to like 20, 1 out of 20, and for white, I think it's like 1 out of 40. I'm fucking up the. I'm most likely fucking up the actual percentages here. 2023 demographic differences in federal sentencing. The commission has studied the issue of demographic differences in sentencing throughout its history. In 4 prior reports studying various time periods, the commission has examined, based on the continued interest in this issue, key findings. Specifically, black males receive sentences 13.4% longer, and Hispanic males receive sentences 11.2% longer than white males. The sentencing differences in the data commission examined largely. How did you arrive at this fact? I want to know. No, I want to know where this guy got. I want to know who told him to, like, come in here and cherry pick one aspect of the data, just one aspect of the fucking data. Like, how do you do that? Also, you should be spending your time wisely, working. Now that there's a Twitchflation at the top of the hour and there's a 3-minute ad break, you need $6, not $5, to avoid seeing those ads at the top of the fucking hour. It also doesn't even say blacks. It says black males, but regardless. Baby Matcha Latte, Thank you for the 10 community gift subs, allowing 10 people to no longer see the ads at the top of the hour. Black males were 23.4% less likely, and Hispanic males were 26.6% less likely to receive a probationary sentence compared to white males. Similar trends were observed among females. Black and Hispanic females were less likely to receive probation sentences than white females, 11% less likely and 29% less likely, respectively. The sentencing differences were less pronounced when the analysis focused solely in cases in which the sentence of imprisonment was imposed, which comprised 94% of all cases during the 5-year study period. Focusing solely on these cases, black males received lengths of incarceration 4.7% longer, and Hispanic males received incarceration 1.9% longer than white males. There was little difference among females receiving a sentence of imprisonment. Differences in the length of imprisonment across demographic groups were concentrated among individuals who received relatively short sentences. So you saw the key findings of this report, and you went into the full report so you could find one aspect of this fucking full report, okay? One aspect of this full report, I suspect, and cherry pick this data that goes against the broader findings of the report in general, while simultaneously making it seem like women should get worse sentences in general. When I talk about the sentencing disparity between black and white people, I'm not making an argument to fucking jail white people longer, dumbass. Ay, ay, ay. Try not to be a disingenuous racist gray name. Scroll down. No, I got it. I know we're gonna find your one talking point, but I don't understand what you have to say for the key findings of the same report that you suggested. What do you have to say to all of the key findings? The 60-month stat he mentioned was at the bottom of the key findings page. Oh. When examining all sentences imposed, females received sentences 29.2% shorter than males. Females of all races were 39.6% more likely to receive a probation sentence. When examining only sentences of incarceration, females received lengths of incarceration 11.3% shorter than males. Oh, here. Among differences in length of imprisonment across demographic groups were concentrated among individuals who received relatively short sentences. Among individuals sentenced to 18 months or less incarceration, black males received lengths of incarceration 6.8% longer than white males. The difference narrowed down to 1.3% for individuals who received sentences of greater than 18 months to 60 months. But for sentences longer than 60 months, black males received lengths of incarceration approximately 1% shorter than white males. Few differences were statistically significant when comparing sentences to females. I like that your ultra cherry picking still shows that the sentencing disparity literally is like inconsequential when it, in your mind, favors black people. And also, at no point does it say blacks in this fucking government report. So I don't even know. It's a double standard. Oh my God. Brother, white men and black men should be held to the same standard. I agree. Brother, I don't think you are convincing a single person that you are not the dumbest white supremacist we've ever encountered on this broadcast in quite a long time. Okay? Like, you got caught. We looked at the data that you presented. The data overwhelmingly goes against the argument that you're trying to fucking present. Now that you got caught in this circumstance, saying something that's like laughable, you are now turning around and going, oh, I just care about the hypocrisy, actually. I just care about the hypocrisy of it all. No, you don't, dumb fuck. If you did, you wouldn't be trying to undermine the point that I was making that also is represented in the key findings of this fucking report, broadly, across the board. Instead, you looked at the key findings and tried to find a singular aspect of it that you could fucking cherry pick and chirp about it. The goal should be for more lenient sentencing and a focus on rehabilitation rather than incarceration, jackass. Not the other way around. You're talking about women getting fucking lower sentences in general because you're an incel freak on top of being a fucking white supremacist. Suck my dick. Fuck you, Hassan. Okay, fuck me, dude. That's awesome. There is so much data readily available, so much empirical evidence to suggest that the American criminal justice system is unimaginably cruel for everyone, but especially so for black people and brown people. And this motherfucker was like, oh, I got him. I got him. I don't know what this guy's gripe is. The lack of intelligence in their response to you is so wild. It's just, it's very, very, very fucking sick. It's back. We're 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 back. Oh, how does this happen every single time I have a dumbass chatter that I'm fucking yelling at? I don't even understand it. Also, the study defining a standard incarceration period of 18 to 60 months, then saying within that specific time frame there's only a 1%, less than 1% difference, is a wild thing to hyper focus on. Yeah, I know. It is a wild thing to hyper focus on, unless you're just a fucking super racist person, and in which case you're like desperately looking for any kind of sentencing disparity that favors your opinion that like white people are actually being undermined. Don't look at the overwhelming amount of evidence, even from the key findings of the study that I'm presenting to you, that shows that the sentencing disparity conversation actually favors what you're saying, that there is a white supremacy problem in the criminal justice system. Just focus on this one instance. And it's such an easy classic, quick way to try and fail to undermine the art. Such an easy classic, quick way to try and fail to undermine the argument. Anyway, let's continue with this shit.
Give tips to law enforcement, provide information that brings smugglers to justice. We're also sending additional federal prosecutors to hotspots along the border and prosecute individuals who break our immigration laws. One other critical step that we will be taking, and that is made a huge difference. We continue to work closely with our Mexican neighbors instead of attacking Mexico. And it's worked. We built a strong partnership of trust between the Mexican President Lopez Obrador, and I'm going to do the same with the Mexican-elect president who I spoke with yesterday. We've chosen to work together with Mexico as an equal partner, and the facts are clear. Due to the arrangements that I've reached with President Obrador, the number of migrants coming and to our shared border unlawfully in recent months has dropped dramatically. But while these steps are important, they're not enough. To truly secure the border, we have to change our laws, and Congress needs to provide the necessary funding to hire 1,500 more border security agents, 100 more immigration judges to help tackle the backlog of cases, more than 2 million of them, 4,300 more asylum officers to make decisions in less than 6 months instead of 6 years, which is what it takes now, and around 100 more high-tech detection machines to significantly increase the ability to screen and stop fentanyl being smuggled into the United States. These investments were one of the primary reasons that the Border Patrol Union endorsed the bipartisan deal in the first place. And these investments are essential, remain essential. As far as I'm concerned, if you're not willing to spend the money to hire more Border Patrol agents, more asylum officers, more judges, more high-tech machinery, you're just not serious about protecting our border. It's as simple as that. I believe that immigration has always been the lifeblood of America. We're constantly renewed by an infusion of people and new talent. The Statue of Liberty is not some relic of American history. It stands for who we are as the United States. So I will never demonize immigrants. I'll never refer to immigrants as poisoning the blood of a country. And further, I'll never separate children from their families at the border. I will not ban people from this country because of their religious beliefs. I will not use the U.S. military to go into neighborhoods all across the country to pull millions of people out of their homes and away from their families, to put detention camps while awaiting deportation, as my predecessor says he will do if he occupies his office again.
This is also such a funny way to be like, listen, I'm doing literally everything that he said he wanted to do, that I ran against, but also simultaneously, I'm doing it in a woke way. It's like, who believes this? Like, who are you tailoring this message for? It's so good. It's great.
On my very first day as president, I introduced a comprehensive immigration reform plan to fix our broken system, secure our border, provide a pathway for citizenship for dreamers, and a lot more. And I'm still fighting to get that done. But we must face the simple truth. To protect America as a land that
wants to stop this zombie fuck from lying and doing all this shit since he's already a proven liar. Wait, what do you mean? Democrats never lie when it comes to reactionary policy. They are with it. Okay, they're on board. They only lie when they're talking about, like, helping you. They only lie when they're talking about, like, protecting civil liberties, or pushing legislation that will protect civil liberties, or restoring some kind of parity in voting in black communities, things that would help them in the long run win elections. Even then, they're like, not going to do that, actually.
Comes immigrants. We must first secure the border and secure it now. The simple truth is there is a worldwide migrant crisis. And if the United States doesn't secure our border, there's no limit to the number of people may try to come here because there's no...
Why is that a problem? What are you talking about? Why? You're a Democrat. You're supposed to say we're a nation of immigrants and these Republicans are racist as fuck. And that the real problem is actually not legalizing and creating processes so that people can safely come here. Okay? That's it. What happened? Why are you not saying those words? It's additionally ridiculous to say this as the Democratic president at a time when, like, there's so much anti-immigrant sentiment. But of course, here, yeah, this is the fucking dumbasses. Biden's wins. Posting this as like a fucking major W. 2 sentences before he said immigration is the blood of the nation. Yeah, except it goes against that, doesn't it? His executive order kind of undermines that.
No better place on the planet than the United States of America. For those who say the steps I've taken are too strict, I say to you that be patient. And goodwill of American people are wearing thin right now. Doing nothing is not an option. We have to act. We must act consistent with both our law and our values as Americans. I'll take these steps today, not to walk away from who we are as Americans, but to make sure we preserve who we are for future generations to come. Today, I've spoken about what we need to do to secure the border.
President Biden just slammed Republicans for failing to take action on the border. President Biden enacts Trump policy he ran against only 4 years ago. White nativists. It's hilarious. He thinks this one action will change the narrative, even if it's exactly what the right wing wants. It won't be enough since it's from the Democrats. Yes, all you do in this situation is not win over fucking voters to your party to show them that, like, you do actually legitimately care about this issue or whatever. All you do. I'm confused. The chat wants to let in illegal immigrants overrun our country. Where's the logic? We can barely support Americans, lol. Oh, dude, it isn't anti-immigration to secure borders, you weirdo. Yeah, dude. Asylum seekers. Stopping asylum seekers from seeking asylum. Okay? Like, through executive or through an executive order, it is insane. The thing is, I don't know where you were 4, 5, 6 years ago, but I'm fairly certain that you were, if you are actually a Democrat, chirping at Donald Trump because he was doing it. That's the problem with pure team sports. You adopted it so quickly. In a way, you are no different than the Republicans who, like, hated Russia because of communism or whatever, because they're Soviet Russia their entire lives, because they were geared to hate Russia their entire lives, who now love Vladimir Putin because they're in a Telegram group that says Vladimir Putin wants to kill fucking trans people. Like, you changed your mind even faster than the motherfucking Republicans did. There is no shot. My family came here illegally, and now I'm getting 2 advanced degrees, and my brother's a lawyer. Americans just can't grind hard enough. Yeah. What the hell is going on, man? Wait, what? What happened to this user? Why can't I fucking see what this dude was saying? Oh, it's the wrong username. Following since March 15, 2023. Oh, a classic. Classic fucking bait account. Probably the original account got banned, set up a new account, and then immediately started following. Yeah. 2020, protect asylum. No kids in cages. 2024, protect asylum. No kids in cages. America would collapse if you kicked out all the asylum seeker immigrants that you have such a problem with. Yeah, I mean, it's just fucking ridiculous. Yeah. Shut down asylum and deport everyone. Shut down asylum and deport everyone, but gay. It's great, man. You are 100% right. I've already seen like 5 Congress people either saying it's too little, too late, or Biden's plan will still allow 1 million immigrants to enter the country. It will never be enough for them, and they'll always have an excuse. Biden will never get politicians or Republican voters on his side with this shit. Yeah, it's not about that. It's about showing the voters that, like, Republicans don't actually care about immigration, and they're not really interested about immigration. They just want to use it as a talking point. Now, the issue there, however, is that now you're caring about immigration from the Republican perspective. Like, the argument you're literally presenting here is, hey, guess what? Republicans actually don't want to fucking kill immigrants. We do. Wait a minute. What? You want to kill immigrants? What the fuck's going on? Since when do you want to kill immigrants? I thought you were the not killing immigrants party. What do you mean you want to kill? What the fuck? One thing Biden is doing that Trump did not do in his asylum ban. The administration is making it harder for asylum seekers from having a chance to enter the U.S. and get lesser forms of protection in court after being denied asylum. It means it will be easier for the government to deport migrants from custody than it is now. This new standard for the lesser protections is being termed reasonable probability. DHS says it is a new, substantially higher standard than the current standard, according to the Department of Homeland Security. America's a settler colonial project, not a country of immigrants. White Europeans will always be welcome. Yeah, that's ridiculous, dog. This ain't like 1864, okay? The fuck do you mean? The only reason why you think that still is because we've comfortably decided that people that we didn't consider to be white are now under the white umbrella, including Hispanics, for the record. So that's the only reason. That's literally it. America is a settler colonial project. You're right about that. And these are white nativist immigration policies. You're right about that front as well. But you're wrong on the front that this is not a nation of immigrants. It certainly is now. I don't think the chatter was endorsing the settler colonial. No, I'm just using what he said and addressing the correct things that he said. Hassan is a sad... What? Hassan probably likes to sniff farts. Hassan, a sad soy boy. Trump 2024. Bro, probably not 269, brother. What? I'm a sad soy boy? Bro, look at me. The fuck are you saying? Do you lift? Yes, brother, I do. I lift my dick into your mother and father's ass every night. What MM is your Hermes chain? What are you talking about? What Hermes chain? Barring asylum seekers from entering is not a solution. The last time U.S. stopped migrants was with Title 42, which was an utter failure and extremely harmful to migrants. Yes. Chill, I'm at work, bro. Sorry. On the day of this border announcement, also worth noting, the Biden admin also continues to fight families separated by Trump in court over restitution and has held exactly 0 people accountable for the policy Biden himself called criminal, by the way. Shouts out to Jacob Soboroff of NBC News. He does really good work on reporting specifically on the immigration stuff. From the earliest days of the Biden admin, we have seen signs policy was heading in the direction of today's announcement. March 2021, we watched as Haitian asylum seekers were turned away in Tijuana with the... Can you react to Mrs. Gaming Expo? No, dude. I'm a fucking political commentator. Take a goddamn week off. Are you guys fucking stupid? What is happening in this chat right now? We are literally falling apart as a goddamn community. What the fuck? Like, that's crazy. Much love to the OTK boys, but I'm gonna fucking cover the actual news, okay? Especially in this goddamn time slot. What are we talking about?
I heard a lot of different things about what's going on the Mexican side of the U.S. border, and it is definitely confusing. I'm with Gerline, and I'm with Lindsay, and we're gonna go see for ourselves.
Once we entered Tijuana from San Diego, attorney Lindsay Kozlowski and activist Gerline Joseph led us around the corner to a Mexican port of entry called El Chaparral.
This is pretty intense.
Yeah, people are in extremely desperate situations. They've come here hoping that, we'll be able to tell them how they can actually vindicate their right to asylum. In most cases, unfortunately, our answer is really that there are no options at the moment.
What you're looking at right there is a table, basically a kiosk set up by a consortium of immigration activists, people trying to get information about how, if at all, the policies under the Biden administration are different than under the Trump administration.
Refugees from all over the world have made their way to this square. Many of the Haitians are survivors of the 2010 earthquake that killed hundreds of thousands and don't have a legal pathway to asylum in the United States.
What's happening here?
What's happening here is that we have a lot of those migrants, Haitian and also from African countries. They simply come here to ask for guidance, to ask for information. They are all confused.
What's interesting to me is when you hear the Biden administration saying we're going to have a fair and a safe and a humane system, and it's going to be a departure from Trump, most of, if not all of these people have been and will be under the same system that they were under Trump, under Biden.
Under the same system.
At the other end of the information kiosk, attorney Erica Pinero was handing out information flyers to migrants from other countries.
I heard today at the White House the Homeland Security Secretary say, what we're doing, the way we're processing, this is a big departure from the Trump administration. Is it fair to say that it's a big departure yet?
Not much has changed since Trump. They've only processed a handful of people each day.
Beyond those already on the border, the World Food Program reports that drought and famine, compounded by economic collapse due to COVID, are worse than ever in Central America. And because of that, the NGO says nearly twice as many people they surveyed are planning to migrate compared to 2018.
And how about just recent arrivals? They keep saying, don't come to the border, stay home. Are there people that you've met who have just arrived here, having left Central America or wherever?
The vast majority of people have been in Tijuana for at least a year, sometimes 2. I've met, I would say, less than 10% of the people are recent arrivals.
How long have you been waiting to get into the United States?
She's been here for 2 years.
2 years. 1 year, 1 year.
A year. The majority of them have been anywhere between a year to 2.5 years.
And Jacob joins us now live. Jacob, good morning. It's great to see you. So the Biden administration would answer the questions posed there and say, look, we're 50 days in. We've been sifting through the wreckage of the Trump-era policies on immigration, the policies at the border, family separation, and all the things that you've been covering for several years. But is it beginning to change? Is there hope on the horizon for all those people in that extraordinary report who are standing waiting sometimes for 2 years to get into the country?
I think the reality is, Willie...
Am I wrong to see this as them shifting their position before the global migrant crisis spurred on by climate crisis hits in full swing? I don't even think it's like that calculated. I don't think Democrats nor the Republicans actually think in like long-term planning in the fascist direction. I mean, it is definitely heading the country in that direction overall, but I wouldn't say that they are just like long-term planning like that. I think they're just thinking about it in the short term. They see that like Republicans have been pumping anti-immigrant propaganda, which they always do. It is their job to do that, by the way. This is what they fucking do. Like they do it anytime they're like losing or anytime they feel threatened, they'll hit that fucking vein. Immigrants, right? And the thing is, that inevitably will generate a lot of reactionary sentiment on the ground. People get pulled on it. People say immigration is a massive problem. Okay. And then when people are like, well, immigration is a massive problem, the Democrats respond in the way that they always do, which is capitulate to right-wing framing.
Not yet, and that is not surprising, quite frankly. I think there's been a lot of focus, and rightly so, on the kids in these Border Patrol facilities where the conditions are horrendous, frankly, not meant for children, and they should be moved out of there as fast as possible. And that's what the Biden administration is focused on right now. But when they say, and Jen Psaki says from the podium, most of the migrants who are trying to get in right now...
This is early, by the way.
...are still being kept out. That is the truth, and that is what we saw down there on the border with Tijuana, particularly when it comes to black migrants. These Haitians here and migrants from other African countries, migrants from African countries who have been deported in large numbers. Haitians, according to BuzzFeed News, have been deported at a rate of about 1,000 in February alone. I asked Secretary Mayorkas about that when I interviewed him last week, and he said basically they are using the tools that were left by the Trump administration to deal with people that are crossing the border. And that's the reality right now. Activists, of course, are pushing back and saying,
how can anyone support restricting asylum without reducing sanctions? Is the argument just die? Is there even a talking point? Yeah, no, the argument is it's not our problem. Sucks to suck. That's what it is. That's literally what it is.
All of these folks down on the border should be dealt with. They should be dealt with humanely, and they should be dealt with as quickly as possible. And their asylum cases should be adjudicated.
So, Jacob, you know how these organizations work very well. What is reasonable for Americans to expect in terms of change, things that can be changed, and how fast they can be changed so we don't have scenes like the ones we saw in your report?
Yeah, I think it's a great question, Willie. We're dealing with decades of deterrence-based, punitive-based immigration policy that is not based in welcoming and humanitarianism and the international concept of letting people come to seek asylum. People who are coming to the southwest border has changed, particularly over the course of the last decade. And the Biden administration has pledged to update the immigration system, the enforcement system, to meet that reality. But it could take months, if not years, for them to do that in a way that deals with everybody arriving on the southern border. And this is not even accounting for, as I said in the report, the projection from World Food Program, from DHS itself, that there are going to be a record number of migrants coming because of instability in Central America, poverty, food insecurity, malnutrition, things that we've discussed over the years. It is a big, big task.
Jacob, Eddie Glaude's here with a question for you. Eddie?
Hi, Jacob. As always, just so wonderful for just to have your reporting on this issue. Let me ask just a direct question.
Thanks, Eddie.
Are you seeing the beginnings of a shift in the actual policy or the approach to immigration? Or is this just simply lipstick on a pig? Because I think we need to understand, do you see the beginnings of a shift? Or are they just putting lipstick on what we've seen over the last 8, 12 years?
Certainly with the separation task force, the intention and appointment of Michelle Brunet from the Women's Refugee Commission to track down and reunite all of those still separated children, absolutely. When it comes to, this overarching rhetoric of creating a fair, safe, equitable immigration system, those are the right signs, and we are hearing the right things coming out of the White House. But I would say that there is still only cautious optimism from advocates and activists, and that is because, I'll give you one example, things like family detention. I heard you guys talking to Julia Ainsley earlier this morning. Secretary Mayorkas told me a family detention center is no place for mothers, fathers, and their children. They don't want to be detaining families who come here. That's sort of the way that it's going to be, and I think that this is a systemic issue that is not something that is going to be solved with rhetoric. It's going to be solved with work, with action. In some areas of immigration policy, we're seeing it. In other areas, they're saying, give us some time. We're trying to deal with the children first, unravel the situation that Trump left.
Yeah, it's too difficult to deal with because Trump fucked it. So we are just going to fuck it more. Trump's bar on entry rule came out 11/9/2018. A district court in San Francisco blocked it 10 days later. Ninth Circuit upheld that ruling. SCOTUS declined to stay the ruling. In a separate case in D.C., another judge found the rule unlawful, re-upping this in anticipation of a 212 executive order this week. The U.S. law says that people who arrive between ports of entry can apply for asylum. The UNHCR's comment on the circumvention of lawful pathways rule is also super helpful. Even prior to this NPRM, the U.S. practice of discretionary denial of asylum was at variance with international law. Asylum is non-discretionary under international law, as in asylum seekers are protected under international law. And this goes against that principle. This violates it completely. Hundreds of doctors demand Biden end solitary confinement in immigration prisons. That's another aspect of this, obviously. We're creating this crisis so disgusting. It's going to be solved with amnesty. You're absolutely correct. You're absolutely correct. And the irony of it all, for the record, is that amnesty is a broadly popular concept. What's also broadly popular is obviously fucking, anti-immigrant sentiment, for sure. But so is amnesty. Because Americans are fucking stupid, bro. That's it. The median voter is a sea of contradictions, okay?
In the weeks ahead, and I mean the weeks ahead, I'll speak to how we can make our immigration system more fair and more just. Let's fix the problem and stop fighting about it. I'm doing my part. We're doing our part. Congressional Republicans should do their part. Thank you very much.
Taking this action on June the 4th, Mr. President. The election is on November the 5th. Why did you wait so long, Mr. President, to take this action? Why did you wait so long, Mr. President, to take this action that you're taking today?
Mr. Netanyahu playing politics with the war. I don't think so. He's trying to work out a serious problem he has. Thank you.
The president there flanked by all his advisors, supporters, even DHS Secretary Alejandro Mayorkas, as he's talking about securing the border there, announcing his set of major executive actions on immigration. Of course, a subject, an issue, a major problem looming large over the president's head on immigration. Of course, a subject, an issue, a major problem looming large over the president's head as he comes close to the November election here. We've got our whole panel. We've got Maria Villarreal. She's there at the southern border in El Paso, Texas. We also have Elizabeth Schulze for us at the White House. Our political director, Rick Klein, with us as well, and former Assistant Secretary for Public Affairs at DHS. She works side by side advising Secretary Mayorkas, Marcia Espinoza. Okay, let's start with you, Maria. You are there. Let's just get right to what happens come midnight tonight.
I think the details of this are going to start to trickle down to the agents in the field. Right before President Biden went on to discuss this executive action. We got a phone call from DHS basically saying, listen, we've had some very top-level conversations with some of the big people that need to have a say and need to have a seat at the table. Eventually, this information will get down and trickle down to the agents that are out in the field. So I think that's what we're waiting for right now, to see exactly what the details will be and how it can not only impact the agents in the field, but also the nonprofit organizations and the city leaders that deal with this on a day-to-day basis. I have to say, Kira, though, there were a couple of things that stuck out to me quite a bit. There was a reference to the fact that this will be for people that do not come through a legal port of entry or use the CBP One app. We have to clarify that both of those options for migrants trying to request asylum here in the U.S. don't always work the way the administration has intended them to. I mean, there is a minimal amount of appointments on that CBP One app. In the beginning, there were a lot.
I just heard you say streaming is soul sucking. You've obviously never worked at Amazon. You're such a clown. What the fuck? Bro works at Amazon, so he's fucking tuning in from a Motorola Razr phone, talking about drama from a clipped out of context clip from literally fucking 8 months ago at this point. That's awesome. Brother, I don't know if you work with Amazon, but maybe you do, maybe you don't. I don't actually know that, but one, I do technically work for Amazon, even though I'm an incredibly fucking well-paid contracted laborer for Amazon, technically. That is who is paying me at the end of the day. But I don't know if you know this or not, but I routinely work with unions of hired Amazon workers in unionization efforts, but also beyond that, like active Amazon labor unions that currently exist. So I feel like other employees of Amazon definitely appreciate the work that we put in here in this community. So weren't you like the top donor of the Amazon union? Not the top donor, but the top individual donor. Like I donated, with the help of this community, ultimately. I was the largest individual donor. But hey, if you are unfollowed, they won't chat again. Well, that's sad. Brother, these people don't work jobs. They come in here to say that to derail you again. It's okay. There might be people that don't know. You know what I mean?
A lot of glitches with that app, a lot of concerns that were flagged by nonprofit organizations, and also the ports of entry. They have a certain number of people that they allow to come through on a daily basis to request asylum. So the idea that you only have those two options is very daunting to this group of asylum seekers that will likely be coming through areas that are not ports of entry, that are not going to be through the CBP One app. One other thing that really stuck out to me in today's discussion, amongst many things, is also the intent for the president to specifically reference the relationship that we have really tried to harness with Mexico. Before we went on, over the last few hours, we've had conversations with nonprofit organizations all along the southwest border. They talk about how the apprehension numbers right now are at a very low amount. It's manageable for them right now, but they truly believe that that has happened over the last 2 or 3 months because of the efforts that we have seen from the Secretary Blinken, and as well as from DHS Secretary Mayorkas, them coming together, working closely with the immigration officials in Mexico as well to come.
Sometimes you're right, sometimes you're wrong, but when you write, you talk like a god. Haha, question mark. I don't know what you mean by that, but it is pretty funny. It is pretty funny to come in here and be like, I'm an Amazon worker and I fucking hate you, dog. You fucking piece of shit. It's like, it's definitely one company that I have worked actively with unionization efforts on. So it's like weird for someone to be like, I fucking hate you, bro. Guys that would fucking kill me on sight or hope that I remain destitute and poor told me that you're actually bad
President
for
Biden.
labor. It's like, it's fine, man. I'm on your side regardless of whatever you feel about the situation. All right. Hassan's Amazon driver. Unfortunately, that clip of you saying streaming is soul sucking was just awful optics for normies. I don't give a shit. I don't. Like, if normies see that clip and think, well, Google Hassan Amazon for more information, I guess, is what I would say to them. Google Hassan Amazon Labor Union for more information. Like normies are like, yeah, fuck this guy. What do normies, what are normies doing? Yeah, also, those aren't normies. Those are motherfuckers with like Twitter brain rot. So they can suck me. Most people don't know what the fuck that take is. Most people don't know who the fuck I am in general.
And set to issue an executive order on immigration that will give them the power to temporarily close the border and limit the number of people seeking asylum in the U.S. Rachel Scott is at the White House with the latest. Good morning, Rachel.
George, good morning to you. And it's been months since that bipartisan border deal collapsed on Capitol Hill. We know the president has been evaluating ways that he can move forward on his own, now preparing to announce his toughest action yet.
This morning, sources say President Biden is expected to unveil his most aggressive action on immigration yet, planning to sign an executive order that effectively shuts down the border for asylum seekers when migrant crossings surge.
We need to continue to get the federal government to help us out, because otherwise we wouldn't be able to do this.
Sources tell ABC News when daily encounters reach 2,500 between ports of entry, asylum seekers would be turned away, with some exceptions for children.
When I searched it, the top result was a r/d thread. Okay, bro. No, there's a million other fucking results in there. I looked at it. Here, I just clicked on it too. Yeah, the first result is this. But guess what, dude? Even the fucking Washington Free Beacon, which is a right-wing website, or a million different fucking links that you can click on here, where you can find, you know, the actual realities of the matter. Amazon labor union bleeds money as workers turn on founder who praised Hamas. Wait, what? This is a new article, I guess, that just came out. Yeah, the union received $857,000 in donations in 2022 with contributions from American Federation of Teachers through a GoFundMe fundraiser, progressive pundit Hassan Piker, and donations from other labor unions.
Children. The move could have an immediate impact. Migrant crossings have averaged 3,500 a day in recent weeks. Biden has faced repeated attacks from Donald Trump and Republican lawmakers over his handling of the border.
Border Patrol, I know them so well. They endorsed me. They always endorse me. They said when Trump comes back, it'll all be better.
But the Border Patrol Union endorsed a bipartisan border deal that Trump urged Republicans to reject. For months, President Biden weighing how he could act on his own.
There's no guarantee that I have that power all by myself without legislation. And some have suggested I should just go ahead and try it.
But now some Democrats calling that a mistake, accusing the president of caving to Republican pressure in an election year.
What is concerning is the precedent that it potentially sets.
We're basically giving the right wing some of the things that they want without delivering for our community.
4 years ago, Biden promised to undo the immigration policies of the Trump administration and create a safe haven for asylum seekers in the United States. Some of those progressive Democrats are demanding that the president hold firm on the type of immigration comprehensive reform that he campaigned on, but that would obviously take some bipartisan support, and Republicans just are not on board for that, George.
Rachel, this order will face a court challenge.
Yeah, administration officials are keenly aware that this will be challenged in court, but they also know that we are 5 months out from an election, and the president's approval ratings on this issue are extremely low. He's been under immense pressure to get something done on this issue, George.
Now on the border. Later today, President Biden is expected to...
Yeah, the real disgrace is not the fact that Biden is now doing a fucking migrant killing bill, even though he ran against it successfully and won an election, but instead the Republicans are not, engaging with the border, engaging with the migrant murder bill. Okay, it's really fucked up. That's a real disgrace, guys. I'm so mad that the Republican Party once again is cucking us. Pretty funny to think about when this identical situation happened under the Obama administration for cutting Social Security. Okay, here I will now tell you a story about the time Republicans, specifically the Tea Party, which is like identical to the current wave of the Republican MAGA supporters in the House that killed this border bill. Hold on. Here it is from Washington Post from February 21st, 2014. Liberals didn't kill Obama's Social Security cuts. Republicans did. Liberals are taking a big victory lap after the White House announced Thursday that it wouldn't propose trimming future Social Security benefits as a part of the 2015 budget. President Obama had repeatedly endorsed such a measure as a part of a grand bargain to tame the nation's growing debt. He incorporated it into last year's budget plan. Oh, fuck. How do I avoid this paywall, chat, and see the full article? I want to see let me see if I can just pause it. Oh, there it is. Okay, I did it. Hacker man. After word came out, the Progressive Change Campaign Committee blasted a release. This is a huge progressive victory and greatly increases Democratic chances of taking back the House and keeping the Senate. Neil Stroka, the communications director for Democracy for America, told Business Insider for an article titled "How Liberals Won on Social Security. We have changed the conversation in Washington." And economist Paul Krugman was up Friday morning calling the decision a big deal. Sorry, but liberals had nothing to do with the president's decision. It's the Republicans who killed the Social Security proposal. In 2011, in 2012, and in 2013, Obama was willing to adopt a chained consumer price index, which would, in result, lower payouts of Social Security benefits over time. Okay? Republicans had long demanded it, citing the sustainability of the nation's retirement entitlements. Obama was willing to do it as a part of a grand bargain. Remember that, the grand bargain. His condition was to scale back tax breaks that benefit the wealthy. He made the case to the House Speaker John Boehner, Republican from Ohio, in 2011, 2012, then over and over to the Senate Republicans in 2013. Democrats hated the idea. Liberals were furious, but the president kept it on the table. What many liberals didn't understand was that Obama kept it on the table not just as a token to Republicans. Many of his advisors believed that chained CPI with protections for poor seniors was a good policy that used a more accurate measure of inflation. Nonetheless, Republicans didn't bite. They decided that raising taxes on the wealthy by closing tax expenditures was too much of an ask. The GOP refusal to agree to a deal is the reason why Obama's Social Security proposal isn't law. In fact, though he's not including it in his budget, Obama says the offer is still on the table. Something to remember. This is not new. Just like Democrats trying to outflank the Republicans on issues that they are literally the top dog in, like racism, white nativist immigration policy, or patriotism, things like that, are abject failures on the policy front, abject failures on the politics front. Democrats have tried to do this with even cutting Social Security entitlements, Social Security benefits. And the people that stood against that were the Tea Party. Okay? The Tea Party caucus in the House were the ones that firmly stood up against it. Those brave, patriotic warriors are the reason why Obama was unable to cut Social Security. Okay? And right now, those brave white supremacist warriors in the Republican House are the very same people that stopped Joe Biden from advancing this bipartisan bill. And I say bipartisan in air quotes. It's only bipartisan because it's a Republican bill that the Democrats are pushing for. Okay? It will never change. Okay? History just repeats itself. And here's Chuck Schumer doing the same dumb shit again.
Issue an executive order addressing the problems happening at our southern border. As the president makes his announcement, let's be very clear about one thing. Legislation would have been the more effective way to go. President Biden has been clear from the beginning he prefers legislation, but given how obstinate Republicans have become, turning down any real opportunity for strong border legislation, the president is left with little choice but to act on his own. Republican intransigence has forced the president's hand. For years, Republicans insisted again and again and again that the border was in crisis. But when they had the opportunity to correct it, they killed the strongest bipartisan bill Congress has seen in decades. Why did they kill it? At the behest of Donald Trump, who said he wanted chaos at the border until after the election. Shame on our Republican friends. They say they want to protect the border. Donald Trump comes out with a very crass statement, let's keep in chaos so I might win the election. And they go along, they do a 180-degree turn. That's a disgrace. And it's forced President Biden to act the way he does, which is a lot better than doing nothing, but not as preferable as passing legislation, as the president admits. We had an opportunity to pass a strong bipartisan border bill back in February and just over a few weeks ago. Both times, Republicans put politics ahead of bipartisanship and blundered.
That's awesome. Bipartisanship purely for the sake of bipartisanship. Check. Bad Republican bill that you're trying to pass that is built on the faulty premise that immigrants are like scary rapist monsters. Also check. Failing to pass it anyway. Check. complaining that you are bad at legislating and showing how fucking weak you are, also check. It's the full Monty. They hit all the notes, all of them.
The best chance we have seen in decades to pass a border security bill America urgently needs. Americans will not easily forget it. I yield the floor, note the absence of a quorum.
Senator Kennedy. Okay, I want you to listen up. Here's the drill. President Biden is in trouble politically. He's polling right up there with fungal infections. Part of the reason for that is that he gave
He's on Ozempic, 100p. Kennedy's on Ozempic. I can see it.
in to the loon wing of his party, and he dissolved the southern border. Now, 5 months before an election, he has to appear to be willing to do something about it, hence this executive order. And he expects you to report this epiphany that he has had, take what the White House is telling you, balance it on your noses like trained seals, and report it uncritically. For 3 years, we have watched President Biden push on a door that has been clearly marked full. He's mismanaged Congress, COVID, the national debt, the economy, inflation, crime, Afghanistan, Iran, the war in Gaza, the war in Ukraine, and now, of course, the border. And every time, I think the president has hit rock bottom. He has managed to find a shovel and continue to dig. Hence,
I told you they were going to say this shit. I told you. He's going to be like, yeah, he opened the border. He opened the border. He let these criminals in, and now he's recognizing it too. That's why you need to vote for a Republican come election time.
this executive order. And I think that's what the American people.
Wait, what is it? If you think if Trump becomes president, they'll have the same smoke for him, or is it just a Biden thing? Wait, what?
See, the first question I would ask President Biden is this. It's a little late, isn't it, Mr. President?
Yeah.
It's a
too little, too late. Told you.
Little late. You can't make this cat walk backwards. The president's border policies have allowed 8 million people to come into our country illegally. If you try to come into our country today illegally, you are a sucker. You are a sucker. All you have to do is present yourself at the southern border. Now, for 3 years, President Biden told us all, there is no crisis at the southern border for reasons clearly stated on the teleprompter. And his plan to deal with the crisis at the border was to pretend that there wasn't a crisis at the border. Some of you reported that. Some of you didn't. Well, when the American people figured it out, because they may be poorer under President Biden, but they're not stupid, the Biden administration shifted its strategy. It then said, well, we know there's a crisis at the border, but we don't have any authority to fix it. That didn't work either, because the American people aren't cell deep stupid. So now he has decided to tell you that he has been born again.
Told you. It's a flex. It's literally a flex. Why wouldn't they flex? Let your nuts hang, King. Let your fucking nuts hang. The Democratic Party is straight up saying the Republicans are right. Okay? The Republicans are right on immigration. That's it. Why wouldn't they let their nuts hang? Where do you get this 8 million number? I think it's like 8 million, 8 million apprehensions or something across the board, which includes like everyone, including like repeat attempts and things of that nature. I'm not entirely certain on the 8 million number, and it's over multiple years, but it is pretty funny because It's 8 million encounters. Yeah. Because it's like, yeah, dude, if 8 million undocumented immigrants came into the United States and your life did not even remotely change then isn't that literally further evidence that it doesn't fucking matter? Like, your life did not dramatically change. We did not have like a dramatic increase in crime across the board. We actually had a decrease in crime. So it turns out it's not a bad thing at all. It's a good thing. The fuck? Brain dead take? Yeah, no, totally. You're right. Actually, 8 million immigrants came and they actually killed your daughter. They killed all the daughters.
He has had an epiphany. He is now a border hawk, and that's what he wants you to report. Look,
So you like illegals coming into the country, huh? Yes, dude. I do. Okay? I do. Why, you might ask? Why, Hassan, do you like it? Well, because that means more people will watch the 3-minute ad break at the top of the hour. Okay? And they better not illegally avoid seeing those ads. They better legally avoid seeing those ads by subscribing for $5 or for free with the Twitch Prime by connecting their Amazon Prime accounts to their Twitch accounts. Okay? But not $5. It will be $6 in the future. It's $5 for the time being, but it will be $6 in the future. Here is the 3-minute ad break. Now, oh shit, call me Lulster with a 50 gifted subs, allowing 50 people to no longer see the ads at the top of the hour legally.
You can cut the hypocrisy with a knife. You know, I have seen the good side of politics, but I've also seen the dark side. I spent 25 years in the major leagues of Louisiana politics before I was sent down to the
the major leagues of Louisiana politics. You don't know the wheeling and dealing that goes on down there. Okay, you don't understand it.
miners here in Washington. I have seen the good side, but I've seen the dark side. And this is one of the most cynical things that I have ever seen a politician attempt to do 5 months before an election. It is insulting. It is cheap. It is contemptuous. The American people see that, and I hope you do too.
They're saying Brandon is a fake racist, unlike them. I mean, it's true. He's like, you weren't with us shooting at the gym when we were advocating to shoot migrants. You weren't there. You were against that sort of thing. You're not a real one. Okay? Oh, shit. Breaking news. The House passed a proposal sanctioning top war crimes court after it sought Netanyahu arrest warrant. Hell yeah, baby. Hell yeah. This is what we're busy doing, dude. Hopefully this won't get passed in the Senate. There's no fucking, I really, really, really hope. Actually, why wouldn't it? I feel like the Democrats are going to pass this, surely. Are you kidding? Yeah, they'll dick ride this shit. Bernie will vote against it. It doesn't matter. Every Republican will vote for it. And all they need is a couple AIPAC-backed Democratic senators. There's plenty of them. There's enough of them in the fucking Senate that have chirped. Dianne Feinstein's course will come back and vote it through. Actually, you're wrong. Dianne Feinstein, alongside Bernie Sanders, was one of the few Democratic senators that back and voted through. Actually, you're wrong. Dianne Feinstein, alongside Bernie Sanders, was one of the few Democratic senators that were openly anti-BDS legislation. Dianne Feinstein, in a weird way, was actually kind of not the absolute worst. I mean, she was still a Zionist, of course, but she openly would talk about how BDS legislation was anti-First Amendment and how ridiculous it was. One of the very few Democrats, alongside Bernard Sanders, who actually talked about that shit. Biden would veto? Fuck no! Are you kidding me? Biden would never veto this. Biden literally pushed for it. She actually had to interact with Israelis for 50 years. She was probably sick of their nonsense. Yeah, maybe. Biden will literally die of a heart attack from the elation that he feels in that moment. Boycotting was the backbone of the civil rights movement in the U.S. in the 50s and 60s. So there is a Time interview that we will get to that Brandon did. But before, let's talk about the pressure on Israeli government to reach a ceasefire deal. Isn't there, in a way, a crisis at the border, not because of the volume of people coming over, but due to mismanagement and the gutting of legitimate routes of entry into the country? Yes and no. I mean, you are right. There is a crisis if you think that, like, you know, the incredibly punitive measures that we fucking a take against like asylum seekers and direct controversial that is directly against international humanitarian law that we pushed for originally. So yeah, that is definitely a crisis of humanity. So there was a new Biden interview. Has Israel committed war crimes? It is uncertain that it has been investigated by the Israelis themselves. The ICC is something we don't recognize. This is a freak-ass interview, bro. I am excited to cover this freak-ass interview by Brandon, in which he says just incredible things, okay? Like everything bad that you can think of, he will say in this interview. Hassan rarely leaves his house. Wait, what? That's so not true. Bro, I'm willing to bet I spend more time outside than most chatters. Every moment that I'm not fucking streaming, I'm literally spending outside, directly touching grass, taking advantage of our fucking wonderful parks and recreational activities at the public parks. I literally played basketball for fucking 2.5 hours this morning.
Growing pressure on Israel's government to make a deal to free the hostages held by Hamas in Gaza. Israel says it has now confirmed the deaths of 4 more hostages previously thought to be alive. So far, Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu has not agreed to the latest ceasefire proposal. MTS Taib has more from Tel Aviv.
Israeli protesters outside the U.S. Embassy in Tel Aviv demanding their government accept the deal outlined by President Biden.
Yeah, I wonder how they died. Those 4 hostages. Read the rest of it. Hey, someone was asking if you were going to D.C. You always pick my messages out of context. Read the rest of it. Oh, well, how about you fucking reply to that person directly instead of saying Hassan really leaves his house? As far as going to D.C., I'm most likely not going to go to D.C. because, good news, bad news. Good news, there is a Los Angeles protest happening as well. Additional good news, we are doing the 1,000 buckets challenge on Sunday. Yeah.
Which would see the release of the hostages in Gaza and bring an end to the war.
And now we are in a critical moment, and if we're not gonna negotiate and we'll make it.
The DC one is better? Yeah, except it's in fucking DC. I don't know if you know this, but like, in order for me to continue doing all the stuff that I want to do, including raise money for Palestinian charities, I can't just fucking fly to DC on a whim. Like,
A hostage deal. There's no hope for this country, to Israel.
The demonstrations followed an announcement by the Israeli military that an intelligence gathering operation in Gaza declared 4 more hostages dead and that their remains are still being held by Hamas in the ruins.
So fly there. You fly to Australia and Japan. This is more important. Who cares? Leave the house. Oh, a challenge. Okay, so fly there. Fly to Australia and Japan. This is more important than both the trips, in my opinion. Hey, dumb fuck. Julian Matthew. Dumbass. Do you not understand how fucking time works? Do you personally not understand how fucking time works? It's not about the flight to DC. It's about the proximity between California and DC. Okay? I don't know if you know this, but there isn't enough time in the fucking day for me to fly to DC, fly back, and do a fucking fundraiser. Do you need to be that rude? Yes, I do. I do need to be that rude because dumb fucks say dumb fuck fucking things. And it pisses me off. What do you mean? This motherfucker is rude. Like, what are we talking about? You think I'm being rude? Can you imagine being fucking micromanaged this way? In any other circumstance, you'd be like, what's it to you? Suck my dick. What are we talking about? This guy brought up fucking flying to Australia and Japan as a counter. It's insane. It's so cynical. What do you want me to do? Teleport, dude? What the fuck?
Ruins of the southern city of Khan Yunis. They are Nadav Popplewell, Haim Perry, Amiram Cooper, and Yoram Metzger. This Hamas propaganda video, released in December, showed 3 of them still alive. Around 80 hostages are still believed to be alive in Gaza, alongside the remains of 43 others, as Prime Minister Netanyahu continues to insist the war won't end until Hamas is eliminated, and that he isn't being pressured to dismiss the Israeli War Cabinet-approved ceasefire agreement by members of his own extreme right-wing coalition, after 2 ultra-nationalist leaders threatened to quit and topple his government over the plan, calling it a surrender deal. as the misery across Gaza only deepens. A CBS News team was at the Al-Aqsa hospital.
Should have told Chad you were going to DC before even finalizing it. Okay, take a week off, and I'm going to probably ban that other chatter as well. Because I didn't. I said I might go, knowing full well that there was other fucking entanglements, okay? What the fuck was that other chatter's name? The username. Does anyone else want the fucking smoke? Do you want more? It's insane, brother. What is happening? Like, the level of entitlement is completely fucking out of control. I do, you pussy. Pussy, you won't do shit? Okay, here you go. Was that chatter not joking? No, he wasn't. Chatters get real fucking weird. Chatters get real fucking weird, bro. They get real weird on shit like this. Like, they just have no way of, like, snapping out of it for a moment and be like, am I personally just, like, incredibly invested in the content that a streamer creates? Like, I have no social awareness in this regard. I just think that, like, I am so entitled to his, like, daily activities that I personally think the decision that he made not to fly out to DC on a fucking whim. You're getting true Scotsman by a bunch of wannabe diehard leftists that probably regularly cancel people for not posting enough on issues they find important. It's not even just that. It's just like, anytime I see someone acting up this way, it gives me the impression that they intended to be weird around Hassan if he went there now and they're mad he's not going. Yeah, 100%. Anyway.
In Deir al-Balah following an Israeli airstrike that killed several Palestinians, including small children and babies. They were all children, sleeping in the safety of their own home, he says. They did nothing wrong.
And this morning, the U.S. is calling on the United Nations Security Council to adopt a resolution backing the proposal outlined by President Biden to end the fighting in Gaza and see the hostages released, including calls for Hamas to accept the deal, and I'm quoting here, without delay and without condition. But the draft so far makes no mention of Israel accepting the deal.
The U.S. president has signed into law an executive order that will shut off asylum requests and deny entry to migrants on its southern border with Mexico. Once a daily threshold of 2,500 illegal crossings is met. And he spoke after signing the order just a few minutes ago.
My very first day as president, I introduced a comprehensive immigration reform plan to fix our broken system. Secure our border, provide pathways for citizenship for dreamers, and a lot more.
Okay. Al Jazeera talked to John Kirby on the situation in Gaza and U.S. border crackdown. Holy shit. I don't care about the border shit.
And joining us live now from Washington, D.C. is White House National Security Communications Advisor John Kirby. Welcome to Al Jazeera, John Kirby. I'm going to ask you about the U.S. president's crackdown on the southern border in just a second, but I want to start off with Gaza. The last couple of days, the American administration, the Biden administration, has said a deal was presented by Israel. But the Israeli government seems like it doesn't accept everything in its own proposal. And now we've just heard Hamas say it's on the Israelis to say whether they accept their own terms. And two top American envoys, we understand, are headed back to the region. Are the two sides really moving closer to each other, or is this just a lot of effort so the administration can be seen to be doing something?
I can't speak for what either the Israelis are saying publicly or Hamas is saying publicly. What I can tell you for certain is that the proposal that the president laid out on Friday is an accurate description of the proposal itself. It is an Israeli proposal.
So why are the Israelis not agreeing to their own fucking proposal? Can you fucking explain this to me? Because it doesn't make any dang sense. If this is the Israeli proposal, which I'm inclined to believe it is, why the fuck are the Israelis themselves the only party that has any sort of contention with their own goddamn proposal here? Because Hamas said, we are looking at this positively. This makes no sense to me. Also, he has a very different energy here while talking to Al Jazeera than he does when he's doing the State Department post, when he's in when he's in his own territory.
Arrived at after intense diplomatic conversations with us here in the United States, of course, and our team. But it was an Israeli proposal.
If they're taking this line, then this whole maneuver is completely useless. Neil Stanaj, so Israel has signed up for a proposal to end hostilities and Hamas still exists? No, they're signed up to a deal that leads to the cessation of hostilities, but with provisions. But if those provisions required the dissolution of Hamas, why would Hamas sign up? The reason why they're saying this is an Israeli proposal is because Israel thought that they could fucking get away with like fine print bullshit. Israel thought, I think, that they could get away with like a little bit of legalese, okay? Just like, oh yeah, ceasefire with some conditions, and then, you know, we get all the hostages out. But also dismantling Hamas. And then Biden was like, oh, the quiet parts that you're not saying out loud, I'm going to say out loud because that's the only thing people are looking for in this deal. And I'm going to promote it as a ceasefire and a permanent end to hostilities proposal because you did put it in there. Okay? Like, you can't get away with this fast and loose bullshit. And it's not because Biden's old that he did that. He did that because obviously that's what people are looking for. As old as he is, as much as a fucking rabid ultra-Zionist he is, he also still recognizes that there are obviously a shit ton of people that are like, bro, stop this fucking ethnic cleansing. What the fuck are we doing? There's too much international pressure. There's too much domestic pressure. All of the instruments of justice internationally are basically saying, no, it's done. It's over. You're going to fucking jail if you keep this going. So, of course, people are looking for it. And even Brandon recognizes that. That's the reason why he said ceasefire. I think the miscalculation here comes from Brandon also stupidly thinking that he could say ceasefire, have the Israelis kind of like go along with it, or potentially that he could just say Hamas is actually breaking the talks over and over again. Meanwhile, Israel is so fucking entitled and so goddamn arrogant that they were like, actually, this is our proposal, but we're still not fucking playing ball. Fuck you, Brandon. Fuck yourself. So now he's stuck. He's stuck constantly repeating the bullshit. Oh, it's Hamas that's like fucking up the proposal. It's Hamas that's like not saying yes to the proposal. When Hamas very immediately said, no, we are actually on board. He thought he could manufacture consent in this point, not realizing that obviously you couldn't manufacture consent to this degree that you even have to fucking push for a ceasefire yourself personally after bear hugging Benjamin Netanyahu on October 9. So if you had successfully manufactured consent, you wouldn't even need to be talking about Israel right now. We'd be talking about some other shit. We'd be talking about how we want to kill migrants, and that's good. And the way out for them is seemingly going to be what you want me to look at, this video right here. Here. The way out for them is going to be just taking the Israeli position.
Mentioned the president's remarks, which included the idea that as long as Hamas lives up to its commitment, there could be, and I quote, the cessation of hostilities permanently. And you say that is an Israeli proposal. So the government of the state of Israel is signed up to a proposal that there could be a permanent end to hostilities and Hamas still in existence in a meaningful way.
No, they are signed up to an agreement that leads to a permanent cessation of hostilities, but with a number of provisions that have to be negotiated to get there at the end of the phase.
But if the provisions...
But I say, I'm not going to negotiate all those provisions in public. I've talked about this a good deal yesterday, about the fact that one of the principles the secretary outlined in Tokyo in November is that there cannot be continued rule of Hamas in Gaza after October 7th. I'm sorry, after the end of this conflict, and that's what we're committed to.
No, but I understand that. But if the provisions required would be the dissolution of Hamas, why would Hamas sign up to get that ball rolling?
Because they don't want to see continued conflict, continued Palestinian people dying. They don't want to see war in Gaza. They want to see reconstruction of Gaza. Now, look, I will grant you one thing. I said this to Matt yesterday. It may be that Sinwar decides that he is safe in a tunnel and his interests have diverged from the people of Gaza. And so he's not willing to agree to a ceasefire, and he's not willing to look at this proposal and say it requires good faith negotiations to get from phase 1 to phase 2. So I'm not going to accept it because I'm safe and I don't have any interest in the Palestinian people who continue to suffer the ravages of war. But I will say, if you look at the deal that's on the table, it is manifestly in the interest of the Palestinian people, is manifestly in the interest of the Israeli people, is manifestly in the interest of the world.
Yeah, you don't understand, dude. Hamas needs to kill themselves. Here, we got a really good deal here, okay? It's called, we're going to kill all the Palestinians, and then we want you to kill yourselves, and then we're going to keep continuing to kill all the Palestinians. Why won't you take this deal? That's not the deal. And that's not even what Brandon said originally. Because even though he's literally old as fuck, even he recognizes that that's silly. It's a wild thing to endorse your state partner doing collective punishment to the Palestinian population unless the opposing political and also military faction completely just fucking lays down everything and just kills themselves. That's ridiculous. You're endorsing collective punishment when you say this. Like, Israel gets to kill as many Palestinians as they want. Sorry, it's a bargaining chip. Sucks to suck. That's insane. That's an insane admission.
And so that's why we'll continue to push for it. And if Hamas really does represent the interests of the Palestinian people, as they say over and over, without a doubt, they'll...
Yeah, it'll stop. The collective bloodshed will stop. Come on. Yeah. If Hamas wants what's best for the Palestinian people, they will kill themselves. And also on top of that, Israel will give no assurances that the killings will stop in between phase 1 and phase 2, for the record. Okay? Meanwhile, the pressure point here is Israel's unimaginable genocidal violence. Okay? That's crazy. Like, how is Israel applying pressure? Oh, just by killing civilians. And that's good, actually. That's a good thing that Israel's doing that. Palestinians are pawns on a chessboard, and the U.S. and Israel are using the lives of innocent civilians. They know they're taking every day to apply pressure as a means to attain a political end. That's terrorism. It's true. Hamas are bloodthirsty terrorists who only care about themselves and not the Palestinian people. Also, USA, Hamas should accept a deal that requires their dissolution. Otherwise, Israel will continue killing Palestinians. Now, I hope Hamas accepts the deal, but there's a shocking amount of faith in the humanity of Hamas if the U.S. is displaying, and a shocking lack of humanity it accords to Israel. Basically, it's literally just like, sorry, Israel's an unstoppable force of unimaginable cruelty to the civilian population, and there's nothing anyone can do about it. Also, we're going to keep giving them unlimited weapons and unlimited political cover to continue doing all of that shocking amount of violence against civilians. And it's actually perfectly permissible and valid for Israel to use this as a mechanism of pressure. Wow. That's cool, man. All right, let's hear this fucking asshole now.
And the very next day, the Israeli foreign minister acknowledged that publicly, that it was their proposal, and it was as they described.
Sir, I'm
Again,
very sorry to interrupt you there. I have to push back a little bit about that because, of course, Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu has said it's not a complete reflection of what they have agreed to. It's not accurate. So, there's been pushback from the Israelis, basically.
Yeah,
so who's telling the truth?
Let me just interrupt you and say that I'm comfortable.
Fuck you, bitch.
That this is, in fact, an accurate depiction of the proposal, the Israeli proposal. The president laid it out in stark detail. He didn't lay out every...
Okay, to answer the question, bitch, if it's the Israeli proposal, why is Israel not agreeing to the proposal?
Single detail, but all the big components of it, and he did so accurately, and it is an Israeli proposal. And now it's up to Hamas to accept this proposal so that we can get the hostages out, and so that the innocent people of Gaza, who have no part in this war, can get the food, water, medicine, shelter that they deserve.
But the Israeli government is rejecting its own proposal, the proposal that's been laid out by President Biden.
I've never seen anything that says they're rejecting it. I've seen some public comments by some officials that are disputing some components of it, but I've not seen some rejection of it. It is an Israeli proposal. They've acknowledged that.
Now, it's been widely reported that one reason so little food currently at this moment is entering the Gaza Strip is because Israel, of course, as you know, occupies the Rafah crossing, which has led the Egyptian side to stop aid convoys because, the occupation basically contradicts the...
Yeah, so what happened? So why is Israel not accepting it then? I don't understand. Why do you keep saying Hamas is not accepting the proposal? It seems to me like Israel's not accepting the proposal, but you didn't answer that. You're like, some people are criticizing it. Why are they criticizing it if it's their own fucking proposal, jackass? Answer that question. This is literally what they did before the Rafah invasion. Not necessarily. The Rafah invasion, I think, was, or the deal that Hamas accepted in the Rafah invasion was an Israeli proposal with, I think, American tweaks on it. Okay? I personally think that it was the CIA that interfered and was like, listen, we promise we'll be able to fucking control Israel. Just say yes to this. So they did. And then Israel was like, yeah, no, dog. Actually, we don't believe that at all. And then they fucking came out and were like, oh, actually, it's an Egyptian guy that added additional qualifiers. Oh, it was just some random dude that somehow snuck into the meeting with the CIA. I don't know how the fuck that happened. Yeah, they said, permanent ceasefire. I guess that's a fake. Who added that? Oh, that wasn't us.
the agreements, the peace pact between Israel and Egypt. Is this something that the administration is trying to change?
Of course. As a matter of fact, the president talked to President Sisi last week, and President Sisi, as a result of that conversation, agreed to open up Rafah crossing on the Egyptian side. And now we have emissaries in Cairo this week and next who will be hashing out the details of that with our Egyptian counterparts.
Right. But will you be pushing the Israeli government to remove its forces from the Philadelphia corridor?
Israelis are operating, they say, and I won't speak for their operations, but they say they're operating in the Philadelphia corridor to put pressure on Hamas inside Rafah.
That's interesting. Yeah, they're putting pressure on the Egyptian soldiers too. They fucking murked one like like a week ago. Yeah, the Philadelphia corridor is the name of the corridor, the border crossing in Rafah, like the southern corridor that connects the Gaza Strip to Egypt. I think it was 2. Oh, it wasn't 1? Yeah, they killed 2 soldiers, not 1, 2 Egyptian soldiers. Because guess what, dude? Israel does whatever the fuck it wants, okay? You better not fucking talk back unless you want the goddamn smoke too. It's just insane. Yeah, they killed Egyptian soldiers when they overtook the Rafah border crossing. They fucking killed 2 Egyptian soldiers.
This is in keeping with the description of operations as they laid them out for us. They have also agreed, back to your...
Egypt letting that go is insane, is it? Why would it be insane? Egypt is a client state. Egypt doesn't exist as a nation state without American involvement, okay? Also, client state. Egypt doesn't exist as a nation state without American involvement, okay? Also, we covered extensively how Israel killed 35 U.S. Navy armed service members in the USS Liberty incident. So it's not like Israel kills whoever the fuck they want, okay? Big dog, you need to understand that. Like, Egyptians are much, much lower on the rankings there. They killed white, literal fucking liberal Zionist-backed World Central Kitchen aid workers. Where is the scrutiny? Where was the punishments? What happened? You forgot about it. They killed white people that were U.S. and British nationals. Remember?
Real question about Rafah and the crossing. They certainly have agreed to permit food, water, medicine, humanitarian assistance to flow across the Rafah crossing. But right now...
What? No, what the fuck? It would exist as a nation state, but as a dictatorship because of the U.S.? No, I mean, I'm saying that, like, Egypt wouldn't... The amount of aid that Egypt gets from the United States of America is, I think, like, not across the board or not proportionally, but, like, in totality, larger than the aid that Israel receives. Okay? Egypt as a fucking state literally only exists in the way that it currently does as a consequence of American aid.
Closed on the Egyptian side, and that's what we're working with our Egyptian counterparts on.
Right, but the occupation obviously contradicts the agreement that Israel has with the...
Bro, chatters, please stop typing USS Liberty. That's a Nazi talking point, if I'm not mistaken. No, it's not a Nazi talking point. It is a thing that actually happened. It's just that Nazis always used to use that as a talking point to be like, remember USS Liberty? Like, that was like a big secret for them, as though it's like a big secret. It's a thing that actually happened. The problem is, if you use that as an example as to why, like, oh, Jews, they control America, then you're a Nazi. If you explain it as America's undying loyalty to a settler colonial project that we value at a higher level, like, we place a lot more value on the settler colonial project continuing in the violent ways that it does, a lot more than even U.S. service members, then yeah, that's just the truthful analysis of what happened. It has absolutely zero to do with Judaism or being Jewish, and everything to do with Israel and our interests, especially at that time, our interest of Israel being this, like, being this forward operating base, and as a counterbalance to all of the suspected USSR alignment that was occurring in the region. That was fucking terrifying for America during the Cold War. Obviously, our relationship with Israel has only strengthened in that time frame. And, we still have many interests in the region, and Israel operating in the violent ways that it does is still according to some in the State Department, at the behest of the American foreign interests in the region.
Egypt, and the Egyptians are very unhappy with that. Let's turn our attention now to, there has been an intensification of Israeli attacks across Gaza. We've seen nearly 40 people killed today alone, including some who were in a school that was being used as an emergency shelter. Now, this sort of thing is almost ordinary. It happens every day. Even President Biden says that people have, quote, every reason to conclude that Benjamin Netanyahu is prolonging this war for political reasons. If that is true, shouldn't the U.S., the Biden administration, press harder for Israel to agree to its own ceasefire deal?
As I said, the president laid this out publicly on Friday, and it was right after it was delivered to Hamas. And it was a very clear articulation, an Israeli articulation, of how this war can come to an end. I can't speak or justify what Israeli officials are saying publicly. What I can tell you is in our conversations with the Israelis, they acknowledge this is their proposal. They want to see Hamas accept it, and they want to move forward. They want to get their hostages home where they belong, and they also want to see that we can move forward to a sustainable end to the hostilities.
Right, but it seems like they only agreed to the first phase and they don't want to move to the other phases. But let's focus now on some developments.
Well, but wait just a second. Wait just a second, because you raise a really good point that I want to just bring out with you. It is a phased approach, and phase one has got to start so that they can start to negotiate what phase two looks like. It's not that the Israelis haven't said they're committed to phase two. They're committed to a phased approach. But what the deal says is if you can get phase one implemented, then the two sides can start to talk about what phase two looks like and when it can start. And while they are negotiating phase two, that ceasefire will stay in effect beyond the 6 weeks.
But here's the problem, John Kirby. Hamas doesn't trust that Israel will follow through. Hamas doesn't think that they want a durable ceasefire.
Right. So what the president also said is that that the United States will guarantee that we will work to ensure Israel meets its commitments. And the deal also says that Egypt and Qatar will work to ensure that Hamas meets its commitments as well. All that's baked into the proposal.
Right. Now, we understand that Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu was scheduled to come to the U.S. and to address Congress. That seems to be a little bit up in the air. What more can you tell us about that?
I honestly can't tell you anything about that. That's going to be a question for members of Congress up on Capitol Hill. This is their invitation. I don't know what the status is of.
This guy actually believes what he's saying. It's kind of sad. No, I wouldn't say he necessarily believes what he's saying. I do think that he's a ride or die. He's a ride or die for the Israeli genocide. But he knows he's lying. Like, you can tell he knows he's fucking lying. He's smiling through it all. He's trying to do his best in a really shitty circumstance for him. I don't think he legitimately thinks like, oh man, I can't believe that you're asking me these questions. Of course Israel agreed to this proposal. It's their proposal. It's fucking perfectly awesome and fine. Because the facts, as it has been presented thus far and also reiterated in this Al Jazeera broadcast by the host, go completely against the narrative he's trying to develop. Yeah, he is Kerbals, John Kerbals.
Of the acceptance of it and the date and all that, that's really a question for members of Congress.
Right. Is it a good idea?
Well, that's going to be up for Prime Minister Netanyahu to determine if he wants to come and what he wants to say, and for members of Congress to speak to. They obviously believed, and it was a bipartisan invitation.
I feel bad for Biden being surrounded by these monsters. What? No, Biden is a fucking monstrous piece of shit too. What are you talking about? Who do you think is the top dog here? Biden is a rabid ultra-Zionist, okay? Rabid. It has caused him to turn a blind eye to all the valid criticism and the political and the tumultuous political prospects for his reelection. He's literally cast all of that aside. That's how fucking aggro he is for Israel.
election. They believe that it was appropriate to hear out the prime minister. And again, that's really going to be for those two sides to work out.
Gotcha. All right. So as promised, want to ask you about immigration. The president just moments ago signing an executive order to curtail asylum requests and curb migration. Why is this so important? And you know, what do you make of critics saying, you know, he's basically rehashing a Trump policy?
As the president said in his remarks, on day one of the administration, he put forward a comprehensive immigration reform plan that Congress did zero on for the entire time he's been president. In the meantime, there has been record levels of migration here in this hemisphere alone. And it's not just in this hemisphere, it's all around the world. But certainly in this hemisphere alone, we've seen more people on the move since World War II. And we are working very hard with our partners in the region, including and principally with Mexico, to do what we can to help stem the reasons for that migration, to try to get at the root causes for that. And yet people are still coming, even though they're in fewer numbers right now. And so the president explored opportunities that he could take as president using executive authority to try to help alleviate some of that pressure. But what really needs to happen, if you really want to solve the problem, it's going to have to require.
How does he sleep at night? Dude, he's a sociopathic war criminal. That's how he sleeps at night. He doesn't give a shit.
I'm really confused by this proposal that the president said Israel put forth. There seems to be a misunderstanding between the sides, and there are conflicting reports. Israel says its objectives have not changed yet. This deal would not say result in the elimination of Hamas. Prime Minister Netanyahu said some of what President Biden said in his speech on Friday is inaccurate. Can you please clarify?
So I think some of this goes to what has to be negotiated in getting to phase one and phase two. Israel has agreed to the proposal that includes all of the elements of the proposal.
I think it's yet another testament to the lack of communication between, like, the lack of coordination, or rather Israel's inability or disinterest in coordinating any of this messaging with the American government, that it took them, 4 fucking days since Friday to finally arrive at, like, the minutia and the Israeli position. To reiterate the Israeli position, it took them 4 fucking days. That's insane. I thought this was the Israeli proposal. What happened? You are wrong about this one. About what? It's crazy that we nabbed the Israeli issue with their own proposal, given the way that Joseph Robinette Brandon fucking promoted the ceasefire, hyper focusing on things that everyone was paying attention to, like ceasefire and a permanent cessation of hostilities. Okay. And yet it took them 4 fucking days to be like, oh yeah, here is the Israeli position that is our position too now. Okay. It's crazy.
Phase one, phase two, phase three. But as the president said in his remarks, the details of how you get to phase two are going to have to be negotiated. And that's what we were prepared to do.
But it doesn't require Hamas to be gone, right?
So we have made clear that Hamas cannot continue to govern Gaza. We also don't believe that you can eliminate Hamas just with a military campaign, that a military campaign can kill fighters, can detain fighters, but those fighters in many cases will be replaced by other recruits. So we need a political path forward, and that's what we want to try to negotiate.
But the proposal doesn't require Hamas to relinquish control of Gaza, correct?
Again, these are all details that have to be negotiated as we get from phase one to phase two and as we implement phase three.
It is up for negotiation. If
it is our
stay in charge.
It is our position. It is Israel's position that Hamas cannot stay in charge of Gaza, and
but it's still up for negotiation.
To get from phase one to phase two, you have to negotiate what the end of the conflict looks like.
Okay, and
what
think
the governance
Hamas will agree to a deal in which they cease to exist?
So we just need to get a ceasefire, and I will say I think the broad interest of the Palestinian people, if you look at what has happened over the past 8 months, because of the campaign that Hamas launched, is to see Hamas replaced as the leaders of Gaza. And so when you see the U.S. position, Israeli position, the position of Arabs
it's totally a tenable position to have. And it's totally one that we were advocating for, actually, from the jump. Like, that's why we said permanent cessation of hostilities. I don't think any kind of people can live a healthy life having on your mind thousands of people's deaths of whom you're directly responsible of. So I actually think these politicians actually just think they're doing the right thing just to cope with it. No.
Arab countries in the region, that's what we're going to try to achieve.
So that's just a framework. We're learning more about those 4 hostages that mentioned by Raf: Nadav Popplewell, Amiram Cooper, Yoram Metzger, and Chaim Perry, all kidnapped by Hamas on October 7th. Their bodies still are in Gaza. Nadav Popplewell.
What happened to these guys? Like, how'd they die? I just don't know. Hostages killed, it says, but who killed them? Who could it be? Do we have any idea who could it be? Who could have been responsible for the death of these 4 hostages?
Was 51 years old. He had been hiding, kidnapped with his mother from their home. His mother, Hannah Perry, was among those released in November.
Vaccinated? Well, we know that. They might be vaccinated, actually. I was going to say that there's probably no additional vaccines because Israel does deny vaccinations, or did deny vaccinations in the early stages of COVID to the Palestinian population. So there was that.
Popplewell was seen just a few weeks ago in Hamas propaganda.
So they probably
videos.
didn't get extra vaccines.
Kibbutz described him as a sensitive and quiet individual, a gifted computer expert. Amiram Cooper was 84 years old, one of the founders of the kibbutz Nir Oz. He was an economist, poet, and composer. He leaves behind his wife, 3 children, and 9 grandchildren. 80-year-old.
Yeah. The Hamas actually released a statement saying they lost contact with the group responsible for 3 of these guys, and they presumed they were killed in Israeli airstrikes. Yeah.
Chaim Perry was described as a man of...
Don't you think they deserve this? Come on, brother. Come on. Yes, only you deserve the top of the hour ad break because you think that this is like a good fucking debate, okay? You deserve the top of the hour ad break, and maybe more than that. You deserve to watch a permanent ad break for thinking that that's a solid fucking bait at the top of the hour. This is my greatest achievement. Get better achievements. Get better baits, okay? Because at the top of the hour, a 3-minute ad is coming for you regardless. If you no longer want to see those ads, all you need to do is subscribe for $5 or free with a Twitch Prime by connecting your Amazon Prime account to your Twitch account. It's going to be $6 soon. Get in before it turns into $6. Here's the 3-minute ad break now.
Peace, art, and cinema. Perry was a teacher and the founder of the Nir Oz Art Gallery. He leaves behind a wife, 5 children, and 13 grandchildren. And Yoram Metzger was known for his storytelling and his humor. He helped to establish the Nir Oz Winery. Metzger was 80 years old. Join us now, former Israel.
Why do you always respond to hate comments yet ignore comments talking about current issues? Wait, what? Chatter, you might be new here. I suspect you probably are, and you don't know. Those chatters are saying silly things deliberately, especially when they're like long-term community members. So I react to them so they can bait me into reading their comments, and then they serve the top of the hour ad break. It's just like a little fun little game that we try to play here to keep things interesting. That's it. For the record, I do want to say something. Really, okay. Obviously, I mean, this is horrible, right? This is horrible. It's horrifying. It's incredibly sad. I've never heard a single fucking fraction of the coverage afforded to the humanity of the Palestinian victims. Okay. I'm not saying it's a bad thing that they're doing this, obviously, for the Israeli hostages, but it is fucking crazy. And it is a testament to our supremacist thinking and our attitudes. Like, they are humans. Palestinian victims of Israeli bombing campaigns are not. These guys are Israeli victims of Israel's bombing campaigns. So they're humans. We're going to talk about how tragic it is that they died. We're going to talk about the life that they lived. We're going to talk about the achievements that they had. And they do deserve to have their humanity recognized. But there is never any such recognition of the humanity and the life of the Palestinians that are getting ruthlessly slaughtered every day. Think about it. This is four victims of the Israeli bombing campaign that are Israeli themselves. 4 victims of the Israeli bombing campaign. Israel's killed 10x that number of civilians in the past 2 days. Think about that. Do you think that those Palestinian civilians that were ruthlessly slaughtered by Israel did not have dreams, achievements, accomplishments, their life cut short? In many instances, for the Palestinians, you can't really fucking build a long history of affairs. Why? Because their lives are cut short. The majority of the Palestinian population is children. It's under the age of fucking 18. Almost the majority. Sorry, not the majority. But they have dreams. They have aspirations. They have goals. And if given the opportunity, they would also have a shit ton of accomplishments as well.
Was 80 years old. Join us now, former Israeli Prime Minister Naftali Bennett. Mr. Prime Minister, thank you for being with us today. I want to start with the hostages and just the gut-wrenching news that 4 more hostages are, through intelligence, the IDF believes to be dead. Still, their bodies, their remains are in Gaza. 2 80-year-olds, an 84-year-old, one of them protecting his family in a safe room when he was ripped away from his family. Some of their wives were also taken hostages but released. But now we know they are dead. What can you say about the continued effort, the very difficult effort, obviously, to get the hostages home?
Well, there's 120 hostages, of which, unfortunately, there.
Metzger, Cooper, and Perry were all reported dead in Hamas Telegram channels. It was unanimously ignored in Israeli media because something psychological terror. Yeah. Hostages, when they die, oftentimes, when they're killed by Israel, oftentimes it doesn't get a lot of reporting in Israeli media because it hurts the Israeli morale, the collective morale, because they want unconditional support for the war efforts, right? So when you find out that like your war efforts are actually contributing to the demise of the fucking hostages that you claim that you care about, that you claim that you want to fucking protect and extract out of Gaza, all of a sudden that kind of puts a hurdle in front of you. I don't get it. Why do people defend Israel? What do they gain? I mean, any number of different reasons. Blind loyalty, brainwashing from an early age, wanting to be a contrarian debate mercenary, money. You know, there are a million different reasons.
There's 41 confirmed.
Yeah, Islamophobia, loving fascism. Honestly, that's another one.
Dead or to be murdered by Hamas. We're dealing with the most genocidal terror jihadist organization on earth. And they, you know, are.
They're the most genocidal terrorist jihadist organization on earth. Like literally no one comes near it, dude. It's just Hamas. They are the worst guys. In a sea of bad guys, they are the worst guys. Trust me. Okay. Trust me, bro. Yeah.
Cynical, will execute our people. And the bottom line is that we can't allow Hamas.
I love that he's like cynically implying that Hamas actually killed these guys. Yeah, dude. They're just murking their only leverage, their only bargaining chip. They're just fucking executing them for fun. Yeah, sure, bud. Romania raid, Fayar. Thank you for the raid. Hope you had a good stream, brother. Yeah, nobody knows who could have killed these guys. Nobody knows who could have killed these Israeli hostages. Actually, it's probably Hamas. Hamas killed them. Hamas killed their own hostages. It's their only fucking leverage, dude. What are you talking about? Why the fuck would they kill their only leverage, especially off camera? That's the other part. Because if you take a fucking hostage, if you go through the initiative and you take a fucking hostage, there are instances where you might kill them to be like, see, we're fucking serious. We mean business. We're going to fucking execute a hostage for every hour that you don't actually like let aid in or something like that. Okay? That's why I've said since October 7th, if you do not see a hostage get killed, okay? If you do not see a hostage get killed by a Hamas militant or a Palestinian Islamic Jihad guy, you know for a fucking fact, if they're dead, if Israel recognizes them as dead, you know Israel killed them, okay? There's just no fucking way. But then they would have said that because that is also part of the leverage. What do you mean?
Stand. We can't have them exist at the end of this.
Every single hostage that has come out of Gaza, that has been extracted out of Gaza in the ceasefire periods, have openly, basically with regular frequency admitted that they took every fucking care and consideration they can to protect the hostages, sometimes literally putting their bodies on top of mattresses when Israel was bombing the fucking buildings the hostages were in. Because, and it makes sense, it's perfectly rational for them to do so, their goal is to not lose their bargaining chip. Their goal is to not lose their leverage. Of course they're going to fucking protect them.
War. Even in this latest ceasefire proposal, which we'll get into, Israel has said, we'll stop shooting if you release the hostages. So do you have any hope that Hamas would listen to that?
I think the only way
Oh
to
my
release
God.
the hostages is if Yahya Sinwar, the commander of Hamas and the leadership of Hamas, know that their hours are over and that we're minutes away from killing them and destroying that leadership. And then the deal needs to be, we will not kill you, we'll allow you to get on a boat and get out of Gaza if you release the hostages. I think the half-hearted efforts or conducting of the war right now by the Israeli government, coupled with the American administration slowing down IDF all the time, I think that is self-defeating, because the quicker, the faster we move in, the quicker we'll have a deal.
When you say half-hearted, you have said we should have been talking about the IDF. When I say we should have been inside Rafah months ago.
That's right. I think there's way too much talk. We're going to do Rafah, we're going to do this, we're going to do that. Just do it. Just do it. We can destroy Hamas.
I love having this conversation on a news program where the Chiron originally was 4 Israeli hostages found dead. He's like, yeah, the thing that killed those 4 Israeli hostages, we should be doing more of it, actually. Sick, man. Sick.
And we can make that one offer to them. We will allow you to live, but expel you from Gaza if you release the hostages. Right now, Yahya Sinwar is playing a cat and mouse tactic with us, just biding time, because the overall strategy right now of Iran, of Hamas, of Hezbollah is to exhaust Israel. Just last night, Hezbollah shot dozens and dozens of rockets on the Galilee.
Hezbollah, Yahya Sinwar, Hamas, Hezbollah. It's not a fake Arab accent. I think it's just deliberately said like that when it's not. That's not what it is. Yeah. Because he's doing that shit on purpose, because he says his H's normally when he's talking. It's so cringe. Exactly. Like, he's doing that deliberately. That's not Arabic, by the way.
Burning. Almost 100,000 people have been evacuated from their homes. Imagine if in El Paso, Texas, there were 100,000 people.
Is it not an Arabic accent? No, bro. What the fuck? No, of course not an Arabic accent. It's Hamas. 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 Hezbollah. Okay? Hezbollah. Ha. But notice how he said 100? It's the same ha sound that he's capable of saying for Hamas. But notice how he said 100? It's the same ha sound that he's capable of saying for Hamas. The reason why they say Hamas is because he's just like, you know, I guess in his own little way, disrespecting it. Bennett is expected to re-enter politics in the next election, potentially together with Yossi Cohen and Lieberman or Saar. He's been sitting it out and he's doing Hasbara this past year or two. Also, it's not an Arabic accent. He's saying it like you say it in Hebrew for some reason. Yeah. Well, for some reason.
Living now 8 months in hotels or motels because their homes are burning. That's what we're facing. We have no choice. We have to win.
Joe has a question for you, Mr. Prime Minister. Joe?
Yeah, Mr. Prime Minister, what's been your response? What's your reaction to families of hostages saying the Netanyahu government has...
No, he's not doing that on purpose. He just can't that letter, even though it exists in Hebrew. What are you talking about? He said 100. If you can say 100, you can say, and you can say hotel, you can say Hamas. The reason why he's doing it is deliberate.
Hasn't done enough to focus on bringing those hostages home.
Well, you know, when I give interviews abroad, I typically don't criticize my own government. I think that the efforts have been feeble in terms of focusing on Yahya Sinwar. You can't conduct a war turning it on and off like a light switch. I was a soldier. I was a commander.
Haven't you noticed when he says Yahya Sinwar, he says Yahya. He says Yahya Sinwar, Hezbollah. It's just a silly thing. Yeah. It's just a silly thing. It's a silly way to be like, haha, see? I'm undermining them.
If we just have several weeks to go in with all the force necessary and tell you...
Chatters who are not ESL, not understanding that, like, if there are certain sounds you can't say it across the board. If there are certain sounds that you have a hard time with, you will always have a hard time with it. Like, for example, I give you my example from my own personal experience. You guys make fun of me all the time for it when I fuck it up. Okay, as an ESL, Turkish is my first language. We do not have the sound of W. Okay, so sometimes I fuck it up and I will say wedding instead of wedding. Right. So that is like across the board an issue that I have. I work hard to make sure that I don't have that issue, but sometimes it still slips and people make fun of me for it. Now, here's the thing. He is consistently saying the H sound for English words in every other word. But when it comes to talking about Arab shit, he just hits it with a gha.
The only way you'll live is if you raise a white flag and release the hostages. We can get this done, but we keep on wavering, vacillating on this. This is not how you can bring results.
So it's your opinion that actually a full-scale invasion of Rafah would bring the hostages home more quickly?
Look, yes, obviously there's no guarantee here. It's a heart-wrenching situation. I think that the current approach of thinking that we can reach this amazing deal where all the hostages will be released, I think it's naive. And it means that you don't understand what we're dealing with. And the only way that we get results is if they understand their time is out. And I want to say one last thing. We sealed the corridor called the Rafah corridor that basically is the border between...
What happened? Come on, Joe. He's shitting on your boy. He's shitting on your boy, Joe. Come on, defend him, bitch. He's conflicted. He's at odds. On the one hand, he loves dick riding Biden. He knows Biden watches him in his program. On the other hand, he loves dick riding Israel. Who has the higher point of authority here? Is it your undying loyalty to the Zionist project, or is it your undying loyalty to the most important person watching your show?
Between Sinai and Gaza, which means that from about a week ago, Hamas can no longer replenish its arms, so time is running out for them. People are not aware of this. So if we just follow through, I think we can get the best results possible.
Time is running out for them.
Let's talk about
as in he's openly admitting that he's killing. Like, time is running out for the Palestinians, bitch. That's what you're talking about. He's talking about the Palestinian civilians that no longer have access to humanitarian aid because they deliberately shut off the Rafah crossing. And literally took it over from the Egyptian side, by the way, which is ridiculous. Bullshit.
The, quote, destruction of Hamas, a phrase that's been thrown around a good bit. Is that the killing of all of Hamas leaders, or is that the expulsion of Hamas from Gaza as an effective governing force? Because I believe the Biden plan does say that part of that plan expels Hamas from Gaza as a governing force?
The latter. What I would envision is the leadership of Hamas, either we take them out and kill them, as we've done to several, or similar to Beirut of 1982, we get them on a ship, several thousand of the leadership of Hamas, get them out, and then we can begin the rebuilding of a new Gaza and build a new future for everyone.
So, Mr. Prime Minister, let's talk about this deal that President Biden unveiled publicly on Friday. He framed it as the Israeli deal. This is something that he said the government had agreed to, but we heard from Prime Minister Netanyahu say, well, no, not quite. Can you explain the disconnect?
Well, there is a degree of disconnect. The bottom line, though, I think it's moot, because I don't think there is a deal. I think it's an illusion. I don't think Yahya Sinwar will release the hostages. He might release several of them to dangle.
Bro said Yahya Sinwar.
And bide his time, but he's playing around with us. There's no reason to believe that he would release the biggest asset that he's acquired unless he sees his death coming.
So U.S. officials say, though, they're saying that part of the divide here was the agreement that the Israeli military would withdraw from Gaza. Is that something that the government would consider?
Look, I read the press and I heard that Netanyahu offered that sort of thing. I think that we have to retain the Rafah corridor, the Netzarim corridor. Otherwise, what we'll see is a very rapid rebuilding of Hamas, and we'll see another October 7th, perhaps in 2025 or 2026. And they won't release the hostages. They may release a few hostages, because they've got 120 of them.
Wait, I don't get it. So the deal is bullshit then. Huh. That's odd. I thought it was the Israeli deal. It's funny the way you talk here when your main source is Al Jazeera, the most one-sided news, letting Hamas leave without harming them, and he's not part of the Israel government, so whatever he just says doesn't mean anything. This is how we say Hamas. This is how it sounds when Israeli people speak. You just look too much into it instead of understanding his point. He's not an official speaker of Israel at the moment. He was the prime minister. Bitch, I know who fucking Naftali Bennett is, okay? He can suck my dick, and so can you, for the record. Yeah, the beautiful, wonderful, shining beacon of democracy, Israel, has brought forward yet another, I suspect, maybe liberal Zionist chatter in here, who is Israeli. You can't see Al Jazeera, so you should be fucking thanking me that I'm showing you Al Jazeera. You know, because your beautiful, wonderful, censorious democracy, shining beacon of light and prosperity in not only the Middle East, but on the entire planet, as a matter of fact, decided to fucking arbitrarily ban Al Jazeera. So there you go. I'm glad that you're here. Hopefully we can convert you just like many other Israelis that are in here that have either already been anti-Zionist or became anti-Zionist after this coverage. So pay attention. Instead of immediately going, I can't believe you're fucking biased, you're showing Al Jazeera, while I'm literally listening to Naftali Bennett on MSNBC. I show all sides of this conversation. I look at Israeli news sources all the fucking time, too.
They're not going to release all the hostages. No way, unless he sees tanks coming over. That's the only option that'll bring that result. I know this guy.
Well, that's the leverage he has, is holding the hostages.
Yes, and the leverage
loses it.
Exactly, but the leverage we need to create is imminent and
Thank you for
immediate
the 10
threat on
gifted.
his life and the lives of leadership. And it's not, if we just follow through and stop this vacillation, we can do it. I fought Hamas, I fought Hezbollah, it was many years. We can do this. This is not the most complicated thing on earth. And by the way, we're doing it with very low civilian casualties right now. We managed to move about 1 million.
That is insane, bro. 36,000. Come on. Someone has to fucking be like, really? That's insane. Where'd the chatter go? Where'd the new Israeli chatter go? For the record, I live in Israel, but I don't follow the news. Every side is one-sided. If you trust one side and talk shit about the other side, this is bias. Yes, brother. I'm not a Zionist. Oh, okay. Hell yeah. Okay, well, listen to me. I am biased. The difference is every side is biased. I at least tell you what my biases are. That's number one. So you should be grateful for that instead of chirping about it. Secondly, of course I'm biased. If you're not a Zionist, you should understand that better than anybody else, okay? If you're someone living in Israel who is not a Zionist, who's saying that they're not a Zionist, you should understand that better than anybody else. For my fellow Israeli chatter, look at this irrelevant politician polling at 32 seats in a right party with Saar and Cohen. Yeah, listen. My point is, of course I'm biased. Israel's an apartheid state. Israel is doing an ethnic cleansing campaign in Gaza. So yeah, my biases are I'm anti-genocide and anti-apartheid state. Now, if you disagree with Israel being an apartheid state, or if you disagree with Israel doing ethnic cleansing, then yeah, you're going to disagree with the things I'm saying. But yeah, I think that's pretty reasonable. Having a bias against genocide is pretty fucking reasonable, I think.
Million citizens away from harm's way. Contrary to what was being told us that we can't do it, it would take months. It took about 10 days.
Despite your best efforts to spare civilians, as you know, Hamas uses civilians as human shields. We know all that. Just last week, there was the attack on a tent camp, an explosion that ensued. 45 people were killed in grisly pictures. As a commander, should more care be taken, as someone who was a commander, more care be taken to avoid the civilian casualties on the merits of not killing women and children, of course, but also the way it turns public opinion against Israel?
Well, I want to correct you. We did not attack the tent camp.
Wait. Bro, this guy ate his dick so hard, and even then he was like, no, that's not good enough. But he literally was like, hey, but like Israel kind of looks bad when they kill 40 plus women and children, like when they char them, when they murder them in cold blood, even though it's perfectly valid and perfectly permissible for them to do so. And I love it when they do it. Other people sometimes do think like, oh man, it's not so great. And he's like, no, we didn't do that.
We attacked and took out 2 leaders with a very precision weapon.
But it killed 45
No,
other people.
it did not kill. What happened was those people were hiding within ammunition, and that ammunition that Hamas cynically placed under them, RPGs and explosive, They exploded. It was a secondary explosion. So essentially, Hamas murdered.
Okay. Oh, shit. I just spat out a piece of onion. Okay. Even if what you're saying is true, you're still in the wrong. We have no evidence for what you say, what you're saying, that you have presented no evidence that what you're saying is true. But even if it was true, that still means you shouldn't blow that spot up unless you're willing to fucking, kill 45 plus women and children. Yeah. It wasn't ammunition. It was gas tanks that were stored there. There are pictures of the aftermath. I know, but it doesn't matter. It literally doesn't matter. Even if it was weapons, which they've shown zero evidence for, by the way, they just lied about it and the media never questioned it. Okay. You're still blowing up the encampment, dumb fuck.
Murdered its own people. Let's be very clear.
But that's just the point. Hamas hides behind civilians. So how do you, if you're going after Hamas, how do you avoid civilians?
If Hamas is determined to kill its own people, there's nothing I can do to stop it. We cannot prevent Hamas from killing its own people. Just yesterday, let me tell you a story. In one of the houses under the bed of a 10-year-old girl in Gaza, there was a ammunition depot with RPGs and explosives. There's no way in the world that we can.
Yeah, he's like, we had to kill the 10-year-old. Bro, you don't understand. Like, you just don't get it. Like, I love that he did the real time Hitler Mein Kampf copy meta. Like, that was in the beginning, in the early stages of October. If you recall, Israel would do this shit all the time. They'd be like, hello, we have found a Hamas terror child. This is a baby's crib. And inside of the crib, there is RPG, Hamas RPG. Like, they would do that every fucking day. And it would suspiciously always tag along and play the role of contextualizing a lot of this violence that was totally needed. Okay? Always. They'd be like, this is a Hitler book. Adolf Hitler, Hamas, Adolf Hitler.
Prevent Hamas from killing its own people, and it wants to do that because it knows you're going to ask me those questions, and it applies pressure on Israel. The way to do away with it is if everyone pressures Hamas and not Israel and points the finger at Hamas, stop killing your own people, stop hiding explosives.
But they're not, but you're killing their people. Like you, I don't think these guys understand that, like, no matter how hard you try to act like this is a naturally occurring phenomena, most people inevitably are going to be like, it seems like Israel's killing these people. It's so weird that the stop hitting yourself bully strategy is like universally recognized as some silly ass bullshit. And yet seemingly this is Israel's only counter narrative. It's wild. It's like fucking Bart Simpson shit, dude. What are we doing here? Like, children understand that to be silly.
Under civilians.
Joe?
Mr. Prime Minister, let me ask you, first of all, about the state that we find ourselves in right now. We have both, I'm sure you know this or else you wouldn't come on the program, we have been extraordinarily critical of Hamas and have said from the very beginning that when they kill a Jew, that's good news. When a Palestinian is killed, that's great news for Hamas. We certainly understand that equation. We also understand.
Bro, these are like such old school Hasbara talking points. It's kind of crazy that Joe is like this invested. He knows all the lore, bro. He knows all the talking points. It's crazy. I don't think this dude dick rides anything this hard. It's crazy. My parents are watching this shit. Yeah. No, on the issue of Palestine, your parents watching MSNBC, especially Morning Joe, is no different than them watching Fox News. Like, the narrative is identical. Identical, 100%.
The terrible, terrible toll it's taken on the Gazan people and also on Israel's reputation across the globe. I want to ask you about where we are right now, though. It seems to be the worst of all worlds, where the IDF is frozen in place. Gazans are starving. Gazans are not getting the medical care they need. It's almost like a siege. And it seems to be the worst of all worlds.
Almost? Like? By the way, he's saying worst of all worlds, not because Palestinians are dying. He doesn't give a fuck about that. It's because people are paying attention to the Palestinian deaths and are getting mad. If nobody got mad at Israel's actions, if nobody gave a fuck, if young people weren't doing like protests nonstop, encampments in college campuses and shit like that, virtually zero coverage on this. They don't give a fuck. They love it. It's happened before. Look at any of the prior sieges. There's a reason why so many people, despite my endless fucking coverage on the matter for the past 10 years, there were so many people after October 7th that were like, what the fuck? This is Hassan's take on this issue? The reason why is because most people just tune that shit out. They don't even fucking hear it. They just think it's like, it's random foreign policy stuff I don't want to care about, until they're forced to reckon with it.
Is that one of the reasons why you're saying the IDF needs to be able to go into Rafah and finish off Hamas, finish this war off, and start the rebuilding?
Precisely. It's you take off a Band-Aid quickly. You don't do it slowly. And you can't fight a war with an on and off button. You just can't. I was a fighter, and it's impossible. When you hit your enemy, Hamas, you punch him in the face and he's wobbling. What you do not do is tell him, take a month off, get better, come back and fight another day. And this lack of continuity, lack of determination, coupled with American pressure on us to go slower, is a mistake. This could have been over 3-4 months ago if we just followed through. I think both governments are not conducting themselves in an optimal way.
What does Gaza look like in your eyes after Hamas is expelled, after hopefully the hostages are released, after there's some semblance of control? Do you believe that the Israelis should take control of Gaza, or do you believe in the possibility of an international peacekeeping force with the United States and your Arab neighbors?
Well, I'd envision the model of post-World War II Germany, where the first phase is, first of all, defeating the Nazis, and we've not yet finished that. Then I would put in place an interim appointed government of competent Egyptians primarily, Palestinians, Saudis, Emirates, while Israel retains the security responsibility. We don't want to govern Gaza. There's no desire, so it's, in that sense, it's simple. This would go on several years. It could be 5-6 years, in which period we'd also discontinue the incitement. So they'd have to stop teaching kids that Jews are pigs, etc.
In my mind, I'm listening to everything he's saying and thinking like, yeah, this was what should happen to Israel. Like what happened after Nazi Germany, the fall of Nazi Germany, wasn't enough. They should have went further. And I'm just thinking like, yeah, no, thank you for laying out the steps of what must be done with Israel.
Stop it in the media, stop it in the mosques. And within 6, 7, 8 years, we see how it develops. Then we could hand over to self-governance. We do not want to govern Gaza. We have no desire whatsoever for anything from Gaza. For heaven's sakes, we pulled out of Gaza in 2005. We handed it over to the Palestinians. So there's no territorial fight here. We have a terror state that wants to destroy Israel, and we don't want to be destroyed.
Do you see any third party, any outside force? Is it Qatar, for example, who could apply any pressure on Hamas to release the hostages, to accept some kind of deal?
I think Qatar could do much more. I think Qatar is playing a very dirty game, a double-faced game. They pretend to be Western and an advanced country, but they in many ways are helping, together with Iran, to foster terror for many years. Yeah, they could pressure Hamas for the simple reason that right now the Hamas leadership is living in hotels in Doha, Qatar, and they could tell them, look, if you don't get the hostages released, we'll kick you out, and let's see you live in Damascus or Tehran, which is not as pleasant.
By the way, President Biden spoke to the Emir of Qatar yesterday with a similar message.
This Emir and
that's so stupid, bro. If they lived in Damascus or Tehran, there would be no negotiations and all of the hostages would be murdered. What are you saying? You should be thanking every fucking goddamn day that there are envoys and people that are mediating the process. What the fuck? It is pretty funny though to talk about Qatar Like he's shitting on American policy in that situation. Like the reason why those guys live in Qatar is because America allows them to do so, and Turkey as well, which is also very involved in the Qatari politics. That's how you pronounce it, Chatters? No, it's not. Qatar. Qatar. Don't say it in Arabic. That's why I say Qatar.
And the Qataris have blood on their hands.
Former Israeli Prime Minister Naftali Bennett. Mr. Prime Minister, thanks for being here today. We appreciate it.
Because America told Qatar to house them. Qatar also hosted ISIS and Taliban for communication. Yeah. It's like, that's what they do. That's what Qatar does. Qatar! That's what Qatar does! With this whole narrative of finishing them off, why haven't they questioned the fact that Hamas has already moved back into the areas that they invaded? Oh, dude, don't ask that question. Come on now.
The world's...
All right, it's time, dude. It's time, bitches. All of you. Oh, when is India news? Please. When the fuck are we going to talk about India? Please. Here it is.
Largest election has come to an end, and now, defying expectations and poll predictions, millions of voters in India have issued a decisive mandate. Prime Minister Narendra Modi will return to power for his nations and poll predictions. Millions of voters in India have issued a decisive mandate. Prime Minister Narendra Modi will return to power for a historic third time. But his party, the BJP, won't be governing alone for the first time in a decade. The opposition coalition has made a comeback, hurting the BJP's chances of a sweeping majority. And Modi says his new term will be one of big decisions. Well, the Indian government has failed to give visas to Al Jazeera's correspondents to cover this story, so we're reporting on this election from outside the country. Here's Kulsum Sharif.
Winning, but on a losing streak, as tens of millions of ballots are being counted.
That's pretty funny. Oh my God. Is India also leading into fascism? What do you mean leading into fascism? It is. It's a big deal as far as I understand, because obviously they thought that this was going to be a decisive victory. And it turns out that Modi isn't as popular as people previously thought he was.
In India, the governing BJP and its allies are in the lead, but far from the predictions of exit polls and the party's own estimates. Analysts say it's a setback for Prime Minister Narendra Modi, a populist leader who sought a third term on a Hindu nationalist campaign.
This is a defeat for Prime Minister Narendra Modi, both politically and morally.
But Prime Minister Narendra Modi has claimed victory.
My coalition is coming back to govern for a third consecutive term, and that's a guarantee. We're grateful to the people. This is the first time a government that's completed 2 terms will return for a third term.
The BJP's popularity in Uttar Pradesh, the most populous and politically crucial state, is also on a decline. The party lost its seat in Ayodhya, the city where Modi inaugurated a temple in January, fulfilling a decades-old promise. It was built on the ruins of a historic mosque that was destroyed by right-wing groups in the early 1990s. Many Hindus believe Lord Ram, one of Hinduism's most revered deities, was born here. But analysts say this election has shown the politics of religion has failed.
Uttar Pradesh, which was really a laboratory for Hindutva, where Ram Temple was built, shows that people have gone beyond Ram Temple.
BJP's loss is the opposition's gain in states like Manipur. The northeastern state governed by the BJP has witnessed ethnic violence in the past year. The opposition alliance is led by the Indian National...
All right, enough of this fuck-ass coverage, bro. Let's get to some real shit, okay?
So sorry.
I mean, this is before. This is not after. This is before 6 days ago.
Hanji namaskar ji. Tak tak karne laga. O mora tension badhne laga. Are bhaiya tension vention chodo na. सीटें कितनी है जोड़ो ना मैंने साइकिल दौड़ा दिया मैं बिटवा मेहनत किया मैंने खेला कर दिया वोट भी मिल जाएंगे क्या धक धक करने लगा होगा मेरा जाने क्या
मुश्किल इंतजार हो ही गया मेरी हैट्रिक भी लग जाएगी क्या मुझको भी डर अब लगने लगा सरकार तीसरी बार बन जाएगी क्या मेरा दिल घबराने लगा जैसे रिजल्ट टाइम आने लगा मिस्ट्री कैसी है मिस्ट्री दिल मेरा अब कहीं भी लागे नहीं
What the fuck did I just watch, bro? This one didn't even have enough context clues. Like, the other ones at least have, like, something I can grab onto. This one was just Kino. Absolute cinema. Bro, I got insane clips from the clip last night. I was covering the election results. They were both singing about each other's election hopes. You have to watch this coverage, by the way.
कांग्रेस की जीत से यानी कि ये माना जा सकता है कि 2014 और 2019 की जो कांग्रेस की टैली है उत्तर प्रदेश की उससे बेहतर और ठीक ठाक बेहतर प्रदर्शन करती है उत्तर प्रदेश में कांग्रेस दिख रही। मीना आप कुछ कह रही थी।
बिल्कुल, एक तो बड़ी खबर मैं बता दूं गरिमा आपको कि अर्जुन राम मेघवाल कानून मंत्री है, बीकानेर के सांसद, अब चौथी बार वो चुनाव जीते हैं बीकानेर से और ये बीजेपी के लिए बहुत इंपॉर्टेंट सीट कई मायनों में थी। प्रधानमंत्री के बहुत करीबी लोगों में से एक माने जाते हैं वो।
What happened? My dad deadass watches this shit every day, man. I mean, I feel like it'd be way more fun. They were making an announcement about a new seat win. I thought you played that sound for a second. All right, Arun, you wanna, if you wanna come on and educate us about what the fuck's going on, hit me up. Oh, nothing beats the South Korean election coverage. Oh yeah, this was fire. This is like, this kind of clears So Sorry, to be honest. I called you. Pick up.
What's up? I'm here.
Yo, what do you have to say? What do you have to say to the South Korean coverage kind of clearing So Sorry's sorry ass a little bit?
Nah, I'm sorry. South Korea does not touch indie news in terms of insanity.
I mean, this is pretty fire. I think there was a Chinese news too that would do some shit. I remember watching some like Chinese animated shit too. They would just like, or was it might have been Taiwanese, but they would just like make up stories. I mean, pretty fire overall.
I mean,
hold on.
like in terms of, I've always maintained this. Like, Indian news is, or like news from the subcontinent is always like the most insane. I've shown clips to like Carter before of this one guy basically pulling a sword out on television, like threatening to behead an actress. What's up, chat?
What does she
I've
do?
always maintained that our news is actually the most absolutely insane. Yeah.
What did she do to deserve it? Her vibes must have been fucked.
Nah, it's really stupid. So the long story is that the guys that pulled out the sword they come from, it's a bit complicated to explain, but they come from, I guess, a caste like based organization called the Karni Sena, which represents Rajputs. And so there's a movie called Padmavati that came out like several years ago, and it was about how basically the Rajput queens and the Rajput, like there's a love sequence between like Alauddin Khilji, who is like one of the leaders of like the head of the Delhi Sultanate, and there was like a dream sequence where he fell in love with the Rajput Hindu woman, and so the people over at like the Karni Sena got incredibly pissed. And they were like, all right, actually, let me just pull out the clip. I'll show you what I mean. Let me pull out the clip so I can show you. Karni Sena Sword Inch Studio. Let me DM it to you. This is what I mean. Like, Indian news is top tier insanity. I'm almost weirdly proud in the sense that we have the most insane news. Okay, go all the way to the beginning. Go to the beginning.
I'm gonna share it with you too, so we can look at it together.
Yeah. Just go all the way to the beginning first, because you'll see what I mean.
पद्मावती के होने का आपके पास क्या प्रूफ है?
इतिहास के पन्नों में दर्ज है। इतिहास के पन्नों में दर्ज है 16,000 रानियों के साथ
अभिषेक आपने पढ़ा होगा। मैं ये मान के चल रहा हूँ कि आप इतिहास पढ़ते हैं, आप पढ़ चुके हैं इतिहास। आप कहाँ तक पढ़े हैं? आपने क्या पढ़ा है इतिहास में पद्मावती का? मैं केवल
Bro is pulling out the blicky, like that's. Yo, Americans do this shit and we celebrate it. You know, my man is.
No, the only reason we have swords is because guns are not as easy to procure in India. That's the reason.
Yeah, because you're not a free country. Well, not you, but India is not a free country.
Oh, we're not. We've never been a free country, to be honest. Like,
no, that's what, but like freedom in the American way, I'm saying, like.
Oh, well, yeah, that's what I mean. Yeah.
Yeah. Okay, so you are, maybe not you, but people from your community took issue with me saying that like India is aligned with the West. I've often talked about the complicated nature of like Indian relationships with the West in general.
Yeah.
But I would say that like broadly it is seen as like a neoliberal project. Would you disagree with that? As far as like,
No, I don't disagree with that at all. So I think we're both on the same page of like India being a neoliberal project. And I would even go further as to say like the neoliberalism project in India didn't start with Modi. It started a long time ago,
Oh, yeah.
especially like it started since the 90s, and it started like it's like Vajpayee was one of the major accelerators of the neoliberal project. And then even under Congress, you had Manmohan Singh. He basically accelerated that neoliberalism project, which led to Modi. So I think we're on the same page on that. I think the issue that I had originally taken issue with to begin with was because like, unfortunately, like the way it was framed, it made it seem like the United States was just like dictating every one of India's moves.
no.
Right? Yeah. So that's where I think we took it. That's where I was like, hey, whoa, there's a little bit more complications to that, is what I was
I would say that even Pakistan is a bigger client to India in that regard.
Even then, I would say like, again, I would say that Pakistan is a client state in the sense that it is a literal client of the United States. There are many times where like, again, like it's not, even with the Imran Khan ouster, right? Even when Imran Khan was thrown out, I would say that there were far more internal tensions between General Bajwa, Qamar Bajwa, and Imran Khan that led to his ouster rather than, and he said so, and Imran Khan said so in his interview with Mehdi Hassan, like recently. He basically said like he had run afoul of the military recently, and he specifically blamed General Bajwa for his ouster because apparently Bajwa went to the United States and said like, hey, like Imran Khan is like anti-Ukraine or whatever the fuck. But like the thing is like I think like the communists.
Yeah, but I've have it on good authority that he's not in a purely Islamic relationship. So I think he deserves prison.
Yeah, he's not. He's
they put him in prison for woke.
Yeah. They it was like some violation of the Marriage Act or something. The stupid thing about Imran Khan's situation is that he was like, if you're like most people that are not like PTI fans or whatever, like most people that I've talked to with regards to like PTI that are not PTI fans, they don't like him either because Imran Khan basically, you cannot get into power in Pakistan without the consent of the military, and that includes Imran Khan, right?
Mm-hmm.
And so a lot of people hate Imran Khan in Pakistan because he got into power. And then a lot of the inflation that Pakistan is dealing with right now is directly because of the IMF controlling Pakistan's purse strings. And it was actually Imran Khan that laid the groundwork for that. So that was like the main reason, like that's, so like when in some sense, like what's the dumb thing about this entire situation is it gives, like the army has effectively turned Imran Khan into a martyr when originally like he was part of the same sort of establishment that he's now criticizing. So it's very stupid, but at the same time, like he is unfortunately like the figurehead of like the anti-military resistance in a sense.
Yeah.
But yes, it's basically a lot of the nonsense, the economic nonsense that Pakistan has to deal with directly like leads back to the IMF effectively.
Oh yeah.
And Imran Khan.
Okay, but getting back to India.
Yeah.
So the elections happen. Is it, how much of the ballot stuffing memes are true?
It's true to an extent. It's definitely true. They actually tried to do it. There was videos circulating around of if some of my community members are in chat, but there were videos of people, especially in Uttar Pradesh, especially like children going around and using and voting illegally because they're children, right? They're not supposed to vote like 8 times. And the thing with India is that a lot of most of it is we use electronic voting machines. Yeah. So we do not use paper ballots most of the time. We actually use electronic voter machines. And the funny thing is that there was a research paper done regarding the electronic voter machines. And what happened was afterwards, after the paper was released, the Modi government arrested the people that did the research paper, because one, technically they got the electronic voting machine like through unscrupulous manners, you could say. But they found that the electronic voting machines were very prone to rigging. They were prone to basically fraud, election fraud, so on and so forth. So they arrested the guy a long time ago, and they put him in jail.
One second. One thing I do have to mention for chatters is it is correct. Paper ballots are literally, I mean, I don't even know how you would implement it across the board, but paper ballots are seen as, in the United States of America and globally, a safer measure, at least as a fail-safe, to check against electronic ballots and all other types of voting. So yes, paper ballots currently still are one of the safest ways to have like a mass voting happen.
Right. Yep. That's Hassan's right about that. Another thing that happened was the day of the elections. So you had cops in the state of Uttar Pradesh literally go to people's houses and put them, like, these are some of the counters that were supposed to count the votes. They put them under house arrest, right? So basically they blackmailed so many people in Uttar Pradesh as well. So it's definitely, and like, in addition to like the direct outright rigging that that the Modi government tried to do over the past election, they also tried to do, they also froze the opposition's bank account right before the elections. And so they basically made it so that Congress and the opposition, the India alliance, could not actually campaign during the last leg of the election, right? Yeah, so actually I think, yeah, India's press freedom is actually really, really bad. It's below Turkey, and it's actually below Palestine. Palestine has a higher freedom index press freedom index than India does.
Bro, below Turkey? That's crazy. I thought Turkey was like one of the worst, if not the worst on the planet.
It is. No, Turkey, yeah, it has a press freedom worse than Turkey. It has a press freedom worse than Sri Lanka, which is surprising. Because if you know anything about Sri Lanka's press freedom, they openly assassinated journalists left and right throughout like decades. And especially if you were Tamil, they assassinated you. Right? If you're a Tamil journalist, or you're a Tamil, if you were a Tamil person that was speaking out against the government in Sri Lanka, you got murked immediately.
Well,
right?
Israel and it seems India aligned on the not letting Al Jazeera into their country to do correspondence.
Oh yeah. Oh yeah. No. India's insane. It's funny that you mentioned that though, because like there's a misconception, and I saw you mention it on stream at one point where there's actually a thing that you caught on that no one else actually caught on to, and I'll give you credit for it. India's foreign policy perspective for the longest time was actually far better than the United States for very obvious reasons, right? Israel is basically,
they're a colony of the British as well.
Yeah, India was a direct colony of the British, and we were part of the non-aligned. Well, I'm American, but India was part of the non-aligned movement for the longest time, and basically they were the longest. Like they basically had originally, allied with Palestine because of that, because they saw similarities between the anti-British struggle, and on top of that, like it's a good luck because India was always seen as like one of the beacons of like the anti-colonial movement for a long time. How much of India's recent foreign policy is related to the IDU Stephen Harper? What do you mean, Steve? Like, you talking about Canada or something? I don't know what IDU is.
I don't know. Don't read the chat. You just keep.
I'm a streamer. What do you mean? Don't read chat?
Yeah, that's why it's not good. It's not good to read chat. You know that already. All right, so talk to me about these parties. So what's going on? You got a shit ton of parties. I have no idea how the fucking Indian election process works in general. And I watched this So Sorry segment thinking, this will enlighten me a little bit. But
no.
I have more questions than I have answers after this. You
okay,
have
let's watch it. So Aam Aadmi Party is how do I explain these guys? Aam Aadmi Party are liberals, right? But they're a phenomenon that doesn't exist in the United States, right? So Aam Aadmi Party are basically liberals that very heavily lean on welfare policies, and they're basically what you could call populist like neoliberals. It's a phenomenon that doesn't exist in the United States, because when they were no, I wouldn't. No, Trump is not the same as this guy. I would say Trump is obviously economically neoliberal, but this guy had originally positioned himself as like a Bernie Sanders kind of figure originally.
Oh,
yeah.
okay.
So this guy had originally, like, the sense that you would get from him originally when he was campaigning like a long time ago in like 2014 and stuff, like long time ago, the sense that Arvind Kejriwal you would get from him was that he was actually like, you know, a man of the masses. Like, he was pro welfare, he was pro, and he does, you know, to his credit, he has engaged in a lot of welfare policies in Delhi, but he's Arvind Kejriwal is a silly goose in the sense that he has proposed policies that were so stupid that both the BJP, he managed to piss off both the BJP and Congress. Like, for example, he proposed a policy where you would put like the Lord Ganesha and Lord, I think it was Lakshmi or something, on the Indian dollar bills or on the Indian rupee bills. That pissed off the BJP because those rupee notes are used in liquor bar. They're used in bars and stuff. They're used in like liquor stores and stuff. So that's a sacrilege. And then that pissed off Congress because, like, hey, what the hell are you doing putting like religious figures on notes? What the fuck are you doing? So Aam Aadmi Party are like, they're incredibly silly. It's incredibly dumb. But they're seen as like the opposition, basically. They're part of the overall India opposition.
Okay, this
and they've dominated Delhi for like a long time, basically.
So far, the prospects for Indian prosperity don't seem too good if these guys are a part of the opposition party. All right, we'll move on from the AAP then. All right, what's up next here? Let's see in the video.
Hold on, let me see.
These are the AAP guys. Is that what it is? Vote for
those
Punjab.
are all AAP. So the guy with the turban, the guy with the pug, is the guy in Punjab that was elected under AAP, basically. So he was recently. So Punjab had state elections, I think, a year or two ago, and they elected this guy. So Aam Aadmi Party won this. You know, he's the new chief minister, and he's the guy, I think, that drank pond water and like got sick from it. Let me see. Punjab CM water. Drinking polluted water.
Wait, why did he do that? To prove a point?
He did it just to prove that he could, like, that the water was clean, and he got sick from it.
Damn. Well, to be fair, Barack Obama never drank the Flint water, so he's a pussy. This guy at least drank it.
This guy, I don't know who this guy is. I don't know who the guy with the broom is. I don't know who that's supposed to be.
All right, so they got the hearts out.
Also, don't ask me for Hindi translation. Okay, so the guy in the center. Yeah, I don't speak Hindi because I'm from the South and we don't speak Hindi. So the guy in the middle is Rahul Gandhi. He's basically the quote unquote. He's not the leader of the Congress party. That'd be the guy to the right. That's Mallikarjun Kharge. So he's the actual like leader of the Congress party. And had he won this election, he would have actually been the first Dalit chief minister, which, I mean, hopefully he would have been the first Dalit chief minister. We wouldn't know. But like, had he like been the prime minister, excuse me, he would have been the first, I guess, leader of the country, the first prime minister that comes from a marginalized caste background. Which would have been historic because that's never happened before. It's like having the first black president in a sense. It's like a historic moment in a sense. But this guy is significantly more progressive than like Barack Obama in certain senses. Rahul Gandhi is the figurehead of the Congress Party and of the Indian National Congress, and he is the Okay, so. You know how like there's some people complain about nepotism in U.S. politics?
Yeah, I was about to say, isn't he? He's nepotism recipient.
Okay, his father, his grandmother, and his great grandfather were all prime ministers.
Yeah.
His father was prime minister until he was assassinated via suicide bomb. His grandmother was prime minister until she was assassinated by her Sikh bodyguards.
Bro, is this your Kennedy? What the fuck's going on? Like, this guy's just like looking for the smoke.
This is our Kennedy, yes. Yeah.
That's crazy.
I mean, so the reason his father got assassinated is it gets into Sri Lanka stuff, but like his father sent the Indian peacekeeping forces to Sri Lanka, basically to subdue the LTTE, the Tigers, right? The Tamil Tigers.
Uh-huh.
And the Indian peacekeeping forces ended up basically committing war crimes against the civilian Tamils, right? So, for example, they went into a hospital in Jaffna in Sri Lanka and massacred like 70 people. That's what his dad did.
I thought it was all right. I thought that was allowed. I don't know. I've been just paying attention a lot to like what's going on in the news for the past 8 months, and I thought that was cool.
I'm still working on the documentary, but like once the documentary on Sri Lanka comes out, I promise you will see so many similarities between Sri Lanka and Israel. I swear to you. Like it's insane what Sri Lanka has gotten away with, and it's insane like how similar, like what you're seeing in Gaza. I've said this on stream multiple times. What you're seeing in Gaza, I will say with 100% certainty, Israel stole that tactic from Sri Lanka. 100%. I will say that because
I read an Atlantic piece that said like sometimes killing children is allowed under international law. So
yeah, and guess who they mentioned? Guess what one of the countries they mentioned was?
I assume Sri Lanka.
Yep, it was fucking Sri Lanka.
Yeah.
So this dude's dad got assassinated because via suicide bomb, because he committed war crimes in Sri Lanka. He's a war criminal. His grandmother, we talked about the Sikh genocide. So his grandmother was basically like responsible for Operation Blue Star on the Harmandir Sahib, and his great grandfather was the first prime minister of India. So this dude is like big time nepo baby. And then the guy to the left is actually one of the MVPs of this election, Akhilesh Yadav, who's also a nepo baby as well. Akhilesh Yadav is the head of the Samajwadi Party. And the Samajwadi means socialist in Hindi. No, they're not socialist. They're not socialist. Chad is gonna have to get used to the fact that like socialism means dick in this region. It doesn't.
But it also is not like, it doesn't hold the same like immediate negative connotations that it does in America. Otherwise, they wouldn't slap it on as a popular positive sentiment.
No, socialism in the subcontinent, aside from maybe Pakistan, has always been like a sort of like if you say you're socialist, people aren't gonna be like, yo, like what the fuck's wrong with you? Right?
Yeah. It's an active political party, especially in India. As far as I understand, it has like one of the largest active communist parties on the planet, right? I mean,
yeah, the CPIM is one of the largest communist parties, and
as far as I understand, it has like one of the largest active communist parties on the planet, right? I mean,
yeah, the CPIM is one of the largest communist parties, and yeah, basically they're one of the largest communist parties. And chat, don't get your expectations too high about them either. Don't get your expectations high about them either. Like, I think one of my chatters mentioned earlier in one of your chats,
someone said the Communist Party in West Bengal literally started doing corporate land grabs because they're not good communists.
No, that's not the reason why. So the biggest complaint about the communists, the land grabs, what do you call it? I think you're referencing the Maoists though. What led to the Maoists though? The biggest complaint about the CPIM is that, and most of the communist parties in India, is that they've always been captured by the upper castes. They've always been captured by the upper castes, and so when it comes to, especially particularly caste issues, you cannot talk about Indian politics without even mentioning caste. It's like caste is incredibly ingrained into Indian society, and caste is not the same thing as class either. And I've mentioned this before. Caste is something you're basically born with permanently, right? So you are born to a particular caste. You can never change it. So as improbable as it is, you can always become like a business owner. You can always change your relationship to the means of production, no matter how improbable it is, right? It's always a theoretical possibility. But caste is something that no matter what you're born to, like if you're born into a Dalit caste, like the most oppressed caste in India, there's just gonna be certain areas that you cannot go to, and you cannot be vocal. Otherwise, you'll be like beaten up, or you'll be, like it's in very similar. you can kind of think of it as very similar to, it's the closest thing India has to race in a sense. That's how like
I forget which there was a political scientist that made that comparison, specifically talking about the caste structure and how and its similarities to like the American racial segregation in the Jim Crow South.
I know who you're talking about, but I forgot her name. But there's a guy called Suraj Jangde who is part of who's like a huge intellectual here in the United States, who talks about like who actually is like working with African American studies professors to sort of like bridge the gap between the two, right? So like, and it's also like Dr. B.R. Ambedkar, who was like the framer of the Constitution. He's the guy who made the Constitution of India, who comes from a Dalit caste himself, who came from Dalit caste himself. He was actually, I believe he was actually in correspondences with W.E.B. Du Bois, actually. So he was actually like, he was pen pals with like Du Bois and stuff. I'm pretty sure.
Wasn't the caste structure also accelerated? Not, I mean, there was historical basis for it, but it accelerated after or during colonialism, like colonial occupation as well.
So what happened under the British was the British rigidified the caste system. So what happened was when the British came to India, so the Brahmins who occupy like the topmost part of the caste structure, they were the ones that occupied like all of the major like administrative positions, the clerical positions under the British, right? And so what happened was, I mean, caste census, the caste census was really done under the British, so that's what led to sort of the inculcation of caste consciousness in India. But what happened was it was a lot like this idea of like Hindu Muslim was actually a funny thing is that even the idea of Hinduism being a united religion was also like a weirdly British creation. It didn't exist before the British came. Like the very concept of Hinduism as you and everyone in chat knows it today, that didn't exist until the British came. And that's because basically the Brahmins, who were the caste collaborators with the British, they were the ones that basically told the British, we have this religion called Hinduism, and everyone in India practices this religion. And they basically used the religious texts that they wrote, the Manusmriti, the Dharma Shastras, and all of these books that they wrote. They presented them to the British, and the British basically started calling everyone that wasn't a Muslim or a Christian a Hindu. And so you had all of these different castes, like that had nothing to do with each other, that had very different practices, that were now basically immediately following the same practices because they were legally enforced by the British under the Brahmins. So they were following Brahminical practices under the British suddenly. And this is because the Brahmins actually collaborated with the British to create this idea of Hinduism and basically enforce it upon everyone. So caste actually, in that sense, became even more rigidified under the British, right? The Brahmins have always occupied positions, like the Brahmin castes have always occupied positions, even before the British. They've always had like a monopoly on basically education because the Brahmin, I guess, class, the group of castes, they're considered the scholarly or priest class, basically. And they had the sole right to basically read and write in Sanskrit, which is the liturgical language of the Hindu texts, right? So they were the ones that had the sole right to actually read that stuff, right? So it was actually under the Brahmins and the British collaborating together that rigidified the caste structure. Now, the irony is that later on, what would happen is a lot of the Hindu nationalists that are saying like, fuck the British, the British imposed all these things on us. They created Christians. They would actually quote unquote, turn against the British later on. But it was actually like the caste system rigidified under the British. And in fact, the whole concept of a unified Hinduism was created by a collaboration between the Brits and the Brahmins in India, basically.
All right, so let's get back to modern day, present day Indian politics. So we covered these guys, the opposition.
Akhilesh Yadav is the MVP guy, right?
And then
so
we have these dudes. Who are these guys?
That is go back. I know the guy in the middle. I think that is RJD. I think that is Tejasvi Yadav.
They got a cow back there.
I think the guy in the middle is supposed to be YSR Reddy. I don't know who that is. I don't know who that's supposed to be.
Lalu and Tejasvi.
Yeah, Lalu Yadav, Tejasvi Yadav. Yeah, it's Lalu Yadav and Tejasvi Yadav. So those are the two dominant. So that party is the dominant party in Bihar, basically, RJD. So yeah, Lalu and Tejasvi Yadav. So that's the dominant party in the state of Bihar, basically.
They represent a dairy farmer caste.
Yeah, Yadav is an OBC caste. So Yadav is Yadavan is basically like a cattle farmer caste. And it's not like the again, when I talk about caste, you've probably seen like the pyramid of like different castes that you've seen before: Brahmin, Kshatriya, Vaishya, Shudra. It's the food pyramid, right? So that's not what I mean by caste. Within each and every single one of those categories, there are even further like subdivisions, right? And those subdivisions are what we call caste, right? So Yadav is a specific kind of caste within, I believe, either Kshatriya or Shudra, basically one of those two.
Bro, that's too many things to pay. That's too many things to pay adherence to. That's crazy.
No,
That's wild.
it's advanced racism, basically. Yes, it's advanced. So these are the dominant parties of Bihar, basically. This is the dominant people of Bihar. These guys are like, they don't like Modi. These guys hate Modi. They're not the biggest fans of Modi. They're kind of like, the best way you can describe these guys is they're kind of like working class, like Appalachian dudes in a sense. They're kind of the equivalent of like Appalachian dudes in like India that are like weirdly like pro working class, I guess. Like there's no real way to describe what these guys are basically like, but yeah, RJD is like Muslim plus Yadav vote base. Yeah.
Okay. All right. Moving on from these dudes. This lady TMC.
That is Mamta Banerjee. So that is Mamta Banerjee. She's the leader, or she's like the current chief minister of West Bengal. And Mamta Banerjee sucks. Mamta Banerjee actually she sucks. She's almost no different from Modi. She basically got into power through two mechanisms. One, she ran basically on entirely anti-communist shit, but the catch to that is like the Communist Party in West Bengal were basically kind of thugs. So there were like atrocities that were committed by the Communist Party, but she kind of basically weaponized that and said like, well, communism as a whole is bad. Like left-wing politics is bad. Elect me. That's basically like how she got into power. And now like she's basically like she's kind of become a thug in and of herself. Like now like the BJP is vying for her seat in West Bengal. It's not anti-communist, it's an anti-communist party. Yeah. So she's not like again like you have to understand like the communist parties in India are not like the best, like they're not like the best representations of like left-wing politics in India. Let's just put it that way. Like there were like in West Bengal especially, there were atrocities that the Communist Party committed against like the most oppressed castes in India. So she basically ran on like the political violence that the Communist parties did in West Bengal, basically.
Okay. All right, and then I think those are. I mean, and then we have these guys.
I think
that's Modi.
That's Modi. Saab Changasi Bharat mein.
Who's
that's Amit Shah, Home Minister, the guy that's walking around, and the thing that's on his head is 400 like Char Saupad, which is a campaign slogan, basically saying they're going to get over 400. The NDA alliance is going to get 400 seats. Oh, they're going to get way above like 400 seats. And there's like, what was it, 543 seats in parliament? Something like that, something to that effect. And these guys were parading around saying like, oh, we're going to get more than 400 seats, boys. We're going to get more than 400 seats. And I was like,
they couldn't even get the 272 seats.
No, so the NDA got like 290 something, but they couldn't get above. Yeah, the BJP themselves couldn't get the majority.
Yeah.
So that means their power is significantly weakened. It's a huge win. It's a huge L for the BJP. And I think the guy on the left is Nadda, I think. I think it's Nadda, or I forgot. It's one of the other guys in the BJP. I don't remember.
So what does that mean for the way that they administer going forward? Like, what does that mean for their for the prospect of governance. Like they don't have this popular mandate. They lost the majority. Does that mean that they need to like set up? I mean, what does that look like for Indian Parliament? What does that look like for passing bills?
So
what are the broadest, most important? And lastly, what are the broadest, most important like policy positions that will change as a consequence of this?
I mean, the most important thing to take away from this is that the BJP themselves don't have as much leverage in the coalition anymore because they're not the majority. And so right now, what's currently up in the air is whether Modi will even return as prime minister. So we don't even know for sure whether Modi's actually going to become the next prime minister or whether it's Nadda or it's going to be not Nadda. What was it? I forgot his name already. There's another guy in the BJP that they're floating to be potentially the next PM. Another thing that's also like, there's a party called the Telugu Desam Party that is part of the BJP coalition that's now pressuring the BJP to get rid of the guy with the glasses. There's a guy that's texting me. No, not Yogi Adityanath. RSS is hoping that Yogi Adityanath gets in, but if they make Yogi the chief minister of Uttar Pradesh, the state that just handed BJP the fat ass out, not Gadkari, thank you. Someone said Gadkari. They're planning on like, it seems like some of the coalition members want Nitin Gadkari to be the next PM, but no. So what's happening is that the other parties within BJP's coalition are going to exert a lot more pressure. The other thing is that a lot of the Hindu-Muslim, mandate shit that they've been like, I guess the biggest indicator of this is that they built the Ayodhya Ram temple over the remains of the Babri Masjid that the RSS and the VHP destroyed back in the 90s.
Yeah.
And basically that was the BJP's ult, right? That was they basically ulted and said, hey, like we built the temple. We did it. We did what we set out to do. We destroyed the mosque and we built the temple. And what happened was the people of Uttar Pradesh, especially, what's funny is that the town that temple was built, like Ayodhya, the district, the electoral district went to Congress. They basically, the town where that temple was built basically told BJP to fuck off, right? So basically, the long story short of what's going on here is that the BJP is actually getting weaker. I called this election, I was legit. So when I was going into this election, everyone was like telling me yo, they're going to get 300 easy, 300 easy. And I basically said, no, hold on a second. I basically said, hold on a second. Wait a minute. Because UP is probably they're going to probably hemorrhage votes in UP. What did nerds say? What did my mods say? You need to look at regional politics to fully understand Indian politics. Federalism can oppose Hindu nationalism. Listen to Indian leftists and the many brave, brilliant journalists and independent media. Yes, if you want to learn. Okay, another thing that actually really pissed me off about this entire election season was that every major news outlet outside of India was basically treating the BJP as a foregone conclusion. Of course they're going to increase their majority. Of course they're going to win. And I was like, you fuckers do not know what you're talking about. Al Jazeera, DW, CNN, fucking everyone outside of India.
Well, they were also, I think they were responding to the exit. I mean, not even just the exit polls, but just polling up until that moment, right? Because it seemed like
if you read the polling, if you actually read the polling going into the election, you would know that BJP was actually set to lose seats, especially in Uttar Pradesh, right? They were actually because one of my chatters, and shout out to Finn Peanut in the chat, right? One of my chatters lives in that particular region. And he was telling us for the past 3 weeks, the reason is that also you can't beat fascism by outflanking them from the right. The opposition gained ground by focusing on caste issues and promising radical progressive voices. Okay, so I'm going to tell you how I think Congress got this win, right? How they got this basically win. So 3 things. So one was the electoral bond scandal. And what happened was basically the BJP passed a law a long time ago. I think it was 2017, basically allowing anyone to, buy bonds from the Central Bank of India, from the SBI, the State Bank of India to donate to their favorite political candidate, right? Earlier this year, what happened was the Supreme Court said that was unconstitutional, which is a surprising move from the Supreme Court, because the Supreme Court was like mostly asleep on the job when BJP was running amok, especially when they dismissed like half of parliament. But the Supreme Court basically came in and they basically said, hey, no, that's unconstitutional. And State Bank of India, you have to disclose who gave what to who. And what was discovered was that all the largest companies in India donated to BJP, and the BJP was by far like the richest. Like it was by and large, it was like what was the figure? It was like thousands of crores, like thousands times tens of millions of rupees, basically. That's how rich the BJP is. It is an insanely rich party, even more so than the other. Like,
wait, you mean it? Are you telling me that capital owners and big business was aligned with the fascist party?
Crazy, I know, right?
By overwhelming numbers. That's say it ain't so. That seems so shocking.
I know, it is shocking. But so once that was discovered, it was like a huge scandal. The mainstream media tried to block it out. They basically did an entire blockout on that story, but it was too late because everyone was talking about it on Twitter. Everyone was talking about it on WhatsApp. And you had normal individuals, you had normal Indians that were saying like, yo, what the hell is going on here? So that's number one. It was the electoral bond scandal, which I think led to Congress picking up momentum. The second thing was the Congress Manifesto. The Congress Manifesto is quite possibly one of the most progressive manifestos I have seen in a while from a mainstream political party. They heavily leaned on social justice narratives. Like they heavily leaned on extending reservation across the board, which is affirmative action, caste-based affirmative action in India. They heavily leaned on that. They also promised to do things like restore statehood to Jammu and Kashmir. They basically it's a lot, but like everything that we read was basically incredibly progressive. It was, did you see CPIM's? No, we read CPIM's manifesto on stream as well. Like Congress, like for Congress standards, it was actually very good. It was like it might as well have been like written by the DMK. And you can tell like the DMK and the leader of Congress had some level of influence over that. So it was one of the most like social justice oriented, welfare oriented, like social democratic, manifestos you've ever seen. It was basically like, oh, we need to also introduce a wealth tax. We need to introduce income tax. We need to introduce all of these social safety nets to make sure that everyone's asking. Okay, I'll answer. The leader of the DMK, the party that's running my home state, is a guy called Stalin.
Oh yeah, that's
Stalin.
I forgot to mention that. There's it seems like there's a lot of dudes named Stalin in India.
Stalin and Lenin are also very common names, but they're like the double-edged sword of that is that there are people in India named Hitler. So there's that.
Yeah.
That's the double-edged sword to that. So like, yes, we have people named Stalin, we have people named Lenin, but we also have, Muka Stalin, Muttivel Karunanidhi Stalin. Yep.
Like his father, Stalin has publicly disclosed that he's an atheist, but he's also said that he's not against any religious beliefs.
His wife is like a religious Hindu or whatever. Isn't Cadillac communist? It's like I said, communists in India is basically social democratic. That's what you can take away.
Well,
like
for chatters that are wondering, that's genuinely how it is all around the world. Any active communist party is at the very best going to be social democratic.
Right.
Like, there are very few active. During the Cold War, there were a lot of. I mean, I can't speak for Indian politics specifically, but most active communist parties were comprised of what you would expect, either peasant class populations, or rather like rural area working class people, and also a lot of very well-educated college students. And that created a lot of division amongst that created a lot of division in many of the countries that had active communist parties that that basically sowed division. There was there was an interest in people that wanted to go in the direction of revisionism, and others who said no, that we have to be revolutionary and maintain like a vanguardist revolutionary attitude. So that usually ended up with the more revolutionary front, or Maoist parties basically losing power completely and being suppressed violently by the states, by individual states, with only the revisionist parties standing, and they've turned into like feckless institutionalists for the most part, and are social democratic at best, in the best scenarios.
So in India's case, almost all the communist parties are, like I said, the biggest problem is that they're run by the upper caste. They've always been captured by the upper caste. And so they, even today, like the biggest, like the CPIM has always been controlled by Brahmins, and in Kerala specifically, it's continued to be controlled by a dominant caste called the Nayars and the Nambudiris. The Nambudiri Brahmins, as well as Iravas, are not technically, I mean, as far as, it's not as dominant as like Nayars. Oh, and Syrian Christians. So every religion in India has caste, by the way, for the record. It's not just like Hindus that practice caste. Muslims and Christians also practice caste as well.
What the
Sikhs,
fuck?
Yeah. Yes, there are different castes of Christians as well in India. So like in Kerala is a great example of this, because in Kerala, the high caste Christians, quote unquote, are called Syriac Christians because or St. Thomas Christians, because they claim descent from like modern, like Assyrians or whatever, like the Assyrian Empire or something, where it's like they claim descent from that, and they claim descent from like the very first people, like the St. Thomas the Apostle, basically. So they're like, oh, we're the original Christians of the subcontinent, and the marginalized caste Christians of India are more recent converts to like Protestantism or Catholicism. So that's generally how it's not even Sikhism, which is a religion that most ostensibly denounces caste. They practice caste. Every religion, aside from maybe Buddhism in India, Buddhism is probably the one exception to that rule, practices caste. Every single one of them. That's how pervasive it is. And so the upper caste Christians of Kerala have also been like dominant in the Communist Party as well. And so if you actually look at the living situation of like the Adivasi, the indigenous people of Kerala, yes, it's as delayed autistic Guppy says. Yes, that's basically
one of
where
Jesus' apostles died in India, St. Thomas, and they claim descent from him and not British missionaries.
Yeah, that's the main source of like beef between the St. Thomas Christians and the other Christians. It's that we're the OGs because we're the OGs because we actually converted from St. Thomas, right? Rather than the British. Unlike you low caste, like unlike you people that converted under the British. It's as ridiculous as it sounds. It's ridiculous. That's the level of like beef. You cannot escape caste no matter what religion you convert to. If you convert, like there's Dalit Muslims do exist. Like an example of this is that there are Muslims, quote unquote, Saids and Ashrafs and whatnot, right? Like they claim descent directly from so the upper caste Muslims basically say they're directly descendant from the Prophet Muhammad, right? And you guys, you low caste Muslims are more recent converts, right? So you guys cannot pray in our mosques, right?
Wait, so was it Dalit Jews also exist? No way.
No, I don't think that's. I think that's made up. I think that's made up. I don't think that is a thing. Dalit Jews don't exist. I mean, Jewish people do exist in India, but they're such a tiny community. Like there's like no Jewish people in India. But yeah, so Stalin is like the leader of Stalin. Ironically, I don't know about that. I've never seen anything.
Kochin Jews were Dalit.
No, Kochi. So Kochi is a city in Kerala. So Cochin is a city in Kerala. That's where they're from. So there's like Fort Kochi and Cochise. This is the largest city in Kerala, basically.
Okay.
Yeah, it's pure madness. But getting back to the so basically getting back to the election. Long story short, like everyone in India is basically celebrating. Everyone is loving the fact that like, except for Sanghis. Sanghis are like I have like I've bookmarked or I've like there's a thread of people literally crying today about like BJP's I guess win or whatever. About Congress's like.
Are those like the MAGA the MAGA of BJP? Like,
yeah, they are. Let me see
like the most diehard Modi heads.
Yeah, I mean, the thing is like BJP RSS are straight Nazis. Like they're not like you can't even say that like there's not even like the plausible deniability of like, oh, they're just right wing and they're not like straight up national. No, they're nationalists. They're Nazis.
So the question I have for you there is actually like I agree with you, obviously. And they do act out on those incredibly violent desires on a regular frequency. But what I will never understand is why the Western media, despite the fact that they are also a brown country, refuse to, because normally they would be more critical of brown countries that are not directly in the sphere of Western interests. Refuse to, because normally they would be more critical of brown countries that are not directly in the sphere of Western interests. They regularly like just talk about Modi as just a regular old politician, and I would even say that like a lot of the articles I read talked about how shocking it was that he couldn't maintain a majority, but for the most part, talk about the opposition party not as a victory, but like as the opposition party's achievements, not as a victory specifically, but you know that they're coping. Like even the Associated Press in their coverage. Let me see if I can find it here. That means Modi will need the support of other parties in his coalition. They will rely heavily on the goodwill of its allies, which makes them critical players who can expect to extract a pound of flesh, both in terms of policymaking as far as government formation.
Okay, there's a chat that I want to immediately there's a chatter I want to zero in on, Layum, because they're the anti-China, the West sees a neoliberal India as a counterweight to China. To an extent, that's true, but I don't think that's the reason why that you see this kind of coverage from the West. I've been following like the West coverage of India long enough to kind of understand like what their perspective is. And the thing is originally, so here's something that chat probably doesn't know about. Originally, Modi was banned from the United States. So when, especially in the wake of the Gujarat riots, the State Department actually banned Modi from entering the country because he was a fascist, because he was that much of a liability.
Well, to be fair, so was Ben-Gvir originally on the terror watch list.
They only lifted the ban on him after, they only lifted the ban on him after he became prime minister. And to be fair, there have been like documentaries from the West, especially the BBC documentary. There's a BBC documentary that was actually banned by India that really went into sort of what Modi's role in the anti-Muslim pogroms that happened, that he basically let happen in Gujarat. And India basically banned that documentary. And the BBC, not the Anand Patwar then, but the BBC actually made a documentary on Modi during 2002. And so Western journalists were significantly more aggressive towards Modi. So the history between the US and India, I think the coverage that you're seeing right now, it's not just limited to like AP or any of the outlets in the United States. I think it's genuinely because there's a level of ignorance. I think there genuinely is a level of ignorance from the West on like ground level Indian politics, because there are people that are like capable of like, there are like Channel 4 has done very good investigative reporting in India, especially in places like Mizoram, in the subcontinent in general. Like the one of the most, I guess, not just in India, but in the subcontinent as a whole, one of the foremost documentaries is Sri Lanka's Killing Fields, and that was that was a BBC documentary, right? So I think that what I've noticed is that they are capable of actually doing the right level of criticism. Not Mizoram, sorry, Manipur. Sorry, Manipur, not Mizoram. They're capable of it. I just always, the conclusion that I've come to is that I think there's a genuine disconnect from that sort of wing of these agencies and I guess the wing of the agencies that do this kind of reporting. Because
I do still feel like, I mean, look, this is what I was looking for. In the face of the surprising drop in BJP support, challengers claimed that they had also won a victory of sorts, with the main opposition Congress party saying the election had been a moral and political loss for Modi, which is, I mean, it literally is, but it almost feels like it's downplaying it. But beyond that, the thing I'm trying to get to is that I do believe that as India is a massive emerging market with cheap labor, and is seen as like infinitely more accessible than China, and not seen as like a dominant force in the global marketplace that could like also have political consequences for the West in the same way that like China has been able to emerge and develop itself. That's the counterweight that they perceive India as, I feel like, Western leadership in general, and that's the reason why they like play nice with Modi, even though
I think that perspective of like the U.S. view, like I said, I think you're right in that the U.S. State Department definitely views India as a counterweight to China in that sense. I definitely agree with that. I just don't see that being connected to I don't see that connection with the reporting is all. I think I think the reporting is more to do with just the sheer level of ignorance and how hard it is to basically penetrate the Indian reporting. Like it's very hard to penetrate and actually understand like what is going on in India. It's not easy, right? I think it's I definitely it's kind of, I have mixed feelings on that perspective. I don't think I would be immediately ready to chalk it up to this is like the US, this is specifically by design, this is specifically like this is India's our proxy in the region. India's more amenable to U.S. interests. I agree with all of that, but I just don't see that being reflected directly in the reporting. Because the thing is, the U.S. was also kind of friendly with Congress as well, right? And Congress is also ultimately a neoliberal party as well. So the thing is, like, I don't think the U.S. genuinely cares. Because, like, even if Congress were to be elected, they're still going to enact neoliberal policies anyways. They're still, like, going to enact they're still going to build like Apple factories in India for sure, and they're going to be they're still going to be amenable to US interests for sure. So I just don't see, I think, so what if you're getting at, like, I think you're saying that the US specifically favors Modi. I'm not able to see that. I'm just not able to see that the US specifically favors Modi over someone like Congress. That's basically what I'm like. I'm not able to see.
So they're just chilling. Like, they're saying they would rather, they don't mind Modi's pogroms because
they don't care, is what I'm saying. Yeah, they don't care either way. They don't necessarily care, like, whether Congress, in a sense that, yeah, they don't necessarily care either way, is what I would say. I think even if Congress won, I don't think like the US would necessarily care, because they know, like, because of their experience with Manmohan Singh being incredibly neoliberal, I would still say, like, even if Congress were to take power, like, they would still be friendly with the U.S. He said he would advance India's defense production, boost jobs for youth, as bullshit.
Raise exports and help farmers, among other things. So
help farmers, my ass.
Yeah, so that's the thing I wanted to ask you about. Like, what are the?
He lied to the farmers.
Yeah. So what are the top level
I have an
things
update on the farmers' protest, by the way?
What are the top level things that they like were advocating for? BJP was advocating for, aside from like killing Muslims and stuff, which seems like and instilling Hindutva supremacy.
I mean, killing Sikhs is another one.
That's totally. That's true.
Another thing that they pursued, another thing that they have repeatedly tried to pursue is the imposition of Hindi over the entire country. That's another, like, quote unquote culture war issue. If you go to Tamil Nadu, basically we've been if you go to Tamil Nadu, it's been a long-standing issue, especially among the South and the central government. But the BJP has really been they accelerated it. There's been a long-standing issue between the central government and especially the southern states and the northeastern states, but especially my home state of Tamil Nadu, the state that Stalin runs. That the central government has always wanted to make everyone speak Hindi. And the South, and especially Tamil Nadu, has basically said, no, we would much rather speak English than speak Hindi. Get the fuck out of here.
Explain it to chat, by the way. When you say like these regions, you should probably mention the population size as well for people to understand a little bit better, because like from the American mind, they're thinking like, oh, how many people could that be? 100,000.
My home state is roughly 70 million people.
Yeah, so like
my home state is 70 million people, roughly speaking. So my home city is like 10 mil. I'm from a city. I was born in a city called Chennai. Yeah, like I was born in a city called Chennai. That's like 10 million people, right? Yeah, it is a huge they've always So we're talking huge populations here. The state, the biggest like state in India, Uttar Pradesh, is 200 million people, 250 some odd million people. For context, that is nearly 3/4 of the United States population. That one state alone has nearly 3/4 of the population of the US, right? So the fact that the BJP lost big there is huge. The fact that they lost, they're not the majority party in UP, at least in the Lok Sabha, is fucking huge, right? It's like the biggest devastating blow. But the thing is, like, I think one thing is a lot of people think that India, like a lot of people kind of say India is diverse and they just kind of like leave it at that. But I think the way you should look at India is that it's basically a patchwork colonial state with like hundreds of different languages, hundreds of different groups of people, right? Even like within one state, there will be like different languages, especially like indigenous languages that are spoken, right? That's how like obscenely diverse it is, right? So, and like if you go from state to state, especially in the South, in the southern parts of the country, they'll have like different state level official languages. So like they'll have signs, like the signs will change language, right? As soon as you enter the border of a different state. So my home state of Tamil Nadu fiercely has like been on the forefront of resisting Hindi imposition, which is like the central government making everyone in Tamil Nadu may learn Hindi as like a mother tongue, basically, or like learn Hindi in schools, right? So Tamil Nadu has been resisting that for decades. And the BJP has tried to accelerate that even further because part of Hindutva, Hindu nationalism is this concept of Hindi, Hindu, Hindustan. That is, Hindus are one ethnic group that speak one language, aka Hindi, High Hindi specifically, Shuddh Hindi, which is the very Sanskritized version of Hindi, because Urdu is the other version of it. It's Hindi and Urdu are the same language.
Don't people in Pakistan also speak Urdu?
Urdu is the same thing as Hindi. It's the same language. And Indians and Pakistanis in the chat can feel free to get mad at me, but I'm literally right about this. It's like. And I say this because, like, let me put it to you this way. North India and Pakistan culturally have more in common with each other than North India has with South India. So a guy in North India has far more in common with a guy in Pakistan. A guy from Uttar Pradesh has far more culturally in common with a guy from like Karachi or like Punjab or like Lahore than either one of those dudes have with me. Right. And it's because one, the language is super different. We don't like, in a weird sense, the language is like more similar. It's not even different dialects. It's the same language. But my language, Tamil, right, weirdly has like the logic for the language. It's kind of like Japanese in a sense. Right. It's like the way you would learn Japanese is the same way you would learn my mother tongue. It's very similar to that. Right. So it is totally different. It's way, way different. Right. So we've been resisting Hindi imposition for a while, but the BJP has been trying to like impose that language on us, and they like the mainstream media, which is like controlled by the BJP effectively. They basically hash this issue like every 2 years or every 2 months or so, saying like, oh, maybe maybe everyone should speak Hindi. Maybe we need a national language or some nonsense. And the funny thing is, Hindi is not a language that is natively spoken by more than 20% of the population.
I was gonna say, even like as far as I understand, like the type of nationalism Modi has brought into power, it's even in this article that says like it was a fringe, it was a fringe movement that is now, you know, I guess more popular.
In the early 1900s, yeah, it was like the same movement that bred Modi was the same movement that assassinated Gandhi, right? So a lot of the guys that are in Modi's party will actually like celebrate like Gandhi's assassin. So like a lot of the people, so a guy called Nathuram Godse, who was part of the RSS, the Rashtriya Swayamsevak Sangh, Sangh Parivar overall organization. He was the guy that assassinated Gandhi because Gandhi wasn't like Hindu nationalist, right? He wasn't like a nationalist enough. So yeah, it was an underground movement for a little. It was actually outright banned. RSS was outright banned under Vallabhbhai Patel, right? And then that ban was revoked later on. Yeah, these guys. We call these guys chaddis, which means underwear. We call these guys underwear all the time. Hold on a second. Does any one of my chatters? Oh wait, I got a funny clip from these guys to show you. Do any one of these guys? Oh yeah. There's a video on Hindu nationalism done by my friend.
3
Rohan
people
Davis.
blow themselves up.
Yeah, fantastic video. This is I don't know if you have time to watch all of this, but like
No, it's an hour
it's
long.
way too long, but like this is the best like intro to Hindu nationalism I've ever seen. And he's done by a friend of the show, fellow friend of the show, fellow South Indian, Rohan Davis. Yeah, chaddis is it means underwear. There's a clip of the RSS like doing a training exercise, and it's the most like ridiculous shit you've ever seen. It's like a classic clip. If any one of my chatters has it, like go ahead and show it. But like, yes, the Rashtriya Swayamsevak Sangh.
I'm seeing some stuff here in the 1920s. Significant deterioration in relations between Hindus and Muslims. The Muslim masses were mobilized by the Khilafat movement, opposing dismemberment of the Ottoman Empire by the Allies, and some demanded the reinstatement of the Caliphate in Turkey. Mahatma Gandhi made an alliance with the movement for conducting his own non-cooperation movement. Gandhi aimed to create the Hindu-Muslim unity in forming the alliance. However, the alliance saw a common enemy, not a common enmity. When the government refused to entertain demands of the Khilafatists, this would cause some Muslims to turn their anger towards the Hindus.
They're talking about the Mapla rebellion in Kerala, basically. The name of their friend's video, it's called Understanding Hindutva or something like that. Yeah, wait, what is this?
Is this the RSS training?
Oh yeah, this is it. This is RSS.
This is like Proud Boys shit.
It's even more embarrassing than Proud Boys. No, there's another clip that I'm thinking of, not this one. It's the one with the crazy, like, dramatic music. If anyone has that, that's the RSS.
What the fuck? Wait, do these guys praise Hitler?
Yeah, they do.
That's fucking...
It's
hilarious.
Like, so there's a difference between a lot of Indians who just don't understand anything about World War II. Like, when I was in Chennai, like a little while ago, I was in
Why are the shorts so big? Is that why you call them underwears?
Yes, that's why we call them underwear.
It's such a big ass fucking... The shorts are so large.
Yeah, that they stole the uniforms, by the way, from Mussolini, basically, from the Italian fascists.
The Ottoman Empire was legally the caliphate of all Sunni Muslims. The way the Allies dealt with the Ottoman Empire after World War I angered a lot of Muslims in India, Gandhi too, and solidified their desire for self-determination moving forward to protect Muslim rights. Yeah, you're right. At World War I, they did the Ottomans dirty. I'm glad that we can all agree.
There's one video that I'm looking for. It's got like the epic music where it's like the dramatic music. It's not the Pink Panther shit, but like this one is also hilarious. Like they also like, it's just a bunch of uncles. Like these guys are a bunch of uncles that are doing like Hitler salutes and shit. Oh wait, is this it? Hold on, let me see.
What are they training for? Like avoiding snakes? I don't understand.
No, that's not it. I don't know. Oh, found it. I think this is it.
Or did you
Here we
send
go. This is it. I got you. I got
you
you.
send it in the chat?
No, I'm sending it to you in DM.
Oh yeah.
Oh yeah. My friend got it finally.
What is he doing?
I don't know.
I don't understand what mobilization and movement, like what training. First of all, they're all like fat uncles. What the fuck is that? Like, there's no.
They think they're the superior race that needs to defend themselves from Muslims. That's what's going on.
The parallels here with like American gravy seals is glaring. I mean, it's just
it's a 1-to-1. You can literally plop it and it's exactly the same. If
it's
you keep
awesome.
going,
The only
there's
difference is they just don't have guns, you know, because India is not free.
Yeah, they have to go to Punjab for guns. Yeah, this is also stupid. This is, I don't know what the hell they're doing here. We've watched it like a couple of times on my stream. Yeah, that's the big one.
Okay, there's no way this is like, what the fuck's this guy doing?
Good question.
He can't be thinking he looks cool doing this. Like, there's no.
He does. He does think that.
No, the rollerblading special forces are cool. Like, that's actually dope. I mean, it's not the most effective way of catching people, but like, still, at least like they're doing something physical. These guys are just like playing duck, duck, goose.
I mean, that is basically like they also like weirdly target like school children and shit. Because I know a guy that that went to one of these like I guess like RSS meetups or whatever, that without even knowing it, because like he grew up going to like one of these like RSS like meetups without even knowing it. And it only dawned on him like much later that, oh shit, this is RSS. But yeah, no, these guys are actually like, in all seriousness, no, these guys are actually like quite dangerous. They are the fuckers that are running the country, and they have like a huge level of influence. And the parent organization of the RSS, the Sangh Parivar, is the same organization that the BJP, the VHP, which is a different, or the Vishwa Hindu Parishad, and beneath the Vishwa Hindu Parishad, there's a group called the Bajrang Dal. And the Bajrang Dal, which is the army of Hanuman, they're the ones that are doing the lynchings. They're the ones that are doing the cow lynchings. Yeah, these dorks have power in India, and that's what makes them so dangerous. And they are genuinely dangerous, and these are the fuckers that are doing the lynchings. They've not only burned mosques, right? They've burned churches as well. These are terrorists, for the record, guys. These are terrorists.
Dude, right? This is extremely Israel shit.
Oh yeah. Yeah, it is very like, especially in Odisha. Yeah, it's pure nonsense. Like these guys are like, they have an unprecedented level of power, and it is a bit terrifying to say the least. It's crazy. Yeah, it's crazy. Like what kind of bullshit that
when it came to non-Hindu religions, the view of Golwalkar, who once supported Hitler's creation of a supreme race by suppression of minorities.
He's actually, I think, the first or second leader of the RSS. He's a huge deal, unfortunately.
On minorities was that of extreme intolerance. In a 1998 magazine article, some RSS and BJP members were said to have distanced themselves from Golwalkar's views, though not entirely.
The non-Hindu people of Hindustan must either adopt Hindu culture and languages and must learn. So you'll notice the glorification of the Hindu race and culture. So that touches upon an incredibly important point about what Hindutva really is at its very core. It's a racial ideology. So these guys view Muslims, Christians, and they view like other religions as racially different from them. Right?
What about white people? Like, is there like anti-white sentiment? Maybe we can get the American racists to be upset about this.
Yes, they're kind of okay. So it's a bit complicated because a great example is going back to the Hindi imposition stuff, right? So this is a great example of where these Nazis in India weaponize anti-imperialist talking points to further their own fascism, because they'll say like the demand from South India to basically use English as a link language for all Indians is a British thing, right? They'll say like, oh, like I've had people in my mentions and comments be like, oh, oh, I didn't know your grandfather was British. I didn't know your grandfather was white. So why do you want to speak English so bad? You fucking Sepoy. Sepoy is like soldier for the British, like you British bootlicker or whatever, right? So I've had people call me that before, and so they use anti-imperialist talking points and they use they often do rail against white people. In fact, there is a guy going around, I think even in there's a guy even in Ugopnik's chat.
Oh my God! Wait, hold on. This is hilarious. Before World War II, RSS leaders admired Adolf Hitler and Benito Mussolini. They took inspiration, as we talked about. But the RSS stance changed during the war. The organization firmly supported the British war effort against Hitler and the Axis powers. The RSS leaders were supportive of the formation of Jewish state of Israel. And he admired the Jews for maintaining their religion, culture, and language. Dude, I swear to God, fascism is the closest you can get to monolithic understanding.
No. So here's the funniest thing. So Savarkar, who is the godfather of Hindu nationalism, right? He was so in certain areas of India, I mean, among Sanghis, obviously, and I guess among some liberals in India, they view Savarkar as like a freedom fighter. But if you actually look at what Savarkar, I'll type his name, this guy, Savarkar, this guy. So if you actually Google what this guy thought of the British, right, that's Hedgewar, not that guy, but I texted you the name.
Yeah, I'm Googling.
Yeah, this guy. So Savarkar is like the godfather of like Hindu nationalism, right? And this guy was like the biggest British bootlicker. Yeah, Vinayak Damodar Savarkar. I don't know how to pronounce his name because I'm not Marathi, but Savarkar is he's the godfather of Hindu nationalism, right? He basically he was a huge bootlicker of the British. Once he got thrown in jail in Kalapani in the Andaman and Nicobar Islands, he actually started bootlicking the British. He basically started saying like, oh, by the just kidding. Like, we don't actually want to rebel against you. Us Hindus, listen, we just want to establish a Hindu state. We love you. If you let me go, we'll serve you in the best possible way. We'll serve you guys. Savarkar was a literal collaborator of the British. Like, he literally, there's a clip of me reading what Savarkar had to say, and it's me making like dick sucking noises, but that's a different story. But yeah, he was like a huge he's like a huge bootlicker of the British, basically. And yeah, he's a huge bootlicker of the British. And so all the Hindu nationalists, it's literally within their history to bootlick the colonial powers. And it's like I said, the very concept of a unified Hindu religion didn't exist until the British came to India, right? There were people that had different beliefs, that had different like animistic beliefs and different traditional beliefs and stuff, right? And there were people that were following like Brahminical beliefs to some level across India. So there were shared beliefs, but it wasn't until the British came when, you know, what you guys know as Hinduism came to be, right? It wasn't until the British came when it wasn't until the British basically came to India that the idea of a unified Hindu religion was formed, basically.
He was a big supporter of Hitler's anti-Jewish policy.
Yep.
In 1939, he deemed that Germans and the Jews could not be regarded as a nation. In the same year, he compared Indian Muslims with the Jews of Germany by saying, Indian Muslims on the whole are more inclined to identify themselves and their interests with Muslims outside regarded as a nation. In the same year, he compared Indian Muslims with the Jews of Germany by saying, Indian Muslims on the whole are more inclined to identify themselves and their interests with Muslims outside of India than Hindus who live next door, like Jews in Germany.
Yep. Muslims in both.
But then he also, bro, in 1941, Savarkar supported Jews resettling their fatherland of Israel. These guys love fascism, no matter who's doing it.
Bingo.
It's crazy. They're just, it's like the grandchildren of the Nazis marching for Israel. It's like non-denominational support for fascism unconditionally. They're like, listen, Jews, if they're in Germany, you know, Holocaust, very cool. Jews, if it's Israel and they're doing a Zionist fascist project, then very cool. We like it. Like he also celebrated the establishment of an independent Jewish state in Palestine on moral as well as political grounds, while adding that the Jewish people bear no political ill will towards Hinduism.
Yep.
Jesus. Okay.
It remains unknown whether Savarkar withdrew his support for Nazi Germany after the Holocaust.
After the Holocaust became common knowledge, however, on 15th of January 1961, he had spoken favorably of Hitler's Nazism against Nehru's cowardly democracy.
Nehru, by the way, is Rahul Gandhi's great-grandfather. It's that guy.
Nice.
Yeah. So these guys have been a menace in India for a very, very long time. And these are the guys that assassinated Mahatma Gandhi, right? Hinduism is a religion, a colonial era project in the oppressor caste and the British. It's basically Brahmanism absorbing all faiths and deities. Yes, it's a bit complicated to get into as to what Hinduism actually is. Yes, he's right. Jane Shepherd is absolutely right about it. Basically, so what he's getting at here is that if you go to South India, we have like folk deities like Mariamma, Masaniamma, Karpusami, Madurai Veeran, right? We have different like village deities and protector deities that aren't worshipped in the north. Like if you ask a northerner like who Mariamma is or Ayanar is, they don't know who that is. They don't know who any of these folk deities are. It's as B.R. Ambedkar said, Dr. Ambedkar said, Hinduism is nothing but a collection of castes. That's correct. Hinduism is basically just a bunch of castes in one trench coat. So basically what you know as Hinduism, the reason there's a lot, so Pongal is not celebrated in northern India. Yeah, that's a Tamil holiday. So you have like, basically, you have so many different castes in India that worship very different, local deities that have been, folded into one overarching fold called Hinduism, basically. So that's why you have like such a variation of beliefs. The way I describe it usually is imagine if like the Greek pantheon clashed with indigenous beliefs. That's why you have so many gods. Because you also have like Greek pantheon equivalents in the subcontinent, right? So you have like Zeus, Zeus, Neptune, those sorts of like Ares equivalents in India, right? You have that. But then you also have like indigenous gods like Krishna and that later became Brahmanized, like Shiva, Krishna, Murugan. You have all of these different indigenous beliefs that became Brahmanical and that became like established within the Brahmanical fold, basically.
All right. So, but to get us back on the subject here,
right?
What does this mean for the future of India?
It means that Modi's panicking. Modi was panicking in the start of the election, and that's why he went full. That's why Modi was significantly more mask off with regards to the Islamophobia than he had previously been. Modi's not known for being openly Islamophobic like that. It's usually his cronies that do the job, right? It's usually Yogi Adityanath. Modi has said some wild shit before, but he also has to maintain like this Vishwaguru, he has to maintain this sort of like world leader sort of image, right? So he hasn't been openly like communal, like Islamophobic or anything like that until the election results started showing up within the first 3 phases. That's when he started saying, oh, Muslims are infiltrators. They're this, they're that. Do you want to give all of your wealth to the Muslims or whatever? Like, that's when he started going super mask off, right? So I've been saying this for quite a long time. I predicted the election results perfectly, basically. I've been saying that they're cracking, they're hemorrhaging votes. I think what is going to happen is if Congress can maintain this momentum in India, then this may be Modi's last term, right? If Congress and the left can maintain, and the actual left can maintain some level of momentum, this may be Modi's last term for quite a while, because it's becoming blatantly obvious, especially since the farmers' protest and especially since the COVID, that BJP's popularity has been declining, and they effectively already ulted with the Rama temple, right? By trying to be like, oh, we did what we set out to do. We did everything that we set out to do. We built the Rama temple in Ayodhya. and people within that town itself told him to piss off. So what is likely to happen is Modi's grip on India is going to continue to diminish. It is going to go down. There's a lot of hopium to take away from this. It is going to get better, right? And like to put it into context, India handled COVID far worse than the United States did. There were far more deaths in India than there were in the United States.
6 times more.
6 times. Actually, I think 12 actually. Yeah, 6 times more. Yeah. 6 to 12 times more. It was that bad. People were dying of black fungus. Do you think India January 6th or Modi turning more authoritarian? Modi cannot turn more authoritarian this time around. He's actually in the hot seat right now. He's actually under a lot of pressure at the moment because the other members of the so the BJP didn't outright win the majority. They did not win the majority. Their coalition did. So in these sorts of situations in parliament, the way it works is the smaller parties within the coalition have significantly more power over BJP because now they have the mandate to make demands of the BJP. So BJP's strength has significantly weakened. The other members of the coalition are stronger. And what we're going to see, it was this generational shift that we see. Yes, we're seeing a huge shift in the sort of popularity of the BJP. India is moving away. I mean, it's not like if Congress gets into power, everything's going to be fine. It's not like there's still a neoliberal party. They still, oh yes, Umar Khalid is still in jail. Unfortunately, Umar Khalid was a student that was locked up under the BJP under the Unlawful Activities Prevention Act, which is a draconian law passed under Congress, by the way, I believe. Yes, Umar Khalid. Yes, he's still in jail because he was locked up under the Unlawful Activities Prevention Act, which is a draconian law that India has, and it's been around since like much earlier, right? Even under Congress, right? And it basically enables the Indian government to arrest you. It's basically allows you to arrest anyone that you think is a threat to the state, basically. So he was locked up under that law, and he's still in prison, right? He's been demanding to get bail. The Supreme Court has outright denied his bail. He's been in jail for how long has he been in jail for? He's been in jail for like 4 or 5 years or something like that. Even longer, I think. He's been in jail for quite a long time, like half a decade at least. And so, yeah, I guess, and Congress unfortunately hasn't said anything about releasing Umar Khalid, which is ridiculous in my opinion. But yeah, what I think is going to happen going forward is that BJP's power is absolutely going to weaken. It's been on the writing. It's been on the wall for quite a while, right? BJP's popularity waning has been on the wall for at least a couple of years at this point. They lost Karnataka last year because of how badly they fumbled it. And they lost UP. They lost 50 seats in UP last year or so, something like that. And they're continuing to hemorrhage seats. So Modi's in a position where he can either, I don't think he's in a position to really do anything because he wants to pursue fascism and even further neoliberal policies. And there's also beginnings of an internal division between Modi and the RSS as well that he has to contend with. So basically, the BJP is in a position where they're actually panicking. They're not in a great position right now. And that's why all the Hindu nationalists in India, and it was actually rural India that delivered this L to Modi. It was the rural farmers of Uttar Pradesh. It was the rural people of the state of Uttar Pradesh that handed this fat ass L to Modi. It was Uttar Pradesh was like one of the, like everyone was saying, oh, Modi's going to grab Uttar Pradesh. But the truth is Uttar Pradesh is actually rural Uttar Pradesh is actually quite conscious of their material conditions. They know when Modi is like not putting food on the fucking table. And they know when the government is not putting food on the table, and they voted and they said, fuck you, Modi, get out. So I think what's going to happen even further is Indians are beginning to say, hold on a second. We've been fucked over by Modi. We've been fucked over by BJP. Wealth inequality right now is worse than it was under British rule. The wealth inequality is significantly worse than it was under British rule. And I've been calling this for about a month. I've been calling this election for about a month. I said, like, unless the BJP outright rigs it, they are going to hemorrhage seats, and I was proven right, basically. And it is going to get worse for the BJP, basically.
Okay. All right. I mean, that's some good news at least.
Yeah.
And
that
not
is
that the alternative is any, I mean, the alternative won't be as like aggressive, it seems, but they'll still be implementing the same economic policies.
Yes and no. I mean, overall, they're not going to change the capitalism, but they're probably going to implement like way better welfare policies than what the Modi administration has done, basically.
Okay. All right. Well,
before I go, I do want to introduce you to one particular music video, and it is a banger. And chat, it is exactly what you think it is, guys. It's time to love Charge Hassan.
They've been demanding you play this. Send this to me.
Yes, it is Love Charger. This guy.
Where is it?
I got you. Check your DMs. This is it. This is the thing that everyone's been demanding. My mods are gonna be so mad at me for this, but I caved into one of my chatters' demands.
You are the love chaser. You are the love chaser. You are the love chaser. I am so lucky. You are my love chaser. You are my love chaser. You are my love chaser. You are the love chaser. You are the love.
Okay, this isn't bad. If you
It's
thought
it's actually a good music video. The problem is the dude is a cult leader. That's the problem. The dude's a cult leader. The guy singing it is a cult leader.
Oh, wait, that's his cult? He's got a big ass cult like that?
Yeah, that's his cult. Yeah.
Oh my god.
India has a shit ton of cults. He's in trouble for exactly what you think cult leaders would do. Like, he's gotten booked by the government for what you think he would do.
God damn.
Exactly. They got break dancers, they got trapeze artists, they got everything.
They apparently also seemingly have a lot of money. I mean, this is like not a cheap production to put together.
Oh, it is not. Okay, chat. I never want to hear you say play Love Charger for like the next 5 months in my chat. Understood? 64 Square Poet. I never want you to bring up Love Charger ever again.
I mean, I get why he has a cult. I mean, he's kind of popping.
Yeah, he knows how to entertain. Yeah, Lil Bear has seen this before.
What's he saying? He can any problem, any movement, like you can issue, you can deal with it with a love charger.
Yeah, basically. I mean, Love Charger is he's basically like.
Someone said this guy murdered a journalist. What?
Yeah, he's.
When you say cult, I was just like, oh, he's a rapist and maybe a pedophile.
He also got convicted for rape, right?
Okay,
but
that's a given.
Also, I think he murdered someone. He murdered a journalist, I think.
Okay,
like
the rape I expected because you said cult leader, but I did not expect murdering a fucking journalist. What is going on in India, bro?
Hold on. There's one, like I told you, Indian news is absolutely bonkers. Like,
murder conviction, castration of followers.
Oh yeah,
hundreds of followers, hundreds.
Yeah,
400 of his followers, bro. After like the second castration, people got to be like, okay, what the fuck are we doing here? He went for 400, bro. This dude is like a global phenomenon. Like this guy is like.
I just realized it's only when I talk to outsiders about like Indian politics that I realize how fucking insane we are.
What
like,
the fuck? He just killed.
Insane.
He killed someone outside of his home after reporting articles on the rape charges. Afterwards, his father gave a letter to the police implicating their members. On 17th, Ram Rahim was sentenced to life imprisonment by special CBI court along with 3 other men involved.
Yeah. No, there's a guy from India called Nityananda.
Wait, there were riots?
What?
Wait, his defense in 2014, Ram Rahim said he was impotent since 1990. That's insane. Wait, so
This
why
is what
isn't
I
he in
mean.
prison? I don't understand.
No, he was just recently let out on bail, actually.
Oh, he was in prison. He's on parole.
He was in prison. He's out on bail. He's out on parole. Yeah, he was again. Yeah, January 19th, 2024. Ram Rahim was again granted parole. Last sentence right there. He was again granted parole, this time for 50 days.
Why did they just keep giving him parole?
Because he's pro BJP, basically.
Wait, I thought he was like, it feels like he's anti Muslim and also anti Hindutva, I thought, but I guess maybe
No,
not.
this dude is I mean, the way it works is like if you just join BJP, like there's a guy called Brij Bhushan Singh, right? Let me type the name. This guy's also like he was the head of like the Wrestling Federation of India, right? Right? Like he was the head of like the Wrestling Federation of India. And he basically, I think, sexually harassed and I think raped a couple of wrestlers. But the moment he joined BJP, all of his like investigations, like he's never been held accountable for that.
Okay.
Right? So India,
He has
like,
Guinness.
like
he
the-
holds Guinness World Records for drives. Wait, what? Organized drives for blood pressure, diabetes, and cholesterol screening. He
Yeah.
also has a movement against prostitution, and he got an invitation from the United Nations. The United
Oh,
Nations
yeah, that
water
doesn't
body on their
surprise me,
official Twitter handle had invited Ram Rahim and his adopted daughter, Honeypreet Insan, to support its World Toilet Day event, which was it sounds like a joke. The rationale behind the UN decision to invite two of India's most controversial figures is still puzzling, as the tweets were later taken down without any clarification.
Mango Muncher, I know who you're talking about, Nityananda. Yeah, there's a cult leader in India that was accused of, that was being investigated for rape. So he fled India and he created his own country.
What do you mean? Like where? What?
Like I think it was off the coast of like Ecuador or Chile. And he just fled India and created his own country. It's called Kailasa. Like this, hold on, this is the guy. Let me see. I think someone sent me this earlier. Yeah, it's this guy. It's Sri Nityananda.
This election, his son won the seat where Brij Bhushan was elected. What the fuck, bro? I'm so confused. Wait, what is this?
This is another cult leader from India who was accused of rape.
Bro, this
He's
dude's got
unfortunate-
42 likes, bro. For Indian Twitter, I mean, come on. This guy should be hitting at least 1,000. You know what I mean?
No, Indian Twitter is actually not as, yeah. I don't know. I wouldn't say that. But like, yeah, Kailasa. This dude's a meme. We all like this dude is an absolute. Yeah, this is the E equals MC squared guy. So he's a cult leader from my home state. Unfortunately, we don't claim him. But he's a well-known meme among the Indians because he's a rapist that fled to what, like Cuba, like not Cuba. It was like Ecuador or Peru or something. Like he fled to the coast of like South America. And he's known for saying, here's the classic. Hold on a sec. Here's the classic clip of it. E equals MC explain Nityananda. This is the classic. This is the clip. This is the classic clip of it.
E equal to not MC square. Cannot be MC square. What is MC square? The
Yeah, this
difference
is it.
between intensity and continuity. What is energy? What is matter? Matter is continuity. Energy is intensity. MC.
Bro, this guy needs to have a link up with Terrence Howard.
That's all. That is all. That's his hair, right? That's all of his.
Oh shit! I didn't even realize. I thought that was like a hat.
Those are all his locks.
What do you call as matter? Anything continue. What do you call as energy? Anything intense. The intensity and continuity is separate for a non-veg crooked brain which has seen only ups and downs. Only a
He's cooking, bro. You don't understand it.
vegetarian brain which can retain the experiences continuously without losing the intensity can understand M and C is not MC. It is MC.
I don't even know what the fuck I don't understand what he's saying.
Here's the classic clip of Republic TV. This is basically Tucker Carlson's program, and this is like one more clip of how insane Indian politics.
What? Are they doing are they doing TikTok style versus shit? You know how
This
like on
is-
TikTok Live they do verses?
The context here. is that the guy on the right is a guy they hired from Pakistan to come on to the show. And the guy on the left, I don't know who he is, but basically this is primetime television. And they basically are doing, this is in the wake of the Pulwama attacks, right? And so what you're seeing is that
what
they're basically they're saying I'll destroy your country. No, I'll destroy your country. That's basically it.
At least, you know what I've found out? At least they have fun, okay? And that's what's important here.
Yeah.
That they have fun. All right. Well, Arun, thank you so much for coming on.
Likewise. Thank you for having me.
Arun Anav, everybody, you should check out his Twitch, Indian Hassan, for more updates, not just on Indian politics, but in general.
The next time, okay, I promise you, the next time like we talk, it'll be about the Tamil genocide documentary. It is still in the works.
All right. Well, thank you so much for coming on and enlightening us about this important piece of news. Have a good one. Bye.
You too. Bye.
All right, we're gonna move back to we're gonna move away from Indian politics and get back to English politics. I have to pee really bad. Sorry.
Very good.
Hold on.
A prime minister in need of a knockout blow, and the man who just needs to survive the bout unscathed.
Ready? All good.
The two men head to head on the debate stage for the first time, addressing an audience in Salford, but the country beyond their real target.
I'm seeking your backing to change our country, to make it work once again for you and your family.
You know what I would do? I'll cut your taxes, protect your pension, and reduce immigration.
The cost of living, the first topic from a voter struggling to pay their bills.
My priority has always been to do what I can to support you. Our economy is growing again, wages are rising, and crucially, we are able to now start cutting your taxes. But I know you're only just starting to see the benefits of that, as you described.
Well, he says the plan is working. He says the plan is working. So the question for him is, why has he called the election now? He's called it now because he knows, and I'll ask him this, he knows inflation is going to go back up. He knows energy prices are going to go back up in the autumn. That's what he's not telling you.
This is the choice for everybody. The plan is working. Of course I know everyone is only just starting to feel the benefits of it.
Meet so many people who are struggling with their bills, and the Prime Minister just keeps saying he lives in a different world.
The two leaders trading blows from the off and hard to control.
Rishi Sunak and Keir Starmer, I am going to draw a line under this part of the debate.
TV debates have been pivotal in the past. Rishi Sunak desperately needs to change the course of this race. The NHS, the next battleground. The PM had pledged to get waiting lists down.
We went through the best part of 2 years where the NHS couldn't conduct all the treatments it normally would, and it is going to take time to recover from that. But we are now making progress. The waiting lists are coming down.
7.2 million, they're now 7.5 million. I'd like you to explain how they're coming down.
Because they were coming down from where they were when they were higher.
7.2.
And they're now on their way down.
That's the first laugh of the night.
Yes, because
tax policy, a key theme of this campaign so far. But are they really that different?
Please raise your hand if I am wrong. You, as Prime Minister, will not raise income tax. You will not raise national insurance in the next Parliament. And other than Labour on private schools, you will not raise VAT.
One area where they certainly disagree, immigration. Labour says it would end flights taking migrants to Rwanda.
If I'm your Prime Minister, the planes will go to Rwanda, we will have a deterrent. So the simple question for Keir Starmer is, what will you do with people who come here illegally? What will you do with them? Well, very simply, what will you do with them? That's what I'm going to do. We'll have a deterrent.
Bro, Keir Starmer has the charisma of a wet noodle. Every time I watch him perform, it makes me feel like I'm like stepping on a water puddle with my socks on, no shoes. Like the only way that he gets to the position that he gets to is because the Tory administration has been so woefully, utterly incompetent and just so outright comical in how much of a failure they've been that this is your guy. It's so bad. It is like, it literally feels like, I don't even know. I like, what would be the American equivalent in this? Like, people are saying Al Gore, but not really. Like, I feel like there is nothing redeemable about him. I cannot think of anything that is redeemable about this fucking dipshit. No, John Kerry has redeemable qualities. Al Gore has redeemable qualities. He's like the Democratic Jeb Bush.
What are you going to do?
We need to smash the gangs that are running
Yeah,
this
Kamala. Oh, there you go. Kamala Harris.
vile trade, making a huge amount of money, putting some of the most vulnerable people in boats.
We do need to smash the gangs. Keir Starmer voted against those laws. So, as ever, you say one thing here, but your track record says something completely different, and you can't be trusted to tackle immigration.
Rishi Sunak in attack mode.
What are you going to do?
If you clap for Rishi Sunak in public, you should go to prison. Honestly, like, and it's like a good prospect for you in comparison to what you actually deserve. Going to prison would at least like save you from the embarrassment of being out in public and clapping for this man. Okay?
Dude, just tell everybody what.
Like, save you from the embarrassment of being out in public and clapping for this man. Okay?
Dude, just tell everybody what are you going to do with illegal migrants who
Rishi Sunak,
arrive?
please, can we please, gentlemen, we will lower our voices.
For over an hour, both men went at one another. It was scratchy and tetchy, but quickly a pattern emerged.
Dude, English politics is so unimaginably, irreparably cooked. I can't help but laugh. It's like, you guys had it all. You had Jezza, okay? You had Jezza and you flubbed it. And then you had like the Trump archetype. You had so many years of Tory-backed austerity. It's just so fucking bad. It's really not that bad. I promise I can explain. No, you can't. You absolutely cannot. You cannot explain it. No, it's so bad. Labor Party is like openly fucking as conservative as it's ever been. You have, it just sucks so bad. I don't know how to describe it. It's worse than that chatter wants to explain. Oh, okay. Yeah, Labor is absolute dog shit, and the Tories are Tories. I mean, it's like you have on the one hand the pedophile party, okay, and on the other hand you have this dog shit, also Tory party that at least is like, you know, we don't know their position on pedophilia. Like, that's it. The British people have a choice here. You either vote for the pro-pedophilia party or the other party that like, you don't really know. It's just like. But with the same positions overall for the most part. Yeah, Starmer's to the right of Blair. Like, that's why I'm saying it's like worse. It's fucking worse. Which one is the pro-pedo? Come on, it's the Tories, obviously. Pedophilia. Remind you of another country? No, that's why it's so funny. It is literally America. Okay? It is straight up the United fucking States of America. It's identical. It's so bad. It is so unimaginably bad. Mehdakar, thank you for the 10 community gifted subs. Oh my God, here's Keir saying Sunak has been too lenient on immigration and too liberal on immigration. The guy that is literally fucking wanting to ship them out to Rwanda.
Conservatives have let immigration get out of control. We've got record numbers of people coming to this country, and they've now said they're going to have a visa cap. They've not said what the number is. They've got a visa cap without a cap. We did have a visa cap before. Rishi Sunak argued to get rid of it, which they did in 2020, and now they're going back to it, but without a number. It is utter chaos.
That's crazy. Thanks, man. Thank you. That's, guys, for American chatters, this is the Democratic Party. As a matter of fact, it's not supposed to be the Democratic Party. Internationally speaking, they're supposed to be Democratic Party plus, like they're the Labor Party, okay? When someone says they're the Labor Party, it's in the fucking name. They're supposed to be the closest to a socialist alternative. Obviously not socialist, but, you know, in theory, they are supposed to be the Labor Party, okay? This is identical to Joe Brandon. Like, sitting there and being like, no, you don't understand. I'm going to be the one that kills the immigrants. The migrant caravans, sorry, not caravans, we're not in the United States of America. The migrant ships, the migrant boats will be exploded on impact. That's right. It's great. The flotillas and the rafts will stop under my watch.
They've lost control, and that's why net migration is far too high. This government has lost control. It is now more than twice as high as it was when we were in the EU. That's the irony of it. This Prime Minister is actually, for all his tough talk, is the most liberal Prime
The Royal Navy will service this dilly-dally. That's right.
Minister when it comes to immigration. Those numbers have gone through the roof. The Conservatives have let...
That's sick, man. Thank you. Thank you for thank you for telling us your position as the left party in the UK, as the only viable left party in the UK, the leader of said left party. You believe that you are going to have a more hardline approach than the guy who wants to ship them to Rwanda. Okay? Thank you. Yes, Rishi Sunak is actually quite liberal. The gray name man, I can explain why he has this stance. People expect Starmer to move leftwards in a few years. The issue is Truss cooked the economy so bad it's impossible to do anything. There are great elements still in labor which will act as a pressure group. Okay, dude. I promise it ain't that bad. Dude, it is that bad and worse. You will never convince me that the Labor Party in the last 5 years did not spend most of its time gutting any kind of real leftward momentum in its own party with ridiculous fucking claims of anti-Semitism that was concocted, by the way, openly concocted by the current administration of the Labor Party itself. It is so bad. They had a Night of the Long Knives style situation within the Labor Party. They literally fucking long knifed them. There is nothing redeemable about the fucking Labor Party at this point. He can't do shit because of the cooked economy. Yeah, okay. Like, obviously, the Tories suck across the board. The Tories are responsible for every awful thing that has happened in the UK in perpetuity. And Labour, relying on that goodwill, thinks that it can fucking re-navigate to a more neoliberal attitude, which I think is fucking unimaginably bad. The Labour Party membership in support of Corbyn were kicked out en masse, nearly halving membership. The left is dead in Labour more than it ever was before. Yeah. They banned an MP from Labour for tweeting a Jon Stewart clip, for liking a Jon Stewart skit on Israel.
Like the US, of course, we have a first past the post system. So the Labour Party is meant to be a broad church to include views like mine. So I would be considered to be, the squad side.
Remind me about the anti-Semitism Labour purge not too long ago. The Labour Party internally capitulated to like the incredible media created hysteria surrounding anti-Semitism in the Labour Party backed by Corbyn. They called Corbyn, they smeared Corbyn as an anti-Semite. So much so that was the only fucking thing that he could ever address in the media, was that he was not an anti-Semite. That's it. Like that is constantly what they did. Meanwhile, and I remember covering this while it was happening, and I thought it was fucking insane, the Tories in power were obviously significantly more anti-Semitic than Labour, significantly more anti-Semitic than the regular amount of anti-Semitism that exists in British society. And not only that, but they were literally putting up a statue of Nancy Astor, who once famously fucking said Hitler had the right idea about Jews. And the real reason for why this kind of anti-Semitism smears were operating in British media, which is incredibly fucking reactionary, okay, was because these guys were anti-Zionist broadly. That's it. They didn't capitulate to it. They welcomed it. They used it to regain control of the party. Exactly. And I mean, I remember like the insane shit that was popping off at the time. Like they did this purge. I mean, we're not going to go through this long fucking video, but like basically it was completely concocted from within. There were people that were like, yeah, no, Labor has a real anti-Semitism problem. And they were like Labor careerists. Yeah. And it was a coordinated effort. Anti-Corbyn Labor officials worked to lose general elections to oust leader, leaked dossier finds, call for investigation into possible misuse of funds by senior officials on party's right wing. Labor Party officials opposed to Jeremy Corbyn worked to lose the 2017 general election in the hope that a bad result would trigger a leadership contest to oust him, a dossier drawn up by the party suggests. A huge cache of leaked WhatsApp messages and emails show senior officials on the party's right wing who worked at its headquarters became despondent as Labor climbed in the polls during the election campaign despite their efforts. The unreleased report, which The Independent has seen in full, was drawn up in the last days of Mr. Corbyn's leadership and concerns the conduct of certain officials. Did anything happen to the people that did that? Fuck no. They actually just kept purging the left. I'm sorry. There's no fucking way you can tell me that this party that, you know, put these people that did this in charge is a good party still. Huh. It's not that simple, though. You got to recognize that. You cannot personally justify this, no matter how diehard of a Labor supporter you are. Okay? A 179 seat majority is so large the party will split. The progressive voices will prevail from that split. She was undermining other candidates and threatening canvassers just this week. Just last week. They were wrong to suspend her, but also it's not like she was a leftist. She wasn't even left of Zara Sultana, for example. It doesn't matter. It's still fucking ridiculous, dude. The majority of complaints of anti-Semitism were from a couple organizations, largely headed by Christians, not Jewish people, and largely focused on the issue of Palestine. Exactly. Here.
Are you famous? Faiza Shaheen had hoped she'd be running as a Labour candidate with her baby in tow on the doorsteps. An unexpected meeting, though, with Labour's National Executive Committee, the people who choose candidates, changed that course. She's spoken about her disappointment in the decision. I didn't expect to be treated this way, and that's maybe naive of me. But Channel 4 News has obtained an exclusive audio recording of just how that meeting went down. Sorry, let me compose myself. I think my baby can feel my stress. The meeting happened on...
Corbyn, what is it? Where is it? Corbyn famously wanted to have dialogue with Hamas and refer to them as friends. White English people never forgave him for that. No, it's not just that. It was also his attitude towards the IRA. That was another reason. And he was a fucking actual real leftist. That's it. Okay? He spent his whole goddamn life fighting against apartheid. Get the fuck out of here. Of course they hate that shit. She cheered as Corbyn went down. She can get in the bin. It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. It's just further evidence to what I'm saying about the deterioration of real leftist politics in England. When you're pointing to this person getting ousted and going, oh, well, she cheered as Corbyn went down, you don't understand. That means that they've literally gotten even further right wing than the position they were at with Corbyn. But I don't even think that she actually did that. I don't know if that was a thing that she did. She might have not.
On Tuesday at
I don't know.
6 p.m. The decision was sent by email at 9 p.m. the next day. This from the meeting.
There was legitimate claims that Corbyn could last long-term as a party head. Corbyn got decimated in 2019 because he didn't take a stance on Brexit, among other things. He walked into the election, got destroyed, and everyone was surprised he got ousted. No, the weakest point for Corbyn was not taking a serious stance on Brexit. That's it. And with Brexit, he was already stuck between a rock and a hard place. There was a real leftist momentum towards Brexit, which I thought was bad at the time, and I openly stated it, and I openly criticized it. And you had the Northern Labour stronghold attitude that was pro-Brexit matched up against the London student coalition that was that was anti-Brexit. That's it. So he was stuck internally with party divisions, but the real problem there was absolutely not just fucking Brexit, but instead the only thing that he could talk about was not like shitting on the Tory austerity or anything like that, which he was fucking absolutely right on, but instead was all the British media wanted to talk about was how fucking anti-Semitic he is. The only reason why Labour seemingly is electable now, or Keir Starmer is seemingly electable in comparison to Jeremy Corbyn, is specifically because of the many different Tory fuck-ups, which in hindsight don't even seem that fucking bad, really, when we think about it. Think about what happened to Boris Johnson, bro. He fucking partied during COVID, and people were so serious about it at the time that they like fucking clapped his ass for that reason. Turns out he was the greatest gift to the fucking Tories in general, because every single person that they've put into a position of power since then has been increasingly worse. A sequence of massive failure after failure after failure after failure since then. And even then, Keir Starmer should be literally winning every fucking district, okay? And the only reason why he's not is because he can't even take advantage of the fucking death spiral that the Tories are in. Yeah, the only good thing that the Tories ever did was Liz Truss assassinated the Queen. That's it, okay? She walked in there, shook her hand, and she perished. Remember Liz Truss, guys? Remember her? Constituency, not district. I apologize for not using the right terminology when speaking about British Parliament and British politics in general. I apologize. Anyway, Hassan sees a white person running for office and instantly claims they are racist and have no redeemable qualities. That's so funny. At the top of the hour, you fucking think that this is going to be a solid ass way to bait me. Okay? You think that this is going to be a good ass fucking bait, especially after I just glazed up Jezza, okay, my goat, the king, Jeremy Corbyn, for like the past 30 minutes. Probably one of my favorite politicians. And he surely is a white man. I hope you know that. I don't know you know that or not, but maybe he's just fucking stupid. Yeah, last 4 prime ministers were also wholly unelected. Yeah, it's awesome. It's not even bait. This is a normal English UK chatter. Wait, really? ADL! Listen! Corbyn was not white. He liked fucking mussies. We need to defend England, mate. Fucking hell, there's kebab shops in every corner. It's fucking Londonistan. What don't you understand? Of course, with a name like Hassan, you fucking don't get it. You think it's great that Islamic law is taking over Londonistan. Fucking hell, mate. This is an L opinion. Jeremy Corbyn sucks. Yes, this is an L opinion. You're right. Saying that Jeremy Corbyn sucks is an L opinion. I'm glad that you announced it ahead of time.
To be very clear, this is not a disciplinary process. Okay. This is about the impact on the things that are being made aware to us, a change of circumstances.
There's an opinion in Labour that once this Starmer has time to fix the economy, he'll begin to move leftwards again to fix leadership promises. To his leadership promises, he already said he will renationalize our rails. Dude, he has the broad mandate. He doesn't need to fucking move to the right on any of the issues, to the right of the Tories. He doesn't need to do that at all. Why doesn't he just run on that then? The notion that those policies be fucking unpopular is ridiculous. There is no alternative for British voters, okay? You just have Labour. That's it. So the idea that he will like somehow magically turn around is even dumber than, oh, we'll be able to convince Joe Biden. We'll be able to convince Joe Biden. Joe Biden surely will become this like omega socialist eventually. It's ridiculous. The pure copium being displayed by British leftists is unreal. Keith isn't going to do shit. He's Brandon 2.0. I mean, that's just a person who is a new Labour fan, I think. I don't think that he's like, and I think he recognizes that he's in a sea of like hardliners in here. So he's just trying to manage it as to the best of his ability. Yeah, we got the funniest situation, in my opinion, for British politics is that like it seems like everyone is a Lib Dem fan. They should be, okay? But for some reason, nobody votes for them. It's like, no, it's fine. I'll vote for the Labour Party. I want them to be Lib Dems instead. The lad's 100% a party member coping that leftists aren't excited for Starmer like they were for Corbyn. Wait. The Lib Dems are not the solution? No, they are not. What are you talking about? They're fucking awful. I'm saying the irony is like there's not a lot of differences politically between Lib Dems and fucking Labour at this stage. That was the joke. It is a joke. I'm saying that like a lot of the current new Labour supporters are no different than a fucking Lib Dem. They just want to vote for Labour so they can feel more radical or more leftist, I guess. I don't think you guys understand. I was joking. I know, it's the British. We can't be joking around these parts. Of course.
And it's about the electoral impact this may have as we go forward into the election. So just, if you need to stop, Faisy, just let me know. That's fine.
Yeah, I'm so sorry. I just thought I would have some childcare. My husband's not in from work yet. It's just
no.
The three NEC members on the call run through an outline of social media activity dating back to 2014, and Faiza Shaheen is asked to explain herself, including a post which featured an American television sketch mocking Israeli and Palestinian hardliners with a caption about the Israel lobby, which she says she did not see and has since apologized for.
By the way, apologizing for that is so cucked. And a similar thing is happening here in America with Jamal Bowman. For those of you who don't know, Jamal Bowman, obviously, he is a part of the squad. He's not, I wouldn't say he's like my favorite squad member. There's plenty of things that I have like disagreed with him on. But right now he's under attack by AIPAC. And what is going on with Jamal Bowman is that, hold on, I forgot to respond to his team, actually. Jamal Bowman, you might remember him as the guy who pulled the fire alarm, which conservatives were considering the new January 6th for a little bit, which I thought was really funny. But ultimately, he's up for re-election, and they are, the Democratic Party's own internal right-wing AIPAC supporters are going after him pretty fucking hard, including, but not limited to, even the likes of Mondaire Jones. Weak-ass Mondaire Jones. Now, you might not personally appreciate all the things that Jamal Bowman has said, but on Israel, he is 100% in the right, and everyone is fucking coming after him. Bro, Starmer said I describe myself as a socialist. Come on, we should believe him, lol. Yeah. Yes, Mondaire Jones just endorsed his primary challenger, and the Progressive Caucus is about to pull their backing of him over it. Maybe because Mondaire Jones is bitch made and cannot bench press 3 plates like Jamal Bowman can. Okay? Yes, if we were to do Mortal Kombat for politicians, Jamal would eat Mondaire Jones. Like, and I mean eat, like literally, he would eat him. Oh, but yeah, where is it? Here, let's watch one of his campaign ads.
The attacks on Congressman Jamal Bowman.
Bankrolling his opponent.
He's a principal.
A leader.
My dad. Bowman has delivered for us.
Together we're making progress, investing in our school.
Azam, bro, please, you don't understand. The Labor Party's using Cambridge Analytica. Is this the fucking new meta? Is that what's going on? Is that... People keep saying this in the chat today. What's happening? Is that the new meme? I already ran the top of the hour ad break. This is the second time I've heard this. No, bro, you don't understand. Democratic Party's using Cambridge Analytica.
Our neighborhoods, our kids, reducing gun violence, because I know what's at stake. I've lived it. Public housing, underfunded schools, and career politicians who don't give a damn. Our work is for the people, and we're just getting started.
Yeah. They're funneling right-wing money into his race.
Our election.
And not only that, but AIPAC is dumping, I think AIPAC's dumping the most amount of money into this race that out of any race. It's basically a fuck you, how dare you speak out against Israel race at this point. And of course, therefore, I will firmly reiterate my support for Jamal Bowman.
This is why elections matter. I don't want to hear this crap about your vote doesn't matter, I'm gonna stay home, and all this nonsense about in November. If you stay home and you do not exercise the power of your vote, you are giving your power to white supremacist MAGA individuals who are turning this democracy into a fascist state. Bottom line. So we need to mobilize young people, people of color, and people who don't normally vote. Yes, the system is broken. You want to change it.
Why is AIPAC allowed to influence U.S. elections so much? Well, they're not a foreign lobbying organization. Don't you dare say that, okay? They're comprised of American supporters of Israel, okay? So obviously they're, they would never, for example, have like literal direct lines of communication with the Israeli state. That would never happen. Oh, that's right. They are doing that. They do that all the time. Anyway, DSA backed Bowman again. Of course they did. He's good. He's much better than most that is readily available in the Democratic Party in general. I will tell you, definitely go out and vote for Jamal Bowman. Mondaire Jones endorses Latimer over Bowman in close New York 16 primary battle. Now, Latimer, who is now the Westchester County Executive George Latimer, but previously he was not the Westchester County Executive George Latimer. He was, Bowman was first elected in 2020 after beating longtime incumbent Elliot Engel in a Democratic primary for New York's 16th congressional district seat, and facing his own challenge from the Westchester County Executive. Bowman is a member of the group Progressive Democrats known as the Squad. Did you see $100 million Adelson gave to Trump to make him more pro-Israel a few days ago? Wait, what? Sheldon Adelson is dead. Is this his wife? Is this Jabba the Hutt's wife that is still funding the Republican Party? Oh my God. This demon died and his wife is still pumping money into the fucking Republican Party. That's crazy. His corpse, Jabba the Hutt, Jabet the Hutt. I bet his wife is hot. Those fucking cretins literally always have like sexy, much younger wives. Like they'll be like 85 years old and they'll date like a 40-year-old smoker. Let me see. She's not hot. Let me see. Let me look at this up. I don't know. Jones was progressive except for Palestine for a long time. I've hated that fucker forever. I mean, his dropped that. Yeah, I'm right, dude. Look, I bet you she was a foxy lady back in the day. Okay, born 10th of October 1945. Are your eyes okay? No, dude. I just got the. Are your eyes okay? No, dude. I just got the vision, and you don't. That's it, bro. She was born in 1945. Like I'm saying, you know. For someone who is 800 years old, I feel like she probably was sexy back in the day. So when you called her young, is it because you're old as fuck? The only thing I got wrong is that there would be a age gap, an inappropriate age gap. The reality is there wasn't one. Well, I guess Sheldon Adelson was like 800 years old, so technically there wasn't really an age gap. Trump is desperate for Miriam Adelson's cash. Her condition, West Bank annexation. Nice. The Adelsons are demons, straight up, through and through. Mandatory Palestine, by the way. That's where she was born. Can't change that, unfortunately. I was wrong about the age gap between her and her husband. For those of you who don't know, the reason why I call him Jabba the Hutt is because this is what Sheldon Adelson looks like on a good day. Well, he doesn't look like that anymore because he's dead. But when this fucking cretin wasn't dead, that's what he looked like on a good day. Okay? Like straight up demon. Casino magnate. Just all around awful dude. Okay? He looks kind of good here, which is shocking. When I tell you this is a very good picture, I'm not even joking. Okay? Here's a more normal looking picture of Sheldon Adelson. He is a grotesque person through and through. Healthiest bloodborne NPC. Is one of those situations where it's like, bro, give it up. Like, what are you doing up here? Who do you think you are fooling? Actually, like, do you think people look at you and go, well, that guy has a full head of hair? Anyway, this doesn't matter because he's fucking dead. This piece of shit is super dead now. So I'm assuming this was them in the 80s or 90s. What the fuck? No, I don't think that's him. There's no way that's him, bro. There's a whole different person. That looks like a human being. Wait, what happened to him? That's her, but I don't know if that's him. What the fuck? Yo, bro, why'd you put that on like that? Something happens to old people where they just like, they forget how to put a hat on. What the fuck? Oh, dude, come on. Brother, open up a couple of those fucking buckles, dude. What the hell? I'm hunting wabbits looking ass. Yo, Elmer Fudd up in this bitch. That's crazy, dude. What happened to his head? Oh, that's funny. Messes with his hair, maybe? Yeah, he's like, listen, you can't put this hat on my beautiful, luscious locks. My luscious head of hair. Oh my God. What happened to him? Okay, I take it back. Maybe that was him in the earlier photo. Bro, he melted, dude. Gravity. No, like actually, what the fuck happened? This looks like a whole ass different guy. That's crazy. I feel, oh my Lord. I've only known him as like this, okay? Looking like a blobfish. So I didn't realize that he looked like a normal person at a certain point in his life. It's very shocking to me. God damn. Oh, maybe one of his blood boys went bad. Yeah. Gravity takes over. It pulls on her face, nose, and ears. No, brother. He looks like a totally different person. I don't understand. You will be old someday too. Yeah, except I will never be this evil. Okay, so guess what? It don't matter. What happened to him is the same thing that happens to all these demons. Being evil ages you. What happened to his wife, though? His wife looks fucking great for her age. Come on, guys. She was born in 1945, okay? Biden's top donor is Haim Saban. Trump's top donor is Sheldon Adelson's wife. I don't think Haim Saban is Biden's top donor. I mean, maybe. Is he? I don't think so. He is definitely I mean, he's a major donor to the Democratic Party for sure. If Kyrie and Luka win the trophy, this demon woman gets even richer. It's a tricky situation. What do we do here? What do you mean, bro? There's no which NBA team is owned by a fucking good guy? They're all owned by billionaires. What are we talking about? And here you are defending her. Mark Cuban. Okay, dude. I don't know if you know this, but in order to own an NBA team, you gotta do like a shit ton of evil. Okay? Like you have to do a metric ton of bad to get to the point where you can even own a NBA team. So therefore, there's not really anybody who fucking owns an NBA team that is a good guy. Think about it. Michael Jordan's the least evil billionaire owner, Lamau. Exactly. And he's pretty fucking evil too. There you go. He's not defending her, chat. He's saying she looks good for being born in 1945. Yeah. Mark Cuban sold the Mavs to Miriam Adelson, the woman we're talking about. I know. What if LeBron bought a team? He'd be the first non-evil billionaire team owner. I didn't even get to read the Joe Biden Time article. Oh, Caitlin. We didn't even do Caitlin Clark. Fuck, I forgot to do Caitlin Clark. Okay, I got to do Caitlin Clark. We have to do it. It's anti-white racism, and as you know, I am a firm advocate for anti-white racism. More of this, please, is what I say all the time. And you guys are going to be shocked to find out what my take is on this.
Clark, Rob, can you pull up the foul on Caitlin Clark and what's happened with the frenzy with the mark?
Actually, you know what? Fuck it. I'm not even going to get to the Patrick Bet-David stuff. I'm just going to give you what I think. Okay. Number one, Caitlin Clark being incredibly telegenic and very good overall, okay, has alongside many other initiatives of like trying to make the WNBA more marketable, has kind of made the WNBA more marketable. Okay. A lot of people are paying attention. A lot of people are interested. And the reality is that, being white probably plays a role in her marketability as well. And I think a lot of people are upset. A lot of people that are in the WNBA get a little catty with it and have been bullying her apparently. And it is pissed off not just like right-wing culture warriors or whatever, but also simultaneously like basketball former pros that I watch as well. This is not like a contentious issue overall where people are just like, what the fuck are you guys doing? Like, why are you bullying her this much? And I don't know if it's because like people are a little jealous or whatever, but the fact that like a WNBA flagrant foul has reached Washington Post article levels is insane. Okay. I don't know if it's like regular process in the WNBA to bully green rookies this hard. I don't know if it's partially because like people are kind of jealous. I don't know if it's because people are just like, yeah, you're a newcomer and therefore, you don't deserve the spotlight in the way that you're getting the spotlight. I know that rookies get shit on. I know that rookies get hazed, guys. I understand that. But it does feel like it's a little overboard.
Mabry doubled off to Carter. Her jumper is good. Kennedy Carter now with 12 points off the bench. And then the lay from Boston as the officials are going to take a look at what just transpired between Carter and Clark. I mean, that's clearly a foul, which was called. The question is, will they call it unnecessary? Kennedy Carter, I think that's going to be a flagrant one, and Clark goes to the line and hits the first.
In any case, Caitlin Clark was talking shit before that. I think that like a lot of the attention on this issue is a byproduct of culture war for sure. I do think that it's great overall that Caitlin Clark got a lot of attention in the NCAA and is, brought a lot of eyeballs and brought a lot of attention to the WNBA as well. Not alone, mind you. Okay. But of course, the discourse very quickly turned into anti-white racism. People are saying that anti-white racism is in full display at the WNBA. A lot of people have also said ridiculous shit in terms of like defending her, claiming that it's claiming that it's a not only anti-white racism, but also, you know, or even people that are shitting on Caitlin Clark as well. I think Pat McAfee said something along the lines of like calling her a white bitch or something, and people were mad at him. I'm not entirely certain as to what he said. Oh, here, Matt Barnes is who I was thinking of, who had a pretty good take on it, I think.
Going on right now. Caitlin Clark says she got cheap shotted against the sky. I mean, throughout the season.
Listen, he's half white, guys. Okay, listen, he's Italian, he's white and black. Think about that. This man understands race. Okay, all the white supremacists out there who are like, wait a minute, I don't know if I want to hear his opinion on this.
She's been getting beat up. Hard screens, elbows, knocked down. It is what it is. She's not the first. She won't be the last. My issue and my question is, where the fuck are her teammates at? Where are y'all at? Where are the rest of the Indiana Fever at? I've seen a couple girls smirk when she's got knocked down, half-assed to pick her up. Like, y'all supposed to protect the asset, protect the star. And all this is the team. She's the star. You always protect your star. I was someone who protected the stars. You fuck with Kobe, CP, Blake, list goes on. It's going to be a problem because you guys are supposed to be a family. And you wonder why you sit at the bottom of the league right now is because y'all don't protect each other, man. Coach don't do shit about it. Players don't do shit about it. Y'all should be ashamed of it. But the rest of the league is going to continue to test her. And that's what they're supposed to do. It's your guys' fucking job to have her back and have each other's back. Got to do better, ladies. So there's a hot topic going on.
So, yeah, I think that as someone from Fever, her teammates suck. That's where they are. All our sports teams suck ass here. Okay, well, I mean, he's ultimately right. And I think the discourse very quickly moved into like white supremacist category, because a lot of the right wing are like Caitlin Clark fans for the wrong reason, if you know what I mean. It's like Larry Bird is a legendary basketball player, but like, I don't know how else to describe it other than, you know, I'm not slandering Boston because Kyrie Irving and Luka are going up against Boston right now. That's not the reason, but it is a little bit of the reason. At least the animosity towards Boston in general historically comes from that reason. Okay. So, you know, I think it's I think that it's a weird story because like if Caitlin Clark wasn't white, I don't know if she would have this level of star power, even if she had the same skill, right? Because I do think that in a country like the United States of America, yes, white people dominating do definitely get extra attention from other white people. And it's not always just white supremacy. It is also sometimes, ironically enough, I guess in the most charitable way possible, it is not entirely just white supremacy. White supremacy plays a big role in it for sure, but also from the angle of like seeing someone like yourself. When I see a guy like Luka or Joker, ultimately it's a schlubby white dude playing basketball really fucking well, not very fast overall. Like that makes me happy as well, even though LeBron is the GOAT, right? Put some respect on his name. But when you see someone doing something that's doing something in a really good way, that kind of looks like you, you're like, oh, that's sick. And then sometimes it's white supremacist in general. Okay. And I think that those are all the reasons as to why Caitlin Clark is so explosively popular. And also because she's a pretty great shooter overall. Are you saying that we need more white representation to amplify white voices, Lamont? No, that's not what I'm saying at all. I'm not. How can you get that out of anything I said? No, I'm saying that there is explain Jeremy Lin. It's not just white people. Wait, what? Yeah, exactly. No, Jeremy Lin is a great example of this. Jeremy Lin is like still regarded as the GOAT for Asian hoopers in general. He's probably spawned off an entire generation of Asian hoopers for like the 1 week run that he went on. Linsanity was massive. No, that definitely is a huge deal. So yeah, I agree with that. I'm not even making a joke on this. I do legitimately believe that. Come on, dude. It was longer than just 1 week. Okay. In any case, I think there's a less nefarious reason for it as well. But I don't know if like the bullying is happening because she's a rookie and she's gotten a lot of what other WNBA players might think is undeserved attention. I think it's probably a little bit more on that front. Like as a rookie, she was going to get bullied regardless. as a rookie who has a lot of eyeballs on her, she's going to get double the amount of animosity in general. And I think all of that combined is the reason why these things are happening currently. And yet, of course, the right wing is going to go right wing and go nutty mode and say a lot of fucking unhinged shit.
We're talking about them maximizing their great potential. And because we bring that up and talk about what potentially might get in their way, which we do to men all the time, now we got to sit up here and watch every syllable. I resent that, and I'll leave it at that.
All right, so let me, I know we got to go to break. Welcome to the world of being a woman, Stephen A., and how you have to dance about your word choice and you have to please everybody and anybody as you navigate your being. We are talking about the world's greatest
How about being a black man?
Being
black.
Hold on 1 second.
Have you...
So this is what I'm saying to y'all, though, and I know we got to go to break. And we didn't necessarily go there, and maybe we should. There are so many layers in this conversation around the way that it's being discussed. When you no. And yes, Shannon, I know y'all are gonna say you know, and Stephen A., I know you just shared that you have talked about the WNBA on your program too. You guys may not have said everybody, but the prevailing sentiment for folks that are just joining the WNBA and following women's sports is unfair to the women of this league, to your point, who have laid the groundwork for Caitlin Clark to come in and now take it to the next level. That's all I'm saying in these conversations. Kennedy Carter's behavior is not indicative of the entire league. We are still talking about competition where you are allowed to get a little extra elbow in if you are competing and you do it within the parameters of the game. The game is physical. Caitlin is helping to grow the league. These women understand that, but she cannot be babied as a rookie. That's all I'm at.
All right. Who talks about...
I think it's a pretty solid take. I think it's just like regular ass bullying with a little bit more of like the you're not shit. Like, don't think that you're shit. It's more than regular ass bullying that rookies get, partially as a consequence of the fact that like there's a lot more extra attention on her. I think that's what it is.
Who talks about the WNBA? Who talks about women? Who talk about women's sports more than First Take?
Stephen A., respectfully, with your platform, you could have been doing this 3 years ago if you wanted to.
Ooh.
Wow.
All right, we got to go.
You
guys.
You know you're my guy, but
who does more than
Stephen
us?
A., I'm talking to you.
Wow.
Don't do that. I'm talking to you about the power that you have.
Okay.
I'm talking to you.
Oh my Lord.
Okay.
Oh no, that's a blood feud. Oh no.
You're my guy, but I'm talking to you.
I think in a professional setting, there's no room for bullying. It was unnecessary. Bro, what are you talking about? We're talking about sports, okay? It's all ego. It's all fucking machismo in many different layers. The fuck are you talking about? It's competitive professional sports. Of course there's bullying. What the fuck? Bro, she's not fucking crunching numbers as an accountant. She's a rookie on a WNBA team. What the fuck are you talking about? Of course there's bullying. What?
Guys, I really appreciate
you my girl, but you've missed a lot of episodes of First Take. You missed a lot.
Stephen A., 3 years ago, you would not talk about the W at this level. Don't do that.
Guys.
Nobody was, Monica. You making Stephen A's point, Monica. Monica, you making Stephen A's point.
Please let me do my job. Please let me do my job. We've gone for 40 minutes straight. It was a riveting discussion. I have to get into commercial break.
His face. This is perfect. He had no one else cover the sport because nobody cared. If there's no interest, that's not their fault. Yeah, I mean, even this in and of itself is probably increasing the attention on the WNBA. Can you explain how bullying being a part of sports is a good thing? It's just a thing, okay? It's an expected thing. Professional sports is also at the intersection of entertainment and athleticism. So, like, this is a part of both of those things. Getting defensive about bullying in sports? Yes, I am. Especially when it comes to like competitive play. I personally think that it's like touchdown end zone dances, like touchdown celebrations or celebrations after a goal. It's like a normal occurrence and a good thing overall. You can also do it through the legal way of putting your nutsack on top of someone's head as well by just absolutely fucking posterizing them. But, you know, sometimes it happens when the ball is not even in motion, like the ball's not even in play. What on earth are you talking about? Anyway, Son, can you please play the Stephen A. Smith video about Jason Whitlock? That shit gets me every time. No, we've done enough glazing at Stephen A. Smith. It's time to smoke Stephen A. Smith once again. Have you ever seen Jaylen Brown's lecture on panopticism? Yes, I have. I brought it up the other day. when I mistook him for the guard of the Celtics. Yes. Or sorry, not the guard, sorry, Jason Tatum. Tatum is a forward, Brown is a guard. You know nothing about ball stop. Yes, sorry. I did it again. Jaylen Brown fasted Ramadan. He's a better Muslim than you, brother. Yes, he is. Wait, he has more on this issue?
I think anybody said is wrong. And in at least a couple of instances, I think Shannon alluded to where I'm about to go. I'm a bit more direct with it. I just want to let the audience know that I'm going to stand alone on what I'm about to say. I don't want anybody
He's fucking brave, dude.
else to be held accountable for where I'm about to go. But I'm going to go there because it's first take. And that's what we do on this show, even if it's just me. Caitlin Clark and everything that everybody is saying is fine. And we're looking at Angel Reese and what Angel Reese has said. And Angel Reese is absolutely right. I love Angel Reese. I'm a fan. And I think she's going to be a damn good player. And she's going to produce for a long time in the WNBA. She was a national champion. She deserves all the props and all the credit in the world.
I love the vibe that Stephen A. Smith brings to the table every time he's about to say some shit. And he brings that same intensity when he's talking about fucking Mewtwo dunking on LeBron James. Every time he's about to say some shit. And he brings that same intensity when he's talking about fucking Mewtwo dunking on LeBron James. It's just like, there's always like Dark Soul Boss music playing in the background in his head. Like, what are you going to do? You're about to defend a white woman. Like, what are we doing here? It's not the bravest take of all time, okay? I promise you. It's crazy.
But let's keep in mind, it wasn't her game that was getting all the notoriety, despite the fact that she was a pretty damn good player. It was the fact that she was waving in Caitlin Clark's face. Because Caitlin Clark had been doing that to the competition before she ran into LSU in that NCAA tournament, and LSU took them out. And so what happens is she was throwing it right back in her face. And you had people saying, oh my God, how could she do such a thing? How could she do such a thing? And they didn't say the same thing about Caitlin Clark, which is why I'm gonna go where I'm going, okay? Let me see everybody up on the screen when I say this, please. Caitlin Clark is white, and because she's white, and because she's considered box office and she's a star who happens to be white, that is why Eminem, when I brought up words like envy or jealous or resentment, whatever words you wanted to pick, I didn't say it in a negative fashion like, oh my God, it's a problem. I used the word justified. You know why? Because black people throughout this country for years have felt that level of ire because we know we...
Okay, never mind. He's kind of cooking. What the fuck? Wait, what? Or am I misunderstanding what he's saying? I thought he was going to defend Caitlin Clark, but it seems like he's defending the negativity that she's experiencing. Is there a butt coming?
I feel like be twice as good to get half as much. We know we've got to extend ourselves. We know we've got to put ourselves on Front Street to have a shot at getting half. Do a profession. Pick a name. Ask yourself, pick the biggest star. Pick the biggest star in podcasts. Pick the biggest star in television. Pick the biggest star in sports or whatever. That's black. And ask yourself the question that we all ask. If they were white, what would they be? How much money would we get paid if we were white? How much success would we reap if we were white? How much endorsements would we get? How receptive would America be to us? Because it's still 60% of the population. And even in the year 2024, when the white populace in this country is dipped from 90 to 85 to 80 to 70 to now 60% and dipping, okay, even now, you have a situation where you get somebody who happens to be white and they're a star and they deserve the acclaim. They receive something we know we wouldn't receive on that level. Why do you think I say on national television, when white folks catch a cold, black folks catch pneumonia? Because it's always worse for us.
Steph Home X. What the I was not expecting him to say these things. I thought he was going to, I didn't even listen to what he had to say before I immediately ran and thought that he was going to defend Caitlin Clark. He's still a black man. It's on. Okay, listen to me. Stephen A. Smith has said some of the more unhinged things about black players, okay, people that have listened to him for years understand where I'm coming from. I think this is a unique fucking take. I'm still waiting for a but here. You act like he's Whitlock? No.
There's always an extra challenge. We always have to go through more. It's not a secret. We get it. And so all I'm trying to say to you is when Angel Reese said what she said, let's read between the lines. Because what she's really saying is that this is really not a big deal. We're making it a big deal because of what I did and who I did it to. If it was another sister that I did it towards, it wouldn't have been a problem. But because my black self did that to the golden goose, who happens to be white, it blew up. I've reaped some benefits from it, and I'll take that. But in the end, we know what it is. She is saying and articulating and being symptomatic of things that we have been going through as a community for decades, if not centuries. And the sad part is that in the year 2024, this is further evidence we still going through it. Because in the end, like you said, Eminem, like you said, Janae, like I know you know, Shay Shay, if we weren't talking about Caitlin Clark, but we were talking about this happening with a sister, guess what? We wouldn't have been talking about it at all. It wouldn't have been a story. The golden goose was touched. And all I'm saying is, I know this. Y'all know this. I'm just saying, rather than resent it to the point where it's an impediment to our elevation and success, let's exploit it and reap the benefits from it. Because that's what they do.
Okay, that was a cooking session. Like, that was surprising. I mean, he did. And people saying like, oh, dude, Stephen A. Smith always cooks like this. You're not aware or whatever. I've heard him say like borderline white supremacist shit about black players, like straight up, which is why I expected him to like unconditionally offer full-throated support to Caitlin Clark instead of contextualizing the Caitlin Clark situation. I mean, he does cook from time to time as well, but like contextualizing the Caitlin Clark situation from the perspective of like what black female players go through. Nah, Stephen A's the GOAT. You mad that he says Jordan better than LeBron? Okay, listen, you don't have to provide further evidence that Stephen A. Smith sometimes has white supremacist takes by bringing LeBron into the equation. It is unnecessary. It is unnecessary of you to bring that forward because it's not helping your argument. Sass doesn't say white supremacy shit. He just cooks black men in public whenever they do something wrong, which does come off against blacks sometimes. No, he definitely has a lot of old head takes, like 100%. My man said blacks. But yeah, no, this is a pretty solid take overall as far as like why this is getting extra attention. MJ is the GOAT. Lasagnas donate the Canary mission. No. Okay, see, this is what I'm saying. Like the slander coming from a lot of the Klan's robe wearing chatters. It must have been hard to type that looking through the little holes that you poked in your fucking grand wizard robe when you slander a black man like this in 2024. I thought race relations had gotten to a better point. Turns out I was wrong. Okay? Turns out I was wrong. Watch what was said immediately after this clip. Stephen A. Smith is part of the problem. He's a hypocrite. That's why it's gone additionally viral. Didn't you just watch that? Whole lot of Celtics fan in the chat. You're like DJ Ak, but for LeBron? No, I'm worse. Because DJ Academics at least has a direct line of communication with Drake. Meanwhile, LeBron does not know I exist. So it's significantly worse. I wish I was like DJ Academics to Drake with LeBron, as in texting LeBron from time to time. You know what I mean? I just like it'd be cool. Listen, it's important. It's important to recognize our flaws as human beings. Okay.
I think that's going to be a flagrant one, and Clark goes to the line and hits the first. They called it away from the ball foul.
You are Shannon Sharp 3 years ago on your LeBron fandom. Okay, Shannon Sharp is great as well. What do you mean? Never a bad take.
Because it happened prior to the inbound. So then anybody can shoot the free throw. Of course, Indiana would have Clark as a great free throw shooter shoot it. A little.
He's also the most jacked. And where is the drippiest? What are we talking about? He goes to your old gym? Wait, who does? Wait, really? What is my old gym? Like Equinox? Oh my God. Look at the crowd. Someone in the chat said, someone in the chat said, I love all the white peoples with their mouths openers. So funny. Excuse me. Is somebody going to call 911? What's happening here? White people watch this clip and begin to think it's a hate crime. No, straight up. I saw like Reddit posts, which is of course expected from Reddit, where people straight up were like, I think it's time to talk about the anti-white racism Caitlin Clark is facing. Oh, that's awesome. Yeah, it is time to talk about that. Let's see what the Patrick David had to say.
Reacting to this. So this video is Caitlin's about to get the inbound pass, and then she gets fouled. Go ahead and play this clip, Rob. Go for it.
Kennedy Carter now with 12 points off the bench.
And look at her teammates on the sides.
Big time content as the officials are going to take a look at what just transpired between Carter and Clark.
That's a dirty foul. That's not a basketball play, but it's a dirty foul,
I mean,
right?
That's clearly.
And so you see this, you can stop it, Rob, right there, and then the whole NBA reacts to it. And
dude, I love this. I love these guys. Put a fucking smile on my face every time. Okay, just like the most divorced dad brigade of all time, just sitting there wearing the tightest suits you've ever seen, ready to drop the greatest takes on any issue. I am so fucking value-tained.
Yesterday on First Take, there was this lady on First Take yesterday upset with the fact that Stephen A. Smith hasn't been talking about WNBA enough for the last few years, and she's calling him out, and it got pretty nasty. Rob, I'm going to text this to you. You have this? Go ahead and play this clip. Go for it.
We're talking about them maximizing their great potential. And because we bring that up and talk about what potentially might get in their way, which we do to men all the time, now we got to sit up here and watch every syllable. I resent that, and I'll leave it at that.
All right, so let me, I know we got to go to break. Welcome to the world of being a woman, Stephen A., and how you have to dance about your word choice and you have to please everybody and anybody as you navigate your being. We are talking about the world's greatest
How about being a black man?
Being black. Hold on 1 second. So this is what I'm saying to y'all, though, and I know we got to go to break. And we didn't necessarily go there, and maybe we should. There are so many layers in this conversation around the way that it's being.
She should just hit him with the misogynoir.
Being discussed.
The intersectionality.
And yes, Shannon, I know y'all are going to say you know, and Stephen A., I know you're going to, you just shared that you have talked about the WNBA on your program too. You guys may not have said everybody, but the prevailing sentiment for folks that are just joining the WNBA and following women's sports is unfair to the women of this league, to your point, who have laid the groundwork for Caitlin Clark to come in and now take it to the next level. That's all I'm saying in these conversations. Kennedy Carter's behavior is not indicative of the entire league. We are still talking about competition where you are allowed to get a little extra elbow in if you are competing and you do it within the parameters of the game. The game is physical. Caitlin is helping to grow the league. These women understand that, but she cannot be babied as a rookie. That's all I'm at.
Could I say something?
How is this not hate against a white lady? Come on, brother. Are you fucking for real right now? Is this a top of the hour ad break debate? Motherfucker just said ad. Like, you didn't even try. You just said ad. 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 Anyway. This is why two-part babe message should be banned. Here's the 3-minute ad break now.
Who talks about the WNBA? Who talks about women? Who talks about women's sports more than First Take?
Stephen A., respectfully, with your platform, you could have been doing this 3 years ago if you wanted to.
Wow. Look at this.
Wow.
All right, we got to go.
Look at this. So you can pause it right there. You can pause it right there.
So, but okay, well, first of all, okay, she's talking all that trash. Could you imagine if it was reverse racist? If that was
what? Like a white player pushes a black player? Yeah, it happens all the time. What do you mean? Can you imagine? Like, what the fuck do you mean?
White girl.
White supremacy.
Black rookie, what would have happened? By the way,
White supremacy.
Pat McAfee, you know Pat McAfee yesterday called Caitlyn a white
That's
bitch.
right.
He said.
Do you have that clip, Rob?
Yeah, why are you looking it up? He said.
But it was not. It was in a different context. That's
he
what he
said.
taught.
He said what the WNBA curly.
Draymond Green is a serial killer if this is the reaction to this foul amount, but he is. And that actually, Draymond Green is an IDF sniper. So literally, well, he's not actually an IDF sniper, but he does love the IDF. That is true.
Is what we like to describe as a cash cow. There's a superstar. He said, and this is what he said. Hold on a second. I would like the media. This rookie class.
Go ahead and play the clip.
Go ahead,
He's
Rob.
got it.
But look at the context.
I don't know. With my eyes,
Clay
I couldn't
Travis
see if she's Caucasian
wasn't too
or
happy
not.
about this.
So I think what we're trying to say is.
Are they getting mad at Pat McAfee? Like they're saying Pat McAfee's doing anti-white racism? That's awesome. Bro, Pat McAfee, look at him, okay? Look at his name. Look at him. Look at, like, these guys are less white than Pat McAfee. What the fuck are we doing here? He is literally whiteness personified. Look at his shoes, man.
That the players on the court need to act any differently. With the or not. So I think what we're trying to say is what the WNBA currently has is what we like to describe as a cash cow. There is a superstar. And we're not saying that the players on the court need to act any differently. That's the athletes are going to do what athletes are going to do in any sport. And I think we're all learning that WNBA, that's old school football, baby. That is old school football. But I would like the media people that can.
It's so funny they're doing the reverse, the racism when Rudy Gobert still has nightmares of what Luka Doncic did to him. Okay, Rudy Gobert is French, though. I'm just saying. Like, it's a little different.
Continue to say, this rookie class, this rookie class, this rookie class. Nah, just call it for what it is. There's one white bitch for the Indiana team who is a superstar. And is it because she stayed?
Wait, he's not even saying she, like, he didn't even say it in a bad way. He said it like, that's that bitch. Are these people fucking stupid? He said it in a positive way. No, that's weird. No, dude, like, that's that bitch. Like, the top dog. He's not even saying it contextually in a fucking negative fashion.
Iowa put an entire state on her back, took a program from nothing to a multiple year success story? Is it because she would go on to break the entire points records in the history of the NCAA? Not just the women's record by Kelsey Plum, shout out, but also Pistol Pete Maravich's, the dude's record as well. Is there a chance that people just enjoy watching her play basketball because how electrifying she is, what she did, what she stood for, how she went about going, what she went
Making
for?
a very
Maybe.
good argument.
But instead, we have to hear people say that we only like her because she's white. And she's the only popular because the rest of the rookie class is doing what they're doing. Well, that's a bunch of bullshit. And we think the WNBA, more specifically, their refs need to stop trying to screw her over at every single turn. What you have is somebody special.
You can pause it
and
right
we're
there,
lucky.
Rob. She
It's unnecessary misogyny. What? Sounded like normal misogyny. What the fuck? No, dude, you guys not hear the words accompanying? Like, do you guys just hear like one word and clue in on it and then just like remove context from the conversation? Are you guys okay? You know better? No, dude, he's literally glazing her. What the fuck are you guys talking about? Like, the entire conversation is revolving around him saying that like she is phenomenal. She's not some Caucasian bitch. I think that's what he like. If maybe I misunderstood it.
Rookie class, this rookie class, this rookie class. Nah, just call it for what it is. There's one white bitch for the Indiana team who is a superstar.
Yeah, no, he's not even saying like he's literally saying it as a positive. He's not even like. At first I thought maybe he was like saying like maybe he was saying like, oh, people are calling her some Caucasian bitch or some white bitch, but she's like the queen or whatever. But I don't think like I think he meant like this chat needs to be forced to play sports. I swear to God, they're too bitch made to handle sports talk. No, it's just like it's very odd to laser in on that aspect of the conversation when like the entire thing is sandwiched in between like him just glazing her and saying like, look at her fucking, like she deserves to be in the spotlight. Like she's done so much.
Is there a chance that people just enjoy watching her play basketball because how electrifying she is, what she did?
Beautiful people, and welcome to our humble abode, the Thunderdome.
He apologized. I utilized a descriptor that I certainly should not have used. I utilized the words white bitch to describe Caitlin Clark as a superstar in Indiana. Now, when I was saying it, I legitimately meant it in a complimentary fashion. Yeah.
Fashion like this is the superstar in Indiana. Now, when I was saying it, I legitimately meant it in a complimentary fashion like this is the one, you know, and as I said it, didn't even think, honestly had no idea what was happening on the internet until 2.5 hours later.
There's no reason to be using that language. The woman he does not know, just because he's saying positive about her, he doesn't mean to get to use the form of language he wants. Yeah, ESPN made him apologize. Pat McAfee isn't exactly a beacon for women's rights. No, I agree. He's a sports dude. You don't understand. Bitch might be worse than the N-word. He literally invited Clark as a recurring guest on his show. This chat really makes me question what community I'm in sometimes. No, there's like, it's just rad lib shit. It happens all the time. And people will get mad and they'll say like, this is misogyny through and through. Like he's saying she's a bad bitch. Like he's not. I only heard the white bitch part of it. So I thought like he was just literally ripping into her or some shit. Turns out he's just glazing her and going like, that's that bitch. Like she's the top dog. The word bitch is offensive professionally. You should know that. Man, I can't tell if, like, what is happening in this community? Yeah, I know it's offensive, dumbass. What the fuck are you talking about? It's Pat McAfee. Like, what the fuck? I can't tell if the people are just, like, trying to be contrarian or something. Sports are counter-revolutionary. It's time for a struggle session. You're just a dude, so you don't understand. Bro, we are having a conversation about the inappropriate language being used by a guy who professionally wears tank tops. The ugliest tank tops, but mind you. Okay? At a certain point, you need to like recontextualize what you are experiencing, what you are seeing, and just like kind of recenter your focus a little bit. This man professionally wears tank tops. Okay? Like, what the fuck? You don't get it, Haas. This is praxis. I think we need to be calling up his sponsors. That's what I think. I think Pat McAfee needs to have a stern talking to.
What she stood for.
Yeah, Pat is actually woke for his field. Yes, 100%.
How she went about going what she went
Making
for.
a very good argument.
But instead, we have to hear people say that we only like her because she's white. And she's the only popular because the rest of the rookie class is doing what they're doing. Well, that's a bunch of bullshit. And we think the
Yeah, let's call Black Rifle Coffee and Bastard Wipes. Make sure that we tell them we no longer support Pat McAfee. I'm sure Bastard Wipes will immediately pull their sponsorship.
WNBA, more specifically, their refs need to stop trying to screw her over at every single turn. What you have is somebody special.
You can pause it
and
right
we're
there,
lucky.
Rob. She is special. She's electrifying.
Do you remember we were in here, we were talking Adam, and we were talking about her first game and how it wasn't going to be, I don't know who was it. I might have been you, Adam. I was like, it's not going to be packed and it's going to keep on going. Did you guys see the audience when she got bumped? That shit is packed. She is making a change.
Record-breaking attendance.
Record-breaking. Yeah. And I hate this. Guys, they always go to freaking race because she's white. No, she's nasty. The same thing with Eminem when you see people that are like, I'm not going to put him in the top 10. What are you, nuts? Eminem, I don't give a shit about his color. He is nasty lyrically. So you can't.
He's having an aneurysm, bro. Look at him. He's like white knuckling through this. He's like, ugh. Anytime this guy speaks, it could be about anything. It could be about fucking taxes. It could be about like a hamburger that he ate that he really enjoyed. He will turn this red. He just looks like he has so much heart disease trapped in his fucking veins, dude. Eminem is goated lyrically.
Again, with the race situation, it's like, by the way, this girl has pumped life into the WNBA, which nobody was talking about the WNBA just in a joking manner. She has made the WNBA and they hate it. What's the girl, PBD? The number one draft of last year. Was it last year?
Angel Reese.
Angel Reese was talking crap about her. She's like, it's not just her. What about me? The most selfish interview. You have that one, Rob? Of last year. Was it last year?
Angel Reese.
Angel Reese was talking crap about her. She's like, it's not just her. What about me? The most selfish interview. You have that one, Rob? I think I might have sent it.
Yeah, I can't believe professional athlete superstars are being narcissistic, by the way. That's crazy. That's wild.
To you. I actually did. She's pissed off because they're not. She's like, it's not just about one player. It's about me too. And it's like, wait, time out. Nobody. I haven't even seen it. This is the aftermath.
Famous quote, Angel, by the way, she said, think about the rest of the players in the league. Yeah.
From the national championship game, and I've been dealing with this for 2 years now. And understanding, like, yeah, negative things have probably been said about me, but honestly, I'll take that because look where women's basketball is. People are talking about women's basketball, but you never would think that we'd be talking about women's basketball. People are pulling up to games. We got celebrities coming to games, sold out arenas, like, just because of one single game. And just looking at that, like, I'll take that role. I'll take the bad guy role, and I'll continue to take that on and be that for my teammates. And if I want to be that, and I know I'll go down in history, I'll look back in 20 years and be like, yeah, the reason why we watching women's basketball is not just because of one person. It's because of me, too, and I want y'all to realize that.
Well, technically, no.
Wait, she's not even saying... Wait, that clip actually shows the context. So you got Cook, son. What's up? What's up? Come on. I'm sure they got to get in on him. They got to go in on him. Come on. She didn't even say anything wrong there. She literally said, me too, as in like, and the rest of the fucking league. Like, I'm a part of this story. That's a great take. What's up?
Good. That's BS.
Well, you know what? You got to see the way she walks to Rob. While he's saying his thought, find a clip that I just...
Turns out the clip that we showed actually is not devoid of the context, so we can't continue slandering her, but don't believe your lying eyes, okay? Think about how bad she is. She has an attitude.
Come on, PPD. You know what she did when the girl got elbowed? Yeah. She's cheering and celebrating. That's why they're going to talk about you. They're talking about the girl, that white bitch that is nasty. They're only talking about... By the way...
But Pat McAfee didn't even mean it in a bad way. Why are these guys woke scolding Pat McAfee? What is going on? I feel like they're at a conflict right now. Normally, in any other circumstance, if Pat McAfee goes, yo, that's the top bitch right there, she's the fucking GOAT, and people don't get mad at him, or rather, Radlibs get mad at him, these guys would be just as red, mind you, wearing just as tight of a fucking shirt, okay, buttons about to pop off the vest, while simultaneously defending Pat McAfee. What the fuck? Why are they shitting on Pat McAfee now? To be clear, these guys are more progressive on this issue than you are. Yes.
Have you even thought of any WNBA game in the past?
Never.
Especially with this girl.
Watch the way she walks. This may change your mind. Just be patient. Just watch
this one.
What the fuck is going on here, man?
That's her.
Wait, I don't get it. Why are they making fun of her? Murad? Not bad. Wait, what the fuck? Why are they're just making fun of her for walking in heels? Like, what's happening?
That's how I walk when I have high heels when I'm doing sketches as a trans. All right. That's how I walk.
I'm just gonna... There you go, Governor of Florida.
What are you going to do, Adam?
Go ahead, Adam.
That was a good one, Tom. Governor of Florida. It's actually funny.
Was that actually funny? That was funny? There's no way you thought that was funny. If it was funny, you wouldn't have went, that's actually a good one. I thought that was funny. You would have went, ha, 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 ha. They laughing because they can walk better in heels. I know, but that's like... What is happening here? I thought that there was like actually some shit popping off here. They're just making fun of her because what? She's like, she doesn't walk too great in fucking heels. Like, what's happening? What the hell?
I've just been biding my time out here. Guys, enjoy the next, few days of giving a F about the WNBA. I'm going to let you guys in on a dirty little secret. This company, this corporation called the WNBA is not profitable. They don't make money. They've never made money. They're fully subsidized by their daddy, the NBA. The NBA generates $10 billion a year, and they basically give tzedakah or tithing to the WNBA. They say, all right, you're doing good. And I'm all for girls doing their thing, playing sports, okay. But they don't put what you call at the big event, butts in seats. And I get like they're shoving Caitlin Clark down people's throats because she's a cash cow. Great, they're gonna market the hell out of this white chick. That's whatever she is. She puts the ball in the hole. But don't get it twisted. Nobody cares about the WNBA. Nobody.
Bro, I swear to God, this is such a funny way to have this conversation. He's just like, this is basically the sports ball narrative, but done in a way where, because he's like so fucking alpha dogging it, like because he's doing it in such a misogynistic way, he can masquerade it as like not being anti-sport. Like this is the most insecure thing I've ever heard in my entire life. Like, oh, the WNBA doesn't make money. What's it to you, dumb fuck? Can you beat them? Can you beat their asses? No, shut the fuck up.
But he watches WNBA. I challenge any one of you to name 5 players who play in the WNBA.
I don't know the 5 teams.
There you go.
I don't even know the team.
What team does Caitlin Clark even play for?
That's your point, though, bro. And by
My
the way,
point is, this is all fabricated. This is all bullshit.
Yeah.
The fact that we're even talking about, I respect it. It's a non-story. She's in the greater context of sports, she's a nobody.
Okay, dude, I'm sorry, this is Klans robe shit, okay? This is literally, you might as well be wearing a fucking Klans robe for writing this. This is the most insane. Dude, what is happening, bro? What the absolute fuck is going on right now? Bro, no. They're writing opinion editorials in the Chicago Tribune and in Washington Post calling this an assault. Yeah, dude. Let me explain something else that would be considered not only assault, but sexual harassment, okay? Putting my nutsack on someone's fucking shoulder. But when you're doing it, when you're playing basketball, it's called posterizing someone. What the fuck are you saying? Yeah, guess what, dude? Yeah, what happened? What happened in the octagon was actually considered assault outside of the octagon. What the fuck? Yeah, dude. What do you mean? What is going on right now? Did you guys know that there's dudes that fucking skate on an ice rink that beat the living dog shit out of one another? Guys, that would be unacceptable if you did that at the ice rink in front of fucking 30 Rock in the middle of Christmas time. That would be assault. But in hockey, they're doing it every day. What's going on? And the kids are watching. The horror. What is happening? What is going on, dude? Yeah, they're unironically doing the Judd Apatow. He could have killed him. That's pure out of control rage and violence. They've heard a million jokes about them in the last 3 decades. They are not freshmen in the world of Hollywood and comedy. He lost his mind. If she wasn't a WNBA star, being down there would be trespassing. It's like when I was a young boy, I played football in Turkey, okay? Soccer for you Americans. And I slide tackled my friend. He fell on his arm. He broke his arm, okay? And the doctors told him if he had broken his arm like a couple inches away from the actual fracture, he would have literally his arm would never grow ever again. Like his arm would stay the same as the rest of his body grew because we were very young. Now, I don't know if that was fake or not. I don't know if he was like faking me out. Okay. That was a traumatic event. That was a traumatic event. I didn't mean to do it. And I didn't mean to injure him like that. It's true. It's called the growth plate. Okay. Anyway. Yeah. Under different circumstances, that would be unimaginable. That would be assault. Okay. That would be assault. In this circumstance, in this situation, within the context, within the confines of a soccer field, it's just playing sports, okay? It's ridiculous. Like I showed you guys yesterday in the beginning of the broadcast. I don't know if it's still there. Like I had a little, you can kind of still see it. I had a little scratch mark on my nose. Okay, it's nothing, obviously. It's because I got fucking smacked the shit out of. I got hacked. Like sequential hacking. It's fine. It happens. Yeah, in a different situation, if I wasn't playing basketball, it'd be considered assault because it's an entirely different circumstance. Like, what the fuck are we talking about? And this doesn't mean that, like, everything goes on those. Everything goes. Like, you could just, like, fucking bring a gun and shoot someone. You can't even bring a gun, really, unfortunately, to the locker room, as we found out. But, like, within the confines, this is a flagrant foul. It's unsportsmanlike conduct. Okay, for sure. Yeah, Gilbert Arenas, not John Morant. Arenas is the OG. My point is, yeah, tensions get high in competition, and sometimes people get a little out of hand. It happens, It's ridiculous that these people are fucking complaining. If it wasn't if this wasn't being done to a white woman, okay, people would be literally calling everybody bitch made. These are the very same people who are like, oh, back in my day, the NBA, you could foul somebody, Back in my day, the NBA wasn't a bunch of pansies. They used to hit each other. You had real plumbers, real rugged, intelligent, lunch pail players, real fighters in the ring, if you know what I mean. I'm talking white people. I'm saying whites when whites were on top, you know? I'm being a white supremacist when I say this. Intelligent players. The scrappy whites. Yeah, back then, it was rough and tumble. Like, these are the same fucking people that say shit like this on a regular basis, and they're over here fucking crying, dude.
You really think?
Enjoy her shine right now.
You don't. But, Adam,
but this is a non-story.
So you don't think she has like literally put life into WNBA? Yeah, we're talking about it right now, but I don't think she's going anywhere. And I think she is going to literally turn this thing around. Not because of the stupid controversial bump, but bro, people are selling. They're selling out to watch this girl play.
Look, people love celebrity, and they love to watch achievement, and they love to see these new personalities. You know, when I was in high school, you know, I ran cross country.
Yes.
I was not a starter on the team. I was not there, but I really appreciated.
You gave me linebacker vibes.
I thought so too, Ricky. I thought he was in the locker room bullying people.
Thank you very much. But let me tell you something. What I love. Do you remember Carl Lewis and FloJo?
Yes.
It caused everybody to be interested in track and field. I loved watching track and field on TV. I loved watching the relay. I loved watching, 1,500 meters. People thought it was boring, but there was personalities of Florida.
Bro is taking notes, dude. He's taking notes on this pivotal conversation about Caitlin Clark being fouled. Why did they have the pastor in the room? He is the weakest link in this broadcast, okay? He's why is he there every time? Why is bro there?
FloJo and Carl Lewis brought audience to it. Men's swimming. Look what Michael Phelps did. We were suddenly interested. Is Michael Phelps going to break another record? Every now and then, these wonderful athletes that are also have these sparkling personalities cause you to be interested in a sport you wouldn't normally be interested in. Why can't we celebrate the achievement of an athlete rather than saying, oh, this is going to come and go, says Adam, because the WNBA, is losing money. It is subsidized by the NBA. It is not really watched by people. It's not. Why not celebrate the fact that there's some lift that's coming here,
Tom,
and you got somebody doing it?
Let me show something before you react to it. Rob, just go to what I just sent you.
Come on, Patrick. Zoom. Bring it back in. Rein us in, Patrick. Show me.
Real quick. Okay.
He's about to show you some real shit. Okay.
But check this out. This is major golf TV rating history. Okay.
Golf.
Masters to the left. PGA, U.S. Open, British.
Yeah, let's go see what happened in 1999.
Let's focus on Masters. Okay. Look what numbers you see: 9.5, 5.6 million. No one's really watching it, right? 10.8, 13 million. Okay. Now go all the way down. Tom, we got it, Tom. Glad you're directing here. Go to the first year where he comes in.
2001.
1997. Bingo.
Ho!
20.3 million. It goes up from 12.4 to 20.3 million. What's the point here? One person can change the game, and Tiger.
Is that when Tiger came in?
That's when Tiger.
Wait, what? In 2001, there's 19 million, and then the revenue goes down again. The fuck? Doesn't this kind of like ruin your argument?
So
Well, he brought a whole new audience.
He brought a whole new audience.
Yeah.
That's exactly what Caitlin Clark is doing. So how many people did he make rich? By the way, if you ask me, pre-1997, how many golfers I knew? The only reason I knew Lee Trevino is because he was the most expensive golf cart. It's the only reason. I've never watched Lee Trevino play.
Yeah.
I had his golf cart, and everybody would brag about it. And he had a few, I'm telling you.
Lee Trevino.
And then he joins. He gets into it. You're like, what is this all about? You had Middle Easterns on the freaking golf course. They don't belong on a golf course.
But they were hanging on the sand.
Yeah.
They were in the sand the
They were
whole time.
spending time on the sand, having like some real nice coffee and stuff. But, well, what's the point? I think what Kate, by the way, I still haven't watched the game. So your point, the fact that I haven't watched it, I haven't watched it. The only thing I'm curious about, which you said when we had the conversation a couple months ago, guys, she's going to make nothing. She's going to make the minimum wage. Great.
She makes $73,000 a year, but her contract with Nike.
But it's going to change. It's going to change because they had more people go to a Los Angeles Sparks game this year than the Lakers. There was more people attending a Sparks game this year than Lakers. Did you hear about this? When you get people, butts in seats, Pay for people changes, cash flow changes. So you're right. But there's one thing that she does that's duplicatable. Okay? So check this out. To me, it's not just shoots the ball. Who's the most, who in the last 10 years, let's not even say 10 years. What year are we? 2024? In the 2010 to 2019, that decade, okay? Who was the most exciting player to watch in the NBA?
What decade was it?
From 2010-11 till 2020. Who was the most exciting player?
Kobe Bryant.
Kobe or LeBron?
You know who I would say to me number one?
From 2010?
Exciting?
Steph Curry.
Oh, yeah, Steph Curry.
Let me tell you.
Steph Curry,
Let me tell you. Honestly, I'm telling you, because Steph was doing something that seemed impossible. LeBron is 6'8", 260. You're like, okay, that makes sense. Are you telling me this guy's shooting the ball, turning around and walking off? What is this all about? He did it in the All-Star game and he walks off. And then Nick Young tried to do it and it didn't go in. I think John Wall tried to do it. He couldn't go.
PBD, I never cut you. I'm going to cut you off. You see what you just did there?
What?
You just named 6 NBA players without even thinking about it.
Yeah.
John Wall did this, and then Nick Young did that. Swaggy P.
What I'm saying to you is, I'm making the case study of Steph. Well, not Steph. I'm sorry, Caitlin.
By the way, I can't believe I'm saying this, but he's right. He's saying that generational talent brings eyeballs to a league and actually has the capacity to literally change the profitability of entire leagues. And he's not wrong. He's technically right. I don't know why he went to Steph Curry with that conversation, but like he's literally kind of business mindset alpha dogging everybody in the fucking room. He's mogging, once again, PBD on top. That's my fucking GOAT. Okay? That's my GOAT. He's doing it in the most PBD way possible, which is just like, you know, dancing around the subject matter and shit.
But, and all I'm saying to you is you related to Tiger, military, you know, like military daddy. Like, okay, you related to like, are you kidding me? You're not supposed to be this big person that can. This is that duplicatable, and then you're this electrifying. No, within 3, 6, 12 months, we're gonna see if this is just a fluke or if it's real or not.
Thank you.
Yeah, I'm with you.
Okay.
We're 100% on the same page there. I'm with you, 100%. The best clip of what I thought who gave the best feedback on this Caitlin Clark thing, and it's so evergreen to every industry. Go to Valuetainment's. Actually, matter of fact, I think I texted it to you. Go to Valuetainment's Twitter account. If you can go to Valuetainment's Twitter.
This other guy has no reason to shit on WNBA like that. He's just really committed to hating on the women's league. No, 100%. Especially not right now. You know what I mean? Like, there is, it seems like a concerted effort to make the WNBA become more profitable and become more prominent, and that's a good thing overall. And it's wild that like right now, it is in the beginning stages of its come up. This fucking guy is like, WNBA sucks, shut the fuck up. No one is watching this. No one will watch it. No one ever watches it. It's like, no, man, people are watching it actually. This is like a weird time to say that.
Twitter account. And you got to go down a minute to, right there, right, the clip. Oh, shit.
Matt Barnes?
You scroll back. You did, okay.
Matt Barnes?
Matt Barnes. Watch what he says here. Watch what he says. Rewind a little bit and play it.
Hot topic going on right now. Caitlin Clark says she got cheap shotted against the sky. I mean, throughout the season, she's been getting beat up. Hard screens, elbows, knocked down. It is.
The thing is, there was generational talent before, sadly, but not the right skin color.
What it is. She's not the first. She won't be the last. My issue and my question is, where the fuck are her teammates at?
Yes.
Where y'all at?
There
Where the
you
rest
go.
of the Indiana Fever at? I've seen a couple girls smirk when she's got knocked down, half-assed.
Fuck, me and Patrick Bet David are on the same frequency. That's why he's my GOAT.
To pick her up. Like, y'all supposed to protect the asset, protect the star. And all this is the family. And you wonder why you do shit about it. Y'all should be ashamed to
Good
have
for
each
you.
other's
Good
back.
job, I'm with you.
Yeah, I agree.
He also protects his wife. Didn't he drive 2 hours one night to beat the crap out of Derek Fisher?
Oh.
He also
you had
protects
to
his
go.
wife.
You had to, Tom. That's my boy.
Speaking of protecting Kobe, his most famous
No,
play
he
ever
did.
was the inbounds play where he tried to pump fake Kobe. Let me just say a few things. I'm going to rattle it off. You know when a club opens, believe me, I know about the club scene in Miami. When a club opens up in Miami, you know the best time that...
You should never say that. Those words should never come out of your mouth at the age demographic that you're a part of. Oh, I know about the club scene in Miami. No. Shut it down. Okay? No, bro. Come on. Go home to your children. Okay? Take care of your kids. Take care of your children. Okay? That's crazy. That's crazy. That is just automatically red flag. Automatically my ears perk up. Okay? Be a father. This is why Deborah left you. Okay? I don't even know anything about his life, but I suspect he has a wife. He has a wife named Deborah, and she left him. Okay.
Then everyone says is the first few months. Oh my God, the newest club, it's open. And I always say, circle back to me in a year and let me know how this club is doing. 80% of the clubs will close.
Yeah. Bros in club space in Miami bumping Fred again with his salt and pepper hair. Like, bro, pay your taxes, pay your mortgage. Is space still around? Holy shit.
Circle back to me in a year on Caitlin Clark. Ain't nobody gonna be talking about this girl because the sizzle will be gone. She's a rookie. She's hot. She's new. Oh my God. By the way, it's summer. What sports are going on right now? There's a week until the NBA finals start. There's nothing going on in the NBA. The Olympics are gonna start in the next few months. WNBA season won't be there. When NFL starts, MLB playoff starts, this won't be a thing. So that's great. Enjoy it now. That's all I'm saying. Appreciate it now. You talk about zombie companies all the time, Pat. They're just keeping them afloat. They're not making any money. How long are we going to do this? How long is it sustainable? Let them fail. They're not going to let the WNBA fail.
Bro, why is bro so mad? He's like mad that it fucking exists, bro. He's just mad that women play basketball and like people watch it. That's crazy. Isn't this like a business guy podcast? Hey guys, I don't know if you know this, but like so many businesses fucking are not in the green until many, many years later, Like people are investing into it. That's just kind of the situation here with the WNBA. What the fuck are we talking about? Even the NBA wasn't like super profitable in the beginning. What is happening here? The WNBA is a drain on the NBA? Yeah, dude, they're fucking really suffering with their $10 billion in revenue generated or profits generated. They're suffering giving a piece back to the WNBA so they can get a return later down the line. Yeah, all of those like, dude, me, a Twitch watcher, hating in the chat, knows more about the financial prospects of a motherfucking league, the financial prospects, the potential revenue that one can gain later down the fucking line, okay, than actual like quants, mathematicians, people that are just like fucking PhDs, PhDs that are sitting around saying perhaps we should keep dumping money into the WNBA. Inevitably, this could be a good, wise investment decision. Oh my God.
Because NBA makes all the money. They're going to DEI this woke agenda all over these females making layups while the NBA players are dunking on people. So enjoy it now. I'm just not a believer that this is sustainable long term.
Listen,
follow the money.
You know what the market loves? So let me ask you. This is just to everybody, open-ended. Why do you think it's doing well? I think it's one word. I'm telling you. Why did the Tiger do well? And he brought all these eyeballs to golf. Why is Caitlin doing well?
Hype.
It's truly one word.
Hype.
I don't. Okay, so that's
no. It's not hype. It's just they're good. Isn't that it? Because they're fucking good.
Fine, but I don't think that's the main word for me. But let's say hype is one. Because, by the way, the reason why I don't think it's just hype, all-time scoring leader in Iowa, one person takes it to the finals. She loses, but they had nobody else. And she scored more points in college than Pistol Pete Maravich, who he died in an interesting way. Yeah. So why do you think it's happening? Why do you think it's happening?
You're picking one word. One word.
Is DEI.
Is it race?
No.
Is it?
Oh my God, these guys are so fucking stupid. Yes, dude, it's DEI because billionaires love doing DEI. Famously, billionaires love fucking spending money on shit that is not going to actually deliver a profit for them, a return on their investment down the fucking line. Thank you. Isn't this the business guys? I thought these guys suck the dicks of every wealthy person. All of a sudden, they're like, actually, guess what, dude? All these people that think that the WNBA will inevitably yield a pretty positive fucking return for us, let's get in on the ground floor. All of those people are literally turning around and going, actually, no, those guys fucking suck. They're stupid.
No.
Feminism.
No.
Also, yeah, what DEI? Caitlin Clark is white. We're talking about the WNBA. What the fuck's going on? They're just throwing out buzzwords now.
Progressive.
It's one word to me, and it's underdog. I'm telling you. I'm telling you because to me, it's like people want to see the underdog give what? The middle finger.
Yeah.
What is like even Trump? You were like, dude, this guy's not supposed to be a president.
Yep.
Yeah.
You're saying Hillary's supposed to be, Romney's supposed to be, all of these.
Caitlin Clark is not the underdog, bro. What the fuck are we talking about? Donald Trump was the underdog. Caitlin Clark was the underdog. What the fuck does this guy think is an underdog? What? Does he not know what these words mean? What? Just say talent, dude. That's what it is. People love talent. People love drama. Hating Mexicans make you the underdog. Yeah. Air Bud too. A dog is not supposed to play basketball. Ain't nothing in the rules about that. Okay.
You're not supposed to be. America is obsessed with the freaking underdog. It's called capitalism.
PBD, I've never disagreed with you more.
Why?
On all our arguments in 4 years, I fight with Ricky less than I'm fighting with you right now.
I think you have the hots for King.
PBD, there's certain universal truths, and I will never back down on this.
What?
They're talking about women's sports like they're disabled. This is insane. I mean, they shouldn't be talking about disabled people like this.
Universal truths, and I will never back down on this.
What?
They're talking about women's sports like they're disabled. This is insane. I mean, they shouldn't be talking about disabled people like this either. Like, what the fuck? They should just not be talking like this. Fuck it. They should not be talking.
Women are beauty objects. Men are success objects.
What?
Ain't nobody give a shit about lesbians playing basketball. I'm sorry.
She's a lesbian?
Call her, bro.
By the way, can you verify this? We can't.
I don't know what she is.
so.
I'm not saying she is. I'm not saying she is. Allegedly.
Bro, that's awesome. I want to hear from like an alcoholic looking divorced dad say things that like 14-year-olds think is a massive hit. Okay? Like he went to a place where he is now an infant, okay? You are demonstrating infant brain. This is not good commentary. You are a fucking child. What the fuck? Women are supposed to be beauty objects. Men are supposed to show success.
Maybe she likes some dudes. I'm just saying there's a high likelihood, allegedly, that they're all dating each other.
You know, I come home yesterday with Papa and Dylan are watching.
Yeah.
What do you think they're watching?
Baywatch.
Freaking Tenet.
Yeah. That's right. You know what I know they weren't watching? The WNBA game.
CJ. It's like the Sacha Baron Cohen. He said, I was in my hotel room. I saw this woman named CJ. I had to meet her. She was so beautiful. She was the love of my life.
So she's not. So, by the way, just to clarify, she's not gay. She's dating.
She's the one WNBA star that is into dudes.
They were watching
Brittany Griner, lesbian.
Oh, she's not gay. Okay, thank God. Okay, she's one of the good ones. My feminine features want to recoil. These guys are a blight. Okay, like it's awesome. They're so horny to just like one up one another with the most childish takes. Bro hit all the misogyny in one sentence. I am value-tained, okay? I am. I can't help but be value-tained by these guys. They're so childish, brother. They're so fucking stupid. What is this? Bad timing because he was very much in a rush. Oh my God, I remember this. This was at the airport. I was connecting. I was rushing to my connecting flight. Murat was there too. He was running ahead of me. Crazy fit though. Yeah, I was dripped out. Low key, I was caught in a fucking good moment. You know what I mean? Low key, but high key. What are you wear, bro? That fit is trash. Does not. That's crazy that you just said this fit is trash. No, I'm not done yet.
Diana Taurasi, lesbian.
Were watching, but that's even more of a point of underdog.
Bro, oh my God, he's playing the fucking. He's like, oh, I'm naming the lesbians.
So straight,
she's the underdog because she's not a lesbian.
But no, hear me out.
What is happening right now?
A straight white girl goes into a league filled with lesbian blacks and beats their asses.
She's not. Her team is 1 in 100. She's not beating their asses.
If she does,
they're losing.
If she does,
allegedly,
didn't she just come in?
Why are we fighting about
women's
basketball?
I'm still.
Bro, wait, what? What is he saying? Bro is repulsive. It's like the more they like say no to him, the more unhinged he's getting. He just started naming things. Women, black people.
If she does,
allegedly, didn't she just come in?
Why are we fighting about
women's
basketball? I'm still.
Oh, he didn't say black people. He said women's basketball.
I'm telling you, I'm not watching female basketball. But
period.
I love any underdog story. And if she's able to go out there and school them, guess what? I'm going to be there rooting for her.
We're just hoping she capitalizes.
Yeah, I think so as well. I think so as well.
Ricky, I know that all the gangbangers in Mexico love the WNBA, bro.
No, we don't watch
What?
That
what are you
shit,
talking
bro.
about?
By the way, just so you know, we don't have never mind.
Forget it.
We don't let women play sports, bro. Stay in the kitchen with an apron on, baby. This guy literally 10 minutes ago said, I don't believe women should be running countries.
I don't.
You're gonna be
But they can run the courts, Adam. Relax.
All right. So if you're an angry patriot yourself,
he's literally like, what the fuck is happening? He's like demanding that the guest also come to his side because he's like, come on, bro. You're a Mexican. You guys are fucking misogynistic. You have an ancient misogyny that you repeat. What the fuck? Bro, he altered there. He hit every note on the way out.
Vinny officially has the Angry Patriot Valuetainment Edition.
Damn right.
Where the O is the Valuetainment logo, with the back says Future Looks Bright.
Oh, yes.
With the sides got the American flag. So if you...
Do you consider yourself a Nepo baby? Why or why not? Yes, I am a Nepo baby. I am my uncle's Nepo baby.
You are an Angry Patriot. Vinny, what colors do we have these in?
What is
we have that
happening
color,
here? What
and then
the
we also
fuck?
have green, right, Rob?
Rob,
we have
can
the
you
green
show
one.
it?
Oh my God, I can't. Oh my God, I would love to wear this shirt, dude. This is the sickest shirt. Angry Patriot, the future looks bright. What is happening? It's like communicating very weird messages to me. When will you stop suckling at Jank's Tita-san? Wait, what? What is going on? You got to go on this podcast? I do. I have to. PBD reminds me of my uncle. I love Hassan, but there are times that I'm very repulsed as a woman. Even the jokes aren't funny, my dude. If you can't enjoy me making fun of weirdo fucking misogynists as a woman, I don't know. I mean, tune out, I guess. The angry positivity in this shirt is based, though. Feel those feelings and move them. What? Like, I don't know if you know this, but I'm making fun of them for having unhinged misogynistic attitudes. Does PBD remind you of Jank because of their similar takes on the crime wave? No. PBD is Jank if Jank finally took TRT, like I've asked him. I wish he did.
So upset, and I always ask them, why aren't you? With everything that's happening, and being a veteran and having parents that are legal immigrants, Assyrians, Pat, as you know this, we don't have a country, which makes America that much more important, and that's why I get furious when people aren't speaking and aren't talking crap. So that's why I'm an angry patriot. Tom called it me live on the podcast, and we're going with it, and I am, and I'm proud to be an angry patriot.
The fuck? Anyway, what is this? If you saw Anna popping off about you, no, I don't want to fucking see that. I don't want to look at that. I wish TYT all the best. Okay, look, no matter what happens, I love my uncle. Okay, you guys know this. I mean, I joke about it. I joke about it as far as like the uncle nephew bond is impossible to break, but it's true. That's my family. Okay. And even with Anna, I've known her for 20 plus years at this point. Like, I wish him well. I hope they're doing all right. Did you see that Art said you gave him the best slap of his life? That's crazy. Really? Slap the gay out of him. Uncle Magic is strong? Yeah, it is. What the fuck?
Upset with Hassan because I expected to get a kiss. I wanted to get a kiss on the lips or on the cheek. But he chose to slap me, which is okay. We get it. Honestly, that was probably one of the best slaps in my life.
Wow.
My hands, they're so big, and the way he just casually grabbed me by my shoulder, bent me over, and just slapped. Like, it felt like he knew what he was doing. It felt like it was not his first time with a guy. I don't know, I might be.
Wow.
But it felt amazing. I am, again, a little bit upset I didn't get a kiss. On a bright note, I actually got a kiss from his best friend, Austin Show.
Wow.
That made my day better.
Wait a minute. That wasn't on camera. When the fuck did that happen?
Whenever I was interviewing Hassan as well, I was thinking that I'm living a lot of gay people's dream because we do love him, and I wanted to represent myself in a good way, and I think I did. Hopefully next year I'm going to try to find him and do this again. I'm a little bit.
We did not see the kiss. That's crazy. Austin's piss mic. I just know what I'm doing. That's it. All right. Anyway, I'm done for today. No Batman for the night. My brother's here. I'm gonna go hang out with him a little bit. There was a lot of stuff I couldn't get to today, but I think ultimately we did a lot of stuff today, and it was another banger, wall to wall. Holy shit, 9-hour day. I didn't even realize. What the fuck? I thought I would do 2 a days today. Go ball up again, but it's fucking 8 already. I didn't even realize that. Anyway, love you guys, and I will see you tomorrow as always, okay? Peace.
Sunny Los Angeles, California, says Hassan. The starlock to the starlock to the topic just begun. There he is again, Hassan is streaming, Hassan is streaming. There he is again, Hassan is streaming, Hassan is streaming. Reviewing the P.O. box, Uncle Uger's face. Sudden Discord agitprop, great names take on break. Tiny Bernie Sanders, LGBTQ Air Force. The whole left at your fingertips, Ane at your door. H3 crowded debate, the Young Turks online show. 3 full fucking years of this, plenty more to go. 90-day fiance talks of champagne bourgeoisie. A Trump rally live reaction, a mass riot at DC. There he is again, Hassan is streaming, Hassan is streaming. There he is again, Hassan is streaming, Hassan is streaming. Reading a live stream, fair comments, Austin show chat advice, and all the ways the right-wing pipeline can suck you in online. JCS react, Lord frame gets broken, cover blown. A full-blown mass pandemic, months are streaming at your home. Total radicalization coming out to find. The system you were taught to trust in was broken the whole time. All these daily streams, whether big or whether small, have helped me and so many find the meaning through it all. There